Chapter 37. It was pitch black by 8 o'clock that night, and Emery sat against a rock with one of the sleeping bags wrapped around her shoulders, unable to even see her hand in front of her face. They had pulled the SUV away from the fissures so they could see the trench unobstructed, and every 10 minutes or so she would scan 360 degrees around the encampment through the NVD looking for movement or heat signatures. A woman's scream split the night, and Sullivan came instantly awake, grabbing the carbine resting across his belly. "Shannon! Here!" she said to the darkness. "It wasn't me." She turned on her night vision device and got to her feet, scanning the trench line. Sullivan pulled on his helmet and scanned through his own NVD. "How far? Could you tell?" 100 yards, maybe." "What's going on?" Marty said in the inky blackness. "Ruck up," Emery told him. "A woman screamed out there." "Probably a trap," Sullivan said, shrugging into his harness. He could see Marty fumbling around in the dark looking for his equipment, pulling a flashlight from his pocket. "If you turn that fucking thing on, I'll stick it so far up your ass you'll have light coming out your ears." "Well, how the hell else am I supposed to find my shit?" "Try remembering where you put it," Sullivan said, walking over and picking up Marty's gear from behind him and shoving it into his arms. Then he grabbed Marty's helmet from a rock and jammed it down on his head. "Try not to forget your dick." Emery smiled to herself. "He remembered his weapon, John. That's the important thing. Hark, his guardian angel speaks." She laughed. "We'll walk the trench line above ground. Me and Marty on the right, you on the left. I say Marty walks down in the trench. Sully, fuck off. Anybody see my goddamn gloves?" They covered roughly 100 yards before Sullivan spotted anything telling down in the trench. His fist went up, and the other two stopped in their tracks, crouching low to the ground. He peered carefully over the edge of the fissure for a better look, to see what appeared to be a human being lying on the bottom, zipped up in a mummy sleeping bag. Switching to infrared, he saw that it was indeed a trap. The person in the mummy bag gave off a strong heat signature, so was alive. And there were additional heat signatures as well. 2 sets of footprints glowing eerily in his viewfinder, even as they cooled away to nothing, leading away from the bag into a split in the wall of the trench. "You two in the cave?" he called out, not knowing what else to call the little hidey hole. "Come out with your hands up." No one answered, and no one came out. "What is it?" Emery asked. "A goddamn ambush," Sullivan answered. "I think it's the girl from the video down there in the bag." "Come out for the last time," he shouted. He heard what sounded like someone beginning to dig in, so he aimed his M203 and fired a 40mm grenade into the opening, blowing it apart and showering the person in the mummy bag with dirt. When the dust cleared, 2 blasted bodies lay mangled in the trench, their heat signatures already fading, and Emery slid over the edge, pulling Marty in with her. She knelt beside the mummy bag, and Sullivan kept watch above. "Get your light out, Marty." Marty shined his light on an Asian woman's face, as Emery unzipped the bag to reveal her badly battered and naked body. Emery began an examination. "Multiple broken bones," she called up. "Distended abdomen. Internal bleeding." "She must have survived the avalanche somehow," Marty muttered in amazement. "Poor thing," Emery said, zipping the dying woman back up to keep her warm. "John, there's nothing I can do for her." Sullivan's face appeared over the edge. "How long does she have?" "An hour, maybe." The woman found her hand. "My friends," she whispered. "Tammy? Ted? I'm sorry, they're gone." "Find the camera," the woman whispered, trying to squeeze Emery's hand. "There's video of the crater. For future study." "We have it," Marty said. "Take it to our friends in Oklahoma. An Air Force bunker there. Tell them Jan gave it to you. They're geologists." "There are a lot of Air Force bases in Oklahoma," Emery said. "Which one?" "Altus," said Jan. "They're at Altus." She lingered another 10 minutes, then died. In the morning, They returned to the site and examined the remains of the man and woman Sullivan had blown up with the grenade. Each of them had a pistol and a knife. Another 100 yards down the trench, they found a truly surprising sight: a reinforced concrete tunnel in the side of the crater wall. "Where the hell does it go?" Marty wondered aloud. "I'm guessing it leads to an old bunker," Sullivan said, stepping carefully around the edge to enter the tunnel without sliding away down the steep wall of the crater. Emery and Marty followed, all of them switching on the flashlights attached to their carbines. "What kind of bunker?" Marty asked. "SACOM, Strategic Air Command. If this tunnel doesn't lead to a missile silo, it should lead to a command bunker." They walked along a steel grating until they came to an open blast door, which in fact had been blasted right out of its casement by the asteroid impact. The door itself was now embedded in the concrete on the far side of a 20 by 30-foot living space. The room was scattered with the charred remains of unidentifiable items and a few partial skeletons that lay among the ash. "Blast wave," Marty said. "This place imploded and they were incinerated instantly." They found another blast door, also blasted from its casement, and stepped into a perfectly round room filled with scorched and flattened electrical appliances. The remains of a concrete island were in the center of the room, with exposed plumbing sticking up through it. "This was a sink," Emery said. "This was a kitchen." She pried open a smashed metal cabinet to find little more than ash and some melted glass jelly jars. They checked the entire level and every room was the same. All of the doors were blasted from their casements, and the rooms were scattered with incinerated remnants of what had probably once been furniture and human beings. In all, they found between 15 and 20 partial skeletons. Sullivan kicked a scorched skull across the room. "Our two cannibals must have been living here when the rock hit." "But how did they survive?" Emery wondered. "All these people were cooked." Sullivan shined his light on Marty's face. "What do you think, Mr. Shock Cocoon?" Marty thought for a moment. "Where's the missile silo?" Sullivan pointed back the way they had come. "The silo was at the other end of that tunnel we came in through, vaporized on impact." "Well, so much for that idea," Marty said. "Okay, so the blast wave was moving laterally through these tunnels, following the path of least resistance, which means if our two psychos from last night were in here at the time of impact, they must have been beneath this level. So we're looking for a hatch in the floor, probably one that opens up." After another quick search of the facility, they located a round hatch in the center of the floor near the island in the kitchen. They hadn't noticed it the first time because it was hidden beneath a piece of scorched sheet metal. Sullivan turned the round wheel and pulled the hatch upward to open it. "And voila," Marty said, shining his light down a red steel ladder. "Think you're pretty smart, don't you?" Emery said, hitting him in the arm. "Simple physics," he replied. "Who's first?" "I volunteer you," Sullivan said. Marty shrugged and stepped forward, but Sullivan grabbed him and pushed him aside. "If you got killed, Princess would never let me hear the end of it." Emery smiled as he climbed down the ladder. "Careful, John." Yeah. After 20 feet, he stepped onto the floor at the bottom and shined his light down a short tunnel into intact living quarters. "Bingo!" he called up. "Cocoon Boy was right. It smells like ass down here, but it didn't catch on fire." He found a battery-powered lamp on a table and switched it on, filling the room with light as the other two descended the ladder. The 20 by 20-foot living space was a proper mess and smelled of body odor and excrement. A quick look in the lavatory explained the sewer smell, and Sullivan shut the door. "There's no water to flush with. They've been shitting in a bucket." Emery kicked around in the trash on the floor. Many empty food cans and wrappers, scattered books and magazines, sour-smelling blankets and clothing. "Only took 'em 5 months to turn into animals," Sullivan muttered. Emery picked something up from the floor. "Check this out." The men came to stand on either side of her as she flipped through a pamphlet advertising a company called Survival Estates. It showed the renovation process of a decommissioned Minuteman missile silo, and advertised the sale of individual condos within the newly renovated complexes, all of them sharing a common kitchen area and living room. Sullivan grabbed the pamphlet away from Emery. "Let me see that fucking thing." He stood paging through it. "You gotta be kidding me. Listen to this. Feel secure in the knowledge that no matter what happens to the world above, you and your family will be safe and sound in your own personal survival estate." Survival estate! He smirked and gave the pamphlet back. "Those sorry fuckers upstairs deserve a goddamn refund." Emery paged through the pamphlet, shaking her head. "Fucking 2012ers. My God, how stupid. Get this. This little room right here, it cost them $100,000. Sullivan looked at Marty. "And I thought you were stupid." "Oh, it gets better," she went on, turning the page. "We offer round-the-clock security, state-of-the-art telecommunications, and guaranteed technical support in the event of any malfunction." She laughed and tossed the pamphlet aside. Sullivan chuckled. "I wonder where the repair crew is." "I'm wondering something else," Marty said. They looked at him. "Where are the missing arms and legs?" "That's right." Emery looked at Sullivan. "The body's in the tent." "Let's get the fuck out of here," Sullivan said, heading for the ladder. "We must have missed another hatch someplace." Emery was following him closely up the ladder when she heard a pistol shot from above. Sullivan's full weight crashed onto her, and she nearly fell from the ladder with him as he dropped to the concrete below. The hatch slammed above them, and Marty jumped off the bottom rung, shining his light to see a stream of blood running down Sullivan's face from beneath his helmet. "He's hit, Shannon." She scurried down the ladder. "Watch the hatch," she told him, dragging Sullivan clear. "If it opens, shoot." She grabbed the lamp from the table, set it down beside Sullivan's head, and pulled off his helmet to get a look at the wound. "Is he dead?" "Not yet." Her fingers trembled as she probed his matted hair. "John, can you hear me? John!" She found the bullet wound, and to her utter surprise, the bullet had not penetrated his skull, but was lodged in the bone just above his hairline. "He's going to be out of action for a while, but he'll live." "Thank God." "Thank Kevlar, Marty." His helmet slowed the bullet down. She decided to leave the bullet where it was for the moment, knowing it would help stanch the flow of blood, and got to her feet. "Any ideas?" Marty took off his own helmet and stood scratching his itching scalp. "We're rats in a barrel, and the idea man is out cold." "Can they lock us down here?" He shook his head. "It's not that kind of hatch. It's geared in a 2-to-1 ratio on this side. That means we only have to turn it half as hard as they do to unlock it. The trouble's going to be fighting our way up out of here, and that's your department." "We need a goddamn grenade," she said. "What about the launcher?" "There's no way to open the hatch wide enough to fire it without getting shot, and we don't—" "Hold on a second." She took a knee beside Sullivan and pulled a yellow-tipped high-explosive grenade from his harness, remembering something she had learned in basic training. "Something about centrifugal fuse." "That's what arms it?" "Yeah, I think." "Is the launcher barrel-rifled?" "Yeah, the grenade has to spin in flight to be accurate." He knelt beside her and took the grenade, spinning it nose down on the concrete like a top. He did this many times, spinning it as fast as he could without bumping it against the floor. "That should do it." "Don't drop it or you'll blow us to shit." He put the grenade in his pocket and went to the ladder. "I'll need you to open the hatch so I can throw this thing into the room." He climbed quietly up to the top, and Emery climbed up tight behind him, hooking into his harness with a carabiner so she would have both of her hands free to push the hatch up. Marty hooked an arm over the top rung to keep them both from falling, and took the grenade from his pocket. "Okay," he whispered. She twisted the wheel to unlock the hatch, and though she could feel someone fighting her on the other side, Marty had been right about the gear ratio, so she was easily defeating the other person. She felt the gear come to the end of its turn and whispered into his ear, "I'm pushing up in 3, 2, 1." She had to shove with all her strength to lift whoever was sitting on the hatch, and she felt a muscle pop in her shoulder as she strained against the weight. But the hatch lifted nearly 6 inches before there was another pistol shot. Marty felt a harmless tug at his body armor as he tossed the grenade through the gap before Emery dropped the hatch. They heard the blast on the other side, and Emery was shoving the hatch upward even before the flash of fire completely dissipated, urging Marty to climb with her because they were still hooked together. They struggled up from the hole as one being and sprawled on the floor with their legs not quite out of the hatchway, drawing their pistols from their harnesses and trying not to choke on the stench of raw cordite. There were panicked voices coming toward them, flashlights dancing on the walls through the smoke as they opened fire on the tunnelway. Someone screamed and a flashlight fell, shining back into the tunnel to reveal 3 more wretched-looking souls in filthy clothing, one of them a woman, their eyes wild with hate, their gums bleeding with scurvy. Emery and Marty shot them down without hesitation and quickly reloaded, laying in wait in the gathering silence for close to 10 minutes before daring to speak. "What do you think?" she whispered into his ear. "I think we got 'em all this time, but who knows?" They waited another minute before Emery set her weapon aside and unhooked the carabiner from his harness. "You stay put. I'll go for the M4s." She returned quickly and they searched the immediate area, finding 6 freshly killed bodies. "Want to look for their hideout to make sure? Or get the fuck out of here?" "Let's get the fuck out of here." She went below and used smelling salts to bring Sullivan into semi-consciousness. "I need you to help climb out of here," she urged him, dragging him back and sitting him up at the foot of the ladder. "What the fuck happened?" he moaned. "My head is splitting." "Just climb, John L." She pulled him up by the lift strap on his harness and helped him get his foot onto the bottom rung. It took them some time to reach the top, but within 30 minutes they were all in the hybrid and rolling slowly south over the rocky terrain, the video camera locked up in the glove compartment. Marty drove while Emery removed the bullet from Sullivan's skull and applied a dressing. Sullivan was still only in and out of consciousness, severely concussed. "So where we headed?" Marty asked, glancing at her in the mirror. "Might as well head for Altus AFB down in Oklahoma," she said, climbing into the front and grabbing the road atlas. "We can give that camera of Jan's to her geologist friends and see what kind of setup they got. Maybe stay with them. Unless you got a better idea." "I'm all out of ideas." She studied the atlas as they bounced along. "Okay, we'll find a highway and drop down to Interstate 80, then cut east across Nebraska and drop down through Kansas by way of Topeka. That'll put us real close to Altus when we hit Oklahoma." "Kansas," he groaned. "You ever been through Kansas?" She chuckled and closed the atlas. "One good thing about Kansas, Marty, an asteroid strike could only be an improvement." Chapter 38. Major Benjamin Moriarty pushed back from the table and sat studying what was left of his decimated officer corps. He was down to 4 lieutenants now and a mere handful of non-coms, having been forced the day before to put Captains Winterfield, Scarborough, and Felter, along with 10 other enlisted men, before a firing squad after trying them all for sedition and attempted mutiny. The one positive result of the debacle was that the battle for the collective conscience of the men was finally decided, and those few hundred who remained in the ranks now understood that the weak must serve to bolster the strong, in whatever capacity was required, and that morality was no longer anything more than a defunct and pointless luxury. The meal had been meager, a potluck affair of heated vegetables poured from mostly labelless cans, scavenged from in and around the city of Denver. The meat had been provided by Captain Winterfield, and it was only the 3rd time the officers were driven to eat another human being. The regular ranks had been supplementing their diet with human flesh for the better part of a month now, but Moriarty and his staff were still in the process of learning that it was an acquired taste, to say the most. "Lieutenant Ford," he said quietly, picking at his teeth with a thin sliver of wire, "direct the cooks to find another way to season the meat." "Yes, sir. Captain Winterfield may have been a candy-ass, but there's no reason he should taste like one." His men chortled dutifully, all of them having difficulty with the sweet flavor of human flesh. "Lieutenant Yoder," Moriarty said, noting the bilious look of his most junior officer. "You look a little green around the gills, son." "I'm sorry, sir. It's still a little hard for me. I'll adjust, sir. Don't worry. It was no secret that Yoder had been a friend of Captain Winterfield, and Moriarty had chosen Winterfield for their meal with precisely that in mind. I'm sure you will, son. You're a fine officer, and I'm depending on you to set an equally fine example for the men. Sir? Now, if the rest of you will excuse us, Lieutenant Ford and I have some things to discuss before retreat. The small hotel dining room cleared, and Ford sat looking at Moriarty through a pair of sagging eyes. He was sallow and gaunt-looking, and his gums had begun to recede with the onset of scurvy. "Eat some more," Moriarty said, with a gesture toward the platter in the center of the table. "I'm fine, sir. Thank you." "Eat! You're dying before my eyes, damn it, and I need you strong." "I'll only throw it up, Ben." "Should I have put you on trial as well?" "You know very well that I support you," Ford remarked wearily. "It's not my fault that starvation and cannibalism disagree with me." Moriarty despised the smaller man's weakness, but he needed him too badly, knowing that Ford was the glue between him and the rest of his staff. "Then I want you eating 2 cans of cat food a day from now on," Moriarty said, realizing that he was playing right into the lieutenant's hands. But there was nothing to be done about it. Waiting him out wasn't working. "Yes, sir," Ford said, wanting to shout hallelujah, but concealing his victory. "You will, of course, be expected to eat the minimum amount of meat before the rest of the staff. If they find out I'm treating you special, we've got more trouble." "Yes, sir. Have you given any more thought to my suggestion, Ben? The one about those Green Berets back in Nebraska?" "I've thought about them once or twice. It's too much of a long shot. They're not likely to be any better off by now than we are. We only took them 2 truckloads of MREs. They're probably long dead." "I don't think the MREs were the reason for our delivery," Ford remarked. "Meaning?" "Meaning, what did they need a defense network computer for? Unless they intended on still being alive to use it when the sky cleared up enough to communicate with our defense satellites." Moriarty stared at him, reasoning it out. "A silo could hold a great deal of food, if someone had had time enough to prepare. And it would be just like the Pentagon to lay an egg that would hatch years later, all in the name of being the last nation left standing." "Fine," Moriarty decided. "We'll send a patrol of trusted men back to tinker for the silo schematics. The original blueprints will still be on file. When they get back, we can begin working our way east, scavenging whatever we can along the way. And we'll need to quietly inquire as to whether there are any demolitions men in the ranks. Because if that wise-ass Green Beret captain is still alive, he sure as hell isn't going to open the goddamn door and give us back our MREs." Chapter 39. "So what was the problem?" Forrest asked, learning that Danzig and Vasquez had successfully unclogged one of the facility's 3 commodes. "White mice," Danzig said. "The women are flushing their tampons down the toilets, and this old plumbing won't take it. They'll snag in there and clog the whole fucking system, so you have to tell them to stop. Tell them to bag the damn things and we'll keep them in the cargo bay." "Something else I should have thought of. Thanks. I'll be sure and tell them." The children were all in class, so Forrest was able to catch a number of women together in the cafeteria. Some of them were talking, others reading. A couple were arguing. About what, he didn't really care to know. "Excuse me, ladies." They all looked at him, waiting to hear what sort of law he was going to lay down now. "Yes," Aaron said patiently. "We need to not flush our feminine products down the toilets anymore," he said as tactfully as he knew how. "The plumbing down here is very old, so the pipes are rusty inside, and if we get another clog and can't get to it—" "Won't be good?" somebody said. "Won't be good, right. So we'll put bags in the bathrooms and store the trash in the cargo bay." "Message received." He went back down the hall and into one of the 2 common rooms where Melissa was sitting on the floor with a pad of paper and a pencil. "Hey, kiddo, where the hell is everyone?" Some are in Silo 1 listening to music, she answered, her attention on her work. Some are in the other room watching an R movie they don't want the kids to see. 1 or 2 are bike riding, I think. And Veronica and Uncle Michael are in medical talking to the doctors. One of Uncle Michael's fillings fell out or something. What are you doing? I'm trying to figure out this code those people are transmitting, she said, flipping through the pages of numbers Ulrich had written down. The transmissions only occurred about 3 times a week for half an hour or so, and not necessarily on the same nights. You know about cryptography? He asked, surprised. No, just some basic stuff Wayne told me. But I've been thinking these people probably agree when to talk again before they sign off at night. So I'm looking for patterns of numbers that appear only on certain days. Maybe if I can learn their codes for the days of the week, I can use that information as part of a cipher. Only I haven't found anything that matches yet, and it's pissing me. Oops. She looked up at him, covering her mouth. That slipped. You're grounded. No leaving the silo for a week. She smiled, enjoying having him as even a pseudo-authority figure in her life. It's driving me nuts. You do know there are literally millions of different algorithms, right? Yeah, but Wayne thinks this one is pretty basic, and I don't have anything else interesting to work on down here. It's killing me not having the internet. I miss my physics chats. Physics chat rooms. You're kidding me. No. Why, does that sound stupid? Hell no, I just never heard of it. I guess there used to be a chat room for everything. I can't believe it's all gone. I know, he said sympathetically. Hey, before I forget, we've been having some trouble with hygiene products in the... I know, don't flush my tampons down the toilet. I heard you guys in the hall. You did, huh? I hear everything that goes on in the hall. I even heard... Never mind. Never mind what? She leaned forward, trying to see. Is anyone out there? Forrest double-checked. No, it's fine. What'd you hear? I heard Oscar and Maria too the other night. They were in the kitchen when everyone else was asleep. No, honey, you got it mixed up. Oscar's wife is Maria 1. I know that, she said. He was in there with Maria too. Forrest's oh shit light began to blink. You're positive? They look and sound a lot alike. I'm positive. I saw her coming back to bed after, he was working the late shift in launch control. Forrest crouched down beside her. So, who was in the LC when they were in the kitchen? She shrugged. I don't know, but I don't think anybody was. When was this? A few nights ago. Don't tell anyone else, he said, standing up. Let me know when you've cracked the code. Laddie suddenly came scrabbling around the corner into the living room, soaking wet and full of suds, running and jumping all over Melissa and dripping water onto her pad. Laddie, she shouted, holding the pad over her head. He's down here, Karen called down the hall as she came into the room laughing, her jeans wet from the waist down. Sorry, honey, somebody left the washroom door open. That's okay, Melissa said, though it bothered her very much. I told you washing that dog's more trouble than it's worth, Forrest said, chuckling. Renee showed up, and with a great deal of effort, the 2 women wrangled Laddie out of the room and disappeared into the hall, laughing. Forrest followed after them. Jack, Melissa said. He stopped. Yeah? Think you and Veronica will ever get married? I don't know, he said thoughtfully. Why do you ask? She shrugged. Just wondering. On his way back to launch control, Maria Vasquez stopped him. I want to ask you about something, Jack. What's on your mind? He asked, preparing himself to lie for Oscar. Do you think for Halloween we could turn one of the silos into a haunted house for the kids? Nothing gory, just spooks and ghosts. Maybe some witches. I don't see why not, he said with relief. We'll have to be careful about the lighting, though. We don't want anyone falling on those stairs. Great. It's something to do, and the kids should get a kick out of it. Sounds fine to me, he said. He had already secretly planned a trick-or-treat for them, and was looking forward to it. He found Ulrich in launch control with his feet up, reading one of his technical magazines. Aaron and Lynette were arguing about something in the cafeteria. He took a chair. "What about?" I didn't pay attention. "That's a good policy," Ulrich said. "I've been giving some thought to our future food concerns. Hydroponic tomatoes are only going to get us so far. What do you think about raising rats?" "Rats?" "Yeah. We find some rats, breed them in clean cages, and eat them. The damn things multiply faster than rabbits." "You ever eaten one?" "Yeah. We ate a few back at Bragg during training. No big deal. Splash a little Tabasco on them and they taste like anything else. Look, meat's meat. And West can show us how to raise them without a big health risk." "It's a repugnant idea," Ulrich said. "The women will never go for it, and Erin's likely to freak the hell out. By the time the food runs out, she won't find the idea so disagreeable. So what are you proposing? We catch a few and keep them as pets without telling anybody what they're really for? These broads are smart, Jack. They'll figure it out." "Well, it may not matter. So far, it looks like we've done too good a job of killing them off down here." Ulrich frowned. "I don't think that's going to be a problem. We've seen a few rats gnawing on the dead guys upstairs. It's only a matter of time before the bodies are gone and they find their way down here again." "Great, so problem solved," Forrest said, getting up. "Put Oscar to work building some live bait traps. I'll put Linus on it. He's better with his hands. No, I want Oscar to do it. He apparently has too much fucking free time." "What's that mean?" "We'll raise the little bastards in secret," Forrest said, and disappeared into the hall. Ulrich sat back and returned to his article. "And if I had wheels, I'd be a wagon." Late that night, Forrest was sitting alone in the LC reading For Whom the Bell Tolls, when Melissa came in and sat down at the console with her paper and pencil. He glanced at the clock to see that it was 3 a.m. "Can't sleep?" "No. Do you think I could scan the radio frequencies?" He looked at her and smiled. "That's why you're up late. Wayne won't let you play with the radio." She ignored the remark. "I know the code talkers aren't on now, but I want to see if anyone else might be talking." "Wayne runs a scan twice a day." "I know, but he's not scanning now." "Use the bottom set," he told her. "If you mess with his, he'll know and he'll skin us both." "But that's the junkie set," she whined. "Wayne's is digital and it's got—" "Yeah, I know, it's got all the cool lights. I thought this wasn't about playtime." "Well, digital is better and—" "Digital is not better. It's newer, and that's not the same thing. You can't fine-tune with digital the way you can with analog." "What's that mean?" "What do you mean, what does that mean? Aren't you a computer whiz?" "I'm a physics geek, not a computer geek. Big difference. Huge." "Okay, well, the dial on the analog set is a rheostat. It works like a dimmer switch, so you can fine-tune the frequencies, if you're patient. With the digital set, you're either on the frequency or you're off, no fine-tuning." "But what good's a signal if it's full of static?" He closed his book, marking the page with his thumb, and sat looking at her. "Well, Wayne, what good is a clean frequency if there's nobody on it?" She grinned. "So then why does Wayne use the new one if the old one is better?" "Because he's a bonehead. Because he is too impatient for fine-tuning. And because he has always trusted the latest technology even when it sucked." "Okay," she said sarcastically. "I think I get the point." She scooted over to the shelf in her chair and turned on the more simple-looking analog set. "How long do I have to wait for this antique to warm up?" He chuckled as he reopened the book. "It's not that old, you little smartass. And remember to move the dial in tiny increments. Take your time." After a minute, Melissa picked up on a faint signal. "Mayday! Mayday! This is Genuine 5, a scared-sounding woman was saying. "Does anyone copy? Anyone at all? If you can hear me, please. We are in Birch Tree, Missouri. We need your help. We need food and medicine. Mayday! Mayday! This is Genuine 5. Does anyone copy? Anyone at all? If you can—" "I found somebody." Forrest had already heard the transmission many times and did not even look up from the book. "It's a trap, honey." She turned to look at him in confusion. "How do you know that?" "Because no one's listening at her end. She's on a loop. Same message over and over. Which either means that everyone in Beech Tree is dead or it's a trap." "She sounds scared to death." "I'm sure she is. Or was when she made that tape. She's likely dead by now." Melissa turned the volume down, a scared feeling in the pit of her stomach. "But why would she—" He set the book aside, realizing this sort of thinking was entirely alien to her. "You take a female prisoner," he explained. "Someone like you or Veronica, maybe. You give her a microphone and a simple script, and you tell her to sound scared, which won't be too tough with a knife at her throat. Then you play the recording over the airwaves for every idiot predator with a radio to hear. After that, you just have to hope whoever comes to Beech Tree looking for Birch Tree. Thank you, Wayne. As I was saying, you just have to hope that whoever comes to town looking for the woman on the radio has a smaller gang than your gang. If they do, you kill them and take their stuff. If they don't, well, you lay low and pray to Christ they leave town without finding your ass." "No way," she said in mortified fascination. "For real?" "For real." "You've done stuff like that, haven't you?" she said, her eyes shining with an almost prurient enthusiasm. "Uncle Michael says you're dangerous." He smiled, recalling a once younger version of himself. "Your Uncle Michael says a lot of things. He says that before the boogeyman goes to bed at night, he probably checks under the bed for you." Forrest laughed. "I'll take that as a compliment." "Tell me something you've done." He shook his head, chuckling. "No, that's not the kind of thing I need to be sharing with young ladies." She bristled. "So it's not my age this time? It's because I'm a girl?" Maybe I worded that wrong. Some things done during war can sound shameful out of context, and it's not the kind of thing I prefer to talk about with anyone, man or woman. "Because I might get the wrong idea?" "More because you might get the right idea. War is a bad, bad thing." "Uncle Michael says we're in a war now." "Unfortunately, he's right," Forrest said, opening his book and sitting back in the chair. Melissa sat back too, and watched him for a long moment before returning to the receiver and beginning once again to slowly turn the dial. "Constantine, go ahead with your traffic. Over. Jawbreaker, we cannot make the rendezvous at this time. The entire mountain is on fire and we are cut off. Is there an alternative route that we can try? Over. Negative, Constantine. The mountain pass is your best bet. If you try going around to the north or south, you'll be cut to pieces. Over. What about the tunnel? Over. Ambush Central, Constantine. I'm afraid it's up and over, or not at all. Over." A simple glance over her shoulder told Melissa that Forrest was no more shaken by this transmission than by the first. "Have you heard these guys already, too?" "We'll try again after dark, Jawbreaker. Over and out." Forrest glanced up from the book just long enough to reply, "We've heard Jawbreaker before, not the other guy." "So, who's Jawbreaker?" "No one who can help us. Scan on, my child. Get it out of your system." So she turned the dial some more, picking up another weaker transmission. "But my batteries won't last long after my fuel runs out, eh? Plus, I won't be able to run my chainsaw, and this cabin's going to get pretty damn cold." "Yeah, well, join the club, eh? We've only got enough firewood left out here for maybe a few weeks. The whole damn forest is burnt down." Melissa continued to turn the dial, eventually coming upon another conversation in progress. "So, what I need to know is how to convert this old diesel motor over to vegetable oil. I've got a few thousand gallons of old fryer oil out back." "Well, first you have to install an auxiliary fuel tank with a heat exchanger in it. And it don't sound much like you've got the necessary—" Melissa didn't care even a little bit about veggie oil cars, so she moved on. "Which is bullshit. You tell your friends over there I don't care how much food you got left. I got 25 scarecrows on this bus, and I'm coming across that goddamn bridge whether they like it or not. They'll shoot you, Dawn." "I'm not kidding, god damn it. Well, I'm coming." Melissa waited almost 5 minutes to hear what happened next. "You can forget them," Forrest muttered. They're gone. She reluctantly turned the dial, realizing she had just heard someone's last words. But another signal caught her attention before she had the chance to dwell. We have repelled repeated attacks. Our perimeter is holding. That's not the problem. Our problem is food. We can't survive much longer without you, and you can't survive long-term without our power. We're wasting time even debating this. The voice was female. Jack? I'm listening, he said, appearing interested for the first time. It's not that simple, a male voice replied. You're talking about us traveling 300 miles through extremely dangerous territory. We need to wait. Let the lunatics starve off. Forrest set the book aside and moved toward the receiver for a closer look at the radio frequency. If I didn't know better, Patrick, I'd say you were waiting for us to starve so you could take over the facility when you get here. Valerie, shut up. We could do that anyway. How long until your heating oil runs out? 9 weeks, maybe less. Well, we won't last 9 weeks without your assistance. We've barely got a month before we start looking at our dogs in a whole new way. Patrick did not immediately respond. They're going to eat their dogs? Melissa mumbled. Forrest nodded as he marked the frequency on a pad. It happens. Val, I'm not the sole decider over here. I'll talk to the council and see what they say. That's all I can promise. A friggin' council, Forrest muttered, tossing the pad onto the shelf. Well, you be sure to tell your stupid council this. You tell them that before the last of us shoots herself, we'll disable every one of these goddamn mills. You hear me? There won't be enough juice left out here to run a goddamn light bulb. Val, you could hardly disable all those mills. Just try to be patient, please. We can sure as hell destroy this facility, and don't think we won't. If you're waiting for us to die off, there won't be shit left when you get here. Jesus Christ, Val. Will you please try to understand our situation? Nobody's waiting for you to die off. We've got old people and children to consider here, and we don't? You're not the only ones who have been attacked, Val. How can we move 200 people all that way and protect them? I'm not suggesting you make the trip in a goddamn wagon train, Patrick. Groups of 10 or 12 at a time would do the job. 2 trucks moving fast, and you could... I gotta go, Val. I'll call you tomorrow at noon. Don't leave us hanging, Patrick, please. I'll do what I can. I promise. Over and out. Maybe we can join them, Melissa said excitedly. Settle down there, young communicator, Forrest said, shoving his chair back toward the console. Grab me the NREAL index from the top shelf over there. What index? She said, getting up and walking around the console to the far side of the round room. NREL, he said, pronouncing each letter separately. National Renewable Energy Laboratories. It's a map index. She found the index beneath some manuals and brought it over. It was about the size of a common road atlas, full of colorful maps denoting wind corridors, along with the locations of transmission lines that carried power from the nation's many wind farms to population centers. You guys thought of everything, she said, setting the index down. Hardly, he chuckled. But we were thinking we might hook into a wind turbine someday. This index is as far as the plan ever got. But if these people already know how to make them work and want our help, I wonder where they are. They could be damn near anywhere, he muttered, flipping through the index. But it's good to know somebody else is thinking long-term. They took a serious risk staying above ground, though. Maybe we should offer to go and help them, she suggested again. We could tell her to forget that Patrick guy. Their main problem seems to be food, he said. We can't solve that. Shouldn't we at least talk to her? Way too soon, he said, tracing his finger along a power route through Colorado. But they need help, and if... She sounds desperate, honey, and desperate people are potentially very dangerous in any circumstance. Though you're right, we haven't heard anything like this before, so it's worth keeping an ear on them. There seem to be a lot more survivors out there than you guys have told us about. And fewer every day, he said, turning the page. I wonder if they're out in the San Gorgonio Pass. That place is huge, she said. My dad drove us through there once. There's like 4,000 windmills out there, and the land is barren for hundreds of miles, he added thoughtfully. which would make an extended siege difficult at best. You'd have to hit them fast and hard.
Shouldn't we tell the others about this? It's a pretty big deal.
This is a case of what they don't know won't hurt them. So don't go blabbing. But I'm serious, Melissa. False hopes are bad news, and it's way too soon to get excited about these people. We have to be careful with morale. Just then, the floors and walls began to vibrate, as if a train were rumbling beneath them. There was no real movement because of the shock dampeners that protected the installation, but the rumbling in the earth was unmistakable. "Whoa," Melissa said, instinctively placing her hand on the console, though there was no need to steady herself. "That isn't just a tremor, is it?" "Doesn't feel like one." There had been a number of tremors since the asteroid impact, but none of them had caused so much vibration within the facility.
"Are we still safe?"
"We're fine," he said. "We're nowhere near any of the known fault lines, and it would take a major shift to crack us open." A couple of minutes later, Ulrich wandered sleepily into launch control in his bare feet. "That one woke damn near everybody up," he said. "What have you two been doing?" "It sounds like somebody's forded up on a wind farm," Forrest said, tapping the index. "I'm guessing San Gorgonio. My assistant here picked up some new traffic. We'll need to make sure we're listening tomorrow." Ulrich cocked an eyebrow at Melissa. "And who said you could use my radio?"
"I didn't touch your crappy radio," she said, crossing her arms. "Everybody knows analog's better than digital."
He looked at Forrest. "I guess I don't have to ask where she got that." "Don't look at me," Forrest said. "I'm not the only one who thinks digital sucks." "Yeah, well, I wasn't talking about the bullshit opinion," Ulrich said, turning for the door. "I was talking about the smart mouth." When he was gone, Melissa looked at Forrest.
"I think I made him mad."
He shrugged and went back to the index. "You may have."
But what if he doesn't want to copy down the code for me anymore?"
He looked at her and smiled. "You should have thought of that before you got salty with him."
But
you were what?" he said with a chuckle.
"Well, he was the one who... He's always such a grouch. Can you fix it for me?"
He laughed and closed the index, picking up his book again. "Your mouth wrote the check, kiddo, not mine."
"But he was the one who..."
He chuckled again as he refound his place in the novel. "You say that like it matters." Chapter 40. Early the next day, Maria Vasquez and a number of the other mothers were busying themselves with the work of turning Silo 1 into a spook house. They were on the far side of the silo, hanging a number of sheets and black trash bags to serve as curtains, cordoning off little hiding places for the witches and ghosts who would soon lie in wait for the unsuspecting children. Ulrich emerged from the tunnel and stood on the main deck watching them, with his hands on his hips. He had already been recruited to dress up as a mummy, and though he felt a little stupid about it, he knew the party would be a great distraction for the children. Melissa was in the silo as well, but she wasn't helping with the Halloween project. She was busy up above with her deciphering project, which had so far yielded nothing in the way of cracking the code. She listened to Ulrich talking with the other women, and eventually decided she had better walk down to the main deck and find out if she was on his shit list. The trip downstairs made her feel like when she was a little girl and got in trouble with her parents. Only it wasn't her loving father waiting 3 decks below, but a perpetually dour soldier who didn't seem to have much in the way of a paternal instinct. Ulrich glanced briefly in her direction as she came down the stairs, then went back to talking with Karen and Maria about where they might displace some of the food bundles until after the haunted silo project was finished. She walked over and stood listening, realizing now that Ulrich was definitely annoyed with her, because while his glance wasn't disdainful, it hadn't been exactly pleasant either. "Very well then," he said. "Just so nothing falls over on anyone." "Amen," Karen chuckled. He turned to walk away without a word to Melissa, and she stood watching him go, debating whether it would even be worth the effort of trying to get back into his good graces. She asked herself whether it would matter if she didn't need him to write out the Morse code transmissions for her. Deciding it would, she trotted after him.
"Wayne?"
He stopped and turned to look at her. "Yes?"
I'm sorry. About what? For smarting off to you last night? Only the slightest of perceptible grins came to his lips. Realized you need me for the code? Even if I didn't, I still wouldn't want you mad at me. I didn't think before I spoke. He smiled, understanding she had only been trying to buddy up with Forrest, wishing that he had a better excuse to be pissed with her, disliking his own vulnerability. I thought you might get Jack to smooth it over for you. He said my mouth wrote the check. Ulrich laughed. He did, huh? He said I shouldn't have gotten salty with you. He laughed some more. Well, you know you're wasting your time with that goddamn code, don't you? She shrugged. I don't have anything else to do, though. I never knew I could get so bored. I don't know what it is. Nobody else seems to be. Ulrich reflected that the more intelligent the creature, the more negative the effects of confinement. He recalled briefly his first and only visit to the zoo as a child, the gorillas in their cages with the saddest, most tragic expressions he had ever seen. Well, I appreciate the apology, he said quietly. But the truth is that you've got more than enough of the code now. You're not going to find anything new by continuing to copy it down, especially if they're altering it. Altering it? They may change it from night to night, just enough to throw off a code breaker. Do you think they are? There's no way to tell if the changes are minor. Either way, you're better off sticking with what you got, honestly. You're not just saying that? He shook his head. If I was mad at you, I'd tell you. Ask Jack. Were you before? I was trying to be. She bit her lip, hesitating a moment, then, how come you don't let people get close to you? He stood looking at her, surprised she had asked. Because people die. Forrest walked into launch control and sat on the edge of the console. Excuse us, Linus. Danzig gave Vasquez a quick look and got up from his chair. I guess I can use a break. He pulled the door closed after him, and Forrest sat looking down on Vasquez. Look, Jack, before you read me the— Shut the fuck up, Forrest snapped. Vasquez sat back in his chair, unprepared for Forrest's anger. This isn't a goddamn frat house. Who the fuck do you think you are deserting your goddamn post? Oh, Vasquez said. I'm sorry. You're right. It won't happen again. And who were you diddling besides Maria, too? Forrest quickly demanded, sensing that Vasquez had been expecting to get his ass chewed for an entirely different encounter. Vasquez hesitated. Renee and Joanne. Jesus Christ. And none of them minds about the others? Vasquez shrugged. I don't think they know. You bet your sweet ass they don't know, Forrest flared. Because the second one of them finds out about the other two, they're going to tell your wife so goddamn fast you won't know whether to shit or wind your watch. I don't think so, Vasquez said innocently. They ain't like that. They know I ain't going to be around long, you know? And I think they like the thrill of doing something bad. Seize the day and all that. I'm going to seize something, Forrest told him, standing up from the console and shaking loose a cigarette. And it won't be your goddamn day. So whose line is screwing? And don't tell me nobody. He skulked out of here looking guilty as shit. Nobody, I swear. He just covers for me sometimes. Like the other night with Maria, too. I didn't abandon my post, Captain. I'd never do that. Forrest at least took some comfort in that. It stops now, understood? If I find it still going on, I'll tell Maria myself, got it? Vasquez nodded. But suppose they don't agree? What the fuck does that mean? Vasquez shrugged again. I'm just saying they look forward to it. You know? End it, Oscar. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, Forrest's voice announced calmly over the intercom. Wayne and Melissa to the LC. Wayne and Melissa to the LC. When they arrived in launch control, Forrest and Vasquez were sitting in front of the receiver, listening intently to a very panicked radio transmission. Kiddo, it sounds like your wind farm friends are getting zapped, Forrest said, offering her a chair.
along with Patrick and his gang.
Both? But how?
And you're sure you didn't tell anyone where we are? Patrick was demanding.
Yes,
Valerie replied in a shout, with gunfire obvious in the background.
They're hitting us too, goddammit, I told you. None of our people ever even leave here. One of your people must have said something. One of your scavenging parties, maybe. Patrick, you've been double-crossed.
No, he hasn't, Vasquez muttered, shaking his head. Stupid pendejos. Melissa stood staring at the radio, almost as if she were watching the drama play out on television. No way, Patrick insisted. The leak has to be at your end. Can you escape on your own somehow?
Escape? We're completely surrounded. They've got rocket launchers. Patrick, you've got to come help us. I don't understand what's happening, Melissa said. What did we miss?
I called you the second I turned it on, Forrest said. I'm sorry, Val. We'll be lucky to save ourselves. I'm hoping they'll let us go once they see we've left the food behind. We're pulling out right now. Gotta go. Good luck to you.
Patrick, no. Patrick, are you there? Patrick! Patrick!
Turn it off, Ulrich said. Turn it off, Oscar.
Patrick! But what the hell happened? Melissa demanded, clearly crestfallen, her eyes darting between the three men.
They've obviously been talking back and forth in the blind for some time, Forrest said sadly. Broadcasting for anyone and everyone to listen in. They were naive.
But what does that mean?
It means that someone's been triangulating their individual signals, Ulrich explained. Someone with the resources, the muscle, and the patience to arrange a simultaneous assault. And that's why we don't talk to anybody without a damn good reason, Forrest said. There are just enough people left alive out there to finish killing each other off.
That's sick, she said in disgust. They weren't hurting anybody. They were just trying to survive.
This is also why we don't relate every contact to the other women, Ulrich added. Having already discussed the matter of Melissa monitoring the radio in great detail with Forrest earlier that morning, right down to the part about her smarting off, the two of them agreeing to wait and see whether she would apologize. Too many of these disappointments would irreparably damage morale, so understand that you've been trusted with something very important here today. With effort, Melissa broke eye contact with him long enough for a glance at Forrest, who confirmed what Ulrich had said with a nod.
You guys knew this would happen, she said quietly, looking at the floor.
No, Forrest said. But now you see the trouble we could have been in had we joined in on their conversation last night. It's possible we could have brought this same kind of hell down on ourselves, even though it's likely the triangulation had already been done.
But not necessarily, Vasquez warned. Those women are they'll be raped, won't they?
Let's hope not, Ulrich said quietly. There are alternatives. She stood looking at the three men.
So I should keep this a secret?
What do you think? Forrest asked.
I think we're just buying time down here, she replied, suddenly feeling a new kind of heaviness.
Do you want the others to start believing that? To start dwelling on it? She shook her head.
I won't say anything. I don't feel good. I think I'm going to go take a nap.
Okay, Forrest said. I'm sorry, kiddo.
Yeah, me too.
When she was gone, Ulrich dropped down into a chair with a sigh, squeezing his temples between his forefinger and thumb. So is the military hitting civilians now? Is that what we just heard? Forrest switched the set back on just long enough to make sure there was nothing more to hear, and switched it off again. I think we'd damn well better assume as much, he said gravely. And what's that tell us? The military is finally degraded to the point of committing murder? Men are men, Vasquez said. And men with guns aren't going hungry if they don't have to. So you'd kill an innocent for his food? Her food? If she left me no choice, Vasquez answered without batting an eye. I've got a family to feed. That's too easy, Forrest said. Say it's just you. Maybe I split it with her.
Offer her a pact like we've made down here. Look, I'm not a murderer, and I sure as hell ain't no rapist. But a starving person doesn't have any choice about food. Instinct will make him do what he has to do to get it. That's bullshit, Forrest said. Starvation isn't rabies. Gandhi starved himself damn near to death more than once just to make a fucking point. Well, I ain't Gandhi either, Vasquez said, and chuckled. What I'm saying is that giving up your dignity is a conscious choice, Forrest said. It's a choice you make ahead of time. You decide that you're either going to throw in the towel after a certain point, or you're going to be the last one standing no matter the cost. I won't argue that. But if the military hit that wind farm, the common grunt didn't have that luxury. Horseshit. No one hit that farm who didn't want to. A man can step back and take stock of himself at any time. Vasquez sat forward in the chair. That might be true for you, Captain. You're a leader. Not all of us are. Some of us are happy to follow, and not all followers are lucky about who they get as leaders. Personally, without you two dudes, I don't know how I'd handle any of this. Forrest stood up and tousled the younger man's hair on his way to the coffee pot. Well, not all leaders are lucky about who they get to follow them either. Ulrich smiled at Vasquez, hiding his concern about what Forrest referred to as the insulin habit. He and Forrest had asked Vasquez and Danzig both to come in on the project precisely because they were followers. They were not blind devotees, but were highly skilled operatives who could be depended upon to follow orders in a paramilitary setting without a great deal of debate. Kane, of course, was his own story. He was their non-commissioned officer, the perfect blend of capable and aloof. That he agreed to join them had been as much a compliment as their having asked. "You're sure you didn't talk to those people last night?" Ulrich said, shifting his attention to Forrest. "We don't need a proper military outfit showing up outside our door." "Wayne, come on. I just don't want any surprises, Jack." "I was only on the air for a few seconds." Forrest kept his face serious. "What?" "Long enough to broadcast our address 5 or 6 times. Then Forrest smiled. Ulrich shook his head, Vasquez grinning. "Ask a stupid question," Forrest said, sipping his coffee, "and ye shall receive a stupid answer." Chapter 41. The Halloween party, especially Forrest's surprise box of candy, was a big hit with the children. The next day, however, the mothers were a little less than thrilled about the candy, the first sweets the kids had eaten since coming to live in the silo nearly 5 months earlier. They had gotten into it first thing that morning, and were now so hyper that Andy found herself completely unable to hold their attention during class. After 40 minutes of fruitless effort, she released them all back into the care of their mothers, and went to find Forrest, cornering him below the main facility outside the entrance to the electrical room. "Do you know what you've done giving out all that candy at once?" "Other than putting you mothers on the spot," he said, wiping the sweat from his face and neck with a towel. "Yeah, other than that. There are 13 kids upstairs running around like little maniacs on a sugar high. I had to dismiss class already." He stood looking at her, struggling to keep the smile from his face. "What do they get for Christmas? A bag of cocaine?" He snickered. "Maybe. You'll have to wait and see." "Did you give any thought at all to the fact those kids haven't had any sugar to speak of in almost 5 months? I don't believe you're down here chewing my ass because I gave the kids Halloween candy." He flipped the towel over his shoulder. "What's really got you in a twist?" "What's that supposed to mean?" she said, crossing her arms in an effort to disguise a sudden insecurity. "Don't try to change the subject." "Well, to answer your question, yes. I did give it some thought. In fact, the mummy and I had ourselves quite a laugh about it last night as we were passing it out." "Well, that was irresponsible as hell." "Yes, it was, wasn't it?" he said with a grin. "And yet, I've succeeded in adding a little bit of harmless drama to all of your otherwise monotonous lives. Even to my own, it turns out." She bit the inside of her cheek, failing to hide a smile as she recognized his deviousness. "You're a manipulator, Jack Forrest." "I'm a goddamn wizard," is what I am. This little Halloween stunt of mine will be good for days' worth of conversation and playful recrimination, just like we're having right now. And when it finally wears off, God willing, I'll find something else irresponsible to do in order to keep you women distracted and away from one another's throats. That is, unless you decide to go upstairs and blow my goddamn cover. She laughed, shaking her head in perplexity. How does Veronica manage you? She doesn't. I don't know whether to envy her or to feel sorry for her. Oh, yes, you do. Her eyebrows soared. Egotistical much? Lady, I goddamn well better be. I'm trying to pull off the coup of the century down here, and I need all the juice I can get. Andy could tell from his body language that all she had to do to seduce him was say something, anything to prompt him. Anything that would absolve him of responsibility for something happening between them, however flimsy. Her body ached for a man, her chest constricting. But she couldn't bring herself to tell him how badly she needed him. Was it pride? Or fear of offending Veronica and losing her friendship? In the end, it probably came down to both. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me, she said quietly, feeling suddenly deflated. I didn't mean any, you didn't give any. This has been the most excitement I've had in weeks. Feel free to make up a reason to berate me any time. Her jaw dropped, but she didn't say anything, knowing she was busted and that to deny it would only make her look silly. Bring a friend if you like, he added, by way of being a smartass. Maybe I will, she said, playfully contemptuous. You're definitely the man for this job, Jack. We all do what we're called to do. Oh, that's such bullshit, she said, laughing. You wouldn't be anywhere else, and you know it. He entered launch control later that day, after hearing about his questionable judgment of the night before from at least 3 other mothers, and sat down beside Kane for a look at the monitors, already bored. Snowing a little bit, finally. Kane looked up from his worn copy of Xbox magazine for a glance at the monitor. Was only a matter of time. How many times can you read the same magazine? Christ, we've got a few hundred books downstairs. I'm reading up for the tournament. What tournament? Football tournament. Me, Linus, Oscar, and a bunch of the kids. Winner gets to eat the other's desserts for a week. You're going to take food from the kids, and the women think I'm bad. Kane laughed. You should hear the smack those kids are talking, man. Any of them any good? Oscar Jr. can beat his dad 6 games out of 10. Beats me about half the time. We'll give the others a handicap. It ain't like we're stealing. They sat in silence then, Kane reading his magazine, Forrest tapping a pen on the counter. After a full minute of tapping, Kane said, Man, I got this. You don't have to be in here. And by the way, Wayne said to tell you there's a big pile of dog shit in Tunnel 2. I saw it, Forrest said, tossing the pen aside. Stepped right over, in fact. He's right, it's pretty big. Kane sat staring at him. What? Go find something to do, man. Hey, Thanksgiving's just around the corner, you know. It's going fast. You haven't said nothing about the turkeys to nobody, have you? Forrest shook his head. Seen those kids running around out there today? He laughed. It's a friggin' zoo. Yeah, and Tanya's not your biggest fan right now. Veronica poked her head into the room. Either of you guys know where Sean is? Melissa's got a bad headache, and there's no aspirin left in the common area. He's not in medical? Nope. Forrest had a look at his watch. I'll come unlock the cabinet, he said, getting up. He and Taylor might be on an afternoon tryst. Care if I leave you alone a minute, Marcus? Kane took a semi-exasperated look around the room. Jack, man, it ain't like we're sitting on missiles down here. Get him out of here, Ronnie. He's making me nervous. Forrest got some aspirin from the medicine cabinet in medical. Then he and Veronica went to see Melissa in the second common room. The children were still roughhousing, screaming and laughing as they burned off the sugar, and Laddie was jumping around with them, chasing his ball and barking with excitement. A trio of mothers sat about, watching to make sure no one got hurt, a couple of them giving Forrest a collective,
"You're gonna get it" look as he crossed into the room. He offered them an innocent smile in return. "What's got these little rascals so wound up today?" "Like you don't know," Jenny said. Veronica slapped him on the shoulder. "You're asking for it." He went to the corner and knelt beside Melissa, who lay back on her bedroll looking very tired. "Got a headache, kiddo?" "Uh-huh. Dolor en la cabeza," she said, recalling the words from one of Maria Vasquez's Spanish classes. "As I recall, you weren't feeling so hot yesterday either." "She's working too hard on that cipher," Veronica said, kneeling and sitting back on her heels. "Why don't you take a little break, honey? Go back to it with fresh eyes in a week or two." "I will," she said, taking the aspirins from her and sitting up to swallow them with some water. "But I feel like maybe I'm onto something. I've been assigning different letters and words to the sequences. Nothing fits yet, but the more I experiment with it, the more I feel a pattern. I can't explain it, but it's in there." She lay back down, massaging her neck with her hand. "I'm stiff today, too." "Well, get some rest," Veronica said, kissing her on the forehead. "Let someone know if you need anything." "Okay, I just need some sleep." Veronica walked with Forrest down the hall back toward launch control. "Think she's really close to breaking that code?" "I don't know," he said, scratching his head. "The chances are millions to one, but Wayne says it's probably not a complicated code, so who knows? I just wish she wasn't so obsessed with it. That's almost all she's been doing for the past couple of months. I saw her playing with the kids a few days ago, but that's been it." Taylor and Dr. West came around the corner laughing and holding hands. "Hey, you two," Taylor said happily. "Hey," Forrest said, extending them the rare courtesy of not teasing them about where they were coming from. "Sean, would you have a look at Melissa? She's got a bad headache. I'm worried she's been driving herself too hard with that damn code." "She's still got that headache?" West said, surprised. "And a stiff neck." "Was her neck stiff before?" "I don't know," Forrest said. "We're going to have to keep her busy with something else for a couple weeks." "I'll think of something," Veronica said. "Maybe we can start making Christmas decorations." "Speaking of that," Forrest said, opening the door to launch control, "I've got an artificial tree in the cargo bay. Don't tell anyone else, but I was thinking to set it up the day after Thanksgiving. Get all the juice we can out of the holiday." "Good idea," West said. "I'll look in on Melissa." "Talk to you guys later," Forrest said, giving Veronica a kiss. "I'm supposed to be on duty." "No," Kane called from inside the room. "Ronnie, man, don't let him back in here." Chapter 42. Dr. West at first believed Melissa's headache was a symptom of the flu, which had been troubling enough. But after she began to run a fever on the third day, her complaints of a stiff neck made him think it might be something much more serious. So he asked for her and Michael's permission to perform a painful spinal tap so he might look at her cerebral spinal fluid under a microscope. Having brought along as much in the way of medical equipment as was humanly practical, he was able to run some basic tests. And though he was unable to diagnose Melissa's affliction with absolute certainty, the elevated number of white blood cells in her CSF gave him cause to believe she was suffering from bacterial meningitis, and he could have named 100 diagnoses he would have preferred. He stepped out of medical into the corridor to talk with Michael and Forrest, leaving Veronica inside with Melissa, who lay in bed covered with blankets. "So what is it, Sean?" Forrest asked, seemingly even more concerned than Michael. "I think it's serious," West said. "I'm not absolutely certain, but I believe she has bacterial meningitis. And if so, she needs intravenous antibiotics. Penicillin or vancomycin, possibly even cefotaxime, none of which I've got." "Wait, you told me you brought every antibiotic you thought we could possibly need." "In capsule form." "Why won't those work?" "Because you can't pick away at an infection this big," West said. "You have to hit a hammer blow, and pills won't do that. I've got her on a broad spectrum of oral antibiotics now to try and slow the infection, but that's not likely to save her.
So she could die? Michael asked.
In all likelihood, she will die, and I want you both to prepare for that. Now hold on a second, Forrest said.
4 days ago, she was chasing the kids and the dog up and down the tunnels, and now she's in there dying? How does that happen?
Some of the children have been passing ear infections back and forth for the past couple of weeks, West explained. It's possible that Melissa picked up a streptococcus infection from one of them, and it spread to her cerebral spinal fluid via the ear. Unfortunately, meningitis is most commonly seen in people between the ages of 15 and 24, which makes Melissa a prime candidate.
So, are the children at risk or not? Michael asked, worried about an epidemic.
It's possible, but they've all had their vaccinations, so we may get away with it. As a precaution, I'm going to put them all on penicillin for a week.
What's she need? Forrest said.
Write it all down exactly, and I'll go and get it.
What are you talking about? Michael said. You can't go out there.
I can do any goddamn thing I want. Make me a list, Sean. Jack, any intravenous antibiotics still out there aren't likely to be any good by now. They need to be frozen in order to keep long term, and even in that event, they're generally not kept longer than 30 days.
It's 20 degrees out there, Forrest said.
The whole world's a freezer. Jack.
West had known Forrest for a long time, and he knew the man just didn't have any quit in him.
Even if you find some that are frozen, they may have thawed and refrozen by now. After 5 months, it's an extremely long shot you're talking about. Is it impossible, Sean? If I find some that are frozen, will you use them? There would be very little to lose, so yes, I would.
Forrest and West went to launch control, where Vasquez was watching the monitors, and Forrest called for the rest of his men to join them there. After they gathered, West explained what he thought was wrong with Melissa and why. Forrest then told them that his intention was to go to the hospital in Lincoln to gather the items West needed to save her life. The entire run should take me less than 12 hours, he concluded. Not surprisingly, Ulrich was the first to speak out against the idea.
I think you need to consider this very seriously, Jack. As emotionally invested as you are, I'm going, Wayne.
Ulrich looked at the others, who, to his relief, didn't seem overly keen on the idea of Forrest leaving the flock.
I think this is important enough that we need to take a vote, he said regretfully. There are too many other souls down here depending on you.
Forrest stood looking at him.
You're actually going to challenge me on this.
It's not a challenge. This is the command structure we all agreed to. And you're talking about doing exactly what we were all dead set against doing from the beginning.
You're willing to let that girl die just to stand on fucking principle?
Oh, come on, Jack. Principle has nothing to do with this. Sean's not even 100% sure of the diagnosis, for Christ's sake. And you want to go hunting for drugs that aren't going to be any good anymore.
Then take your goddamn vote.
Hey, Jack, Kane said gently. We did all agree, man. Forrest looked at them, wanting badly to overrule them. But this was no longer the U.S. Army, and he was no longer their captain. And he had agreed.
So vote, he said again. Before we do that, Kane persisted, we need to know if you're going to honor it, or if you plan to take off in the middle of the night with our only Humvee.
Forrest shook a cigarette from its pack and lit it right there in launch control, breaking his own rule.
You guys all know I'd never do that.
Okay, Ulrich said. What do you think, Oscar?
I think Wayne's right, Vasquez said.
I'm sorry, Jack. We haven't even had to crack the hatch yet, and you're talking about lowering the lift elevator.
You should be more sympathetic than anyone, Forrest argued, referring to Vasquez's finite insulin supply.
That's not fair, Ulrich said.
What about you, Linus? What's your vote?
If there was a real chance of saving her, Captain, for Danzig, old habits died hard. I'd be with you. But I don't think it's a good idea to jeopardize the rest of the group. You're too important down here.
Well, that's it then, Ulrich said.
I'm sorry, Jack. No, that's not it. I want a show of hands. Who says I stay? Get 'em up. 3 hands went up, but Kane's remained in his pockets. Marcus? Ulrich said. Kane stood for a moment looking at the floor. I'm going with him, he said finally. What? This is a one-man mission, Marcus. Either I go, Jack, or you don't get my vote. Only a 4-to-1 vote could override one of Forrest's decisions. You're both out of your goddamn minds, Ulrich rapped, realizing he'd lost. The vote's 3-2, Forrest said. I win. I'm going into the bay to prep the Humvee. We'll take 2 cases of MREs and plenty of water. Marcus, get us 2 M4s, 6 bandoliers of ammo, and a pair of 45s out of the armory. Kane looked at Ulrich and shrugged. It was a fair vote, Wayne, and the girl deserves a chance. You on board or not? I think it's a crazy fucking idea, but I don't have a choice. Know this, if you 2 die out there, I'm gonna put my prosthetic foot up both your asses. You're always gonna do something to somebody's ass when you get pissed, Forrest said. Why is that? I had a fucked up childhood. What's your excuse? An hour later, Veronica caught Forrest just as he was about to open the blast door into the cargo bay. You were going to leave without even telling me? She asked, very pissed. I'd planned on being back before you knew I was gone, he said with a grin. Who's sitting with Melissa? Michael's with her, which is where you should be too. She's only asked for you 6 times. Tell her I'm running to the pharmacy. You're not funny, she said. You can't save her, Jack, but you can at least give her some comfort while she's still conscious. How am I supposed to tell her that you've gone on a goddamn suicide mission? It's not a suicide mission, for Christ's sake. You sound like Wayne. Oh, yeah? Then why aren't you taking Laddie with you? The door opened at the other end, and Andy came into the tunnel. Excuse me just a moment, she said to Veronica, moving past her to kiss Forrest on the cheek. Be careful, please. Of course, he said with a smile. Andy touched Veronica on the arm and left them alone. Forrest waited until the door was sealed, then said, See? That's how you're supposed to send a man off to battle. You know, this is all just one big adventure for you, isn't it? At least I don't look at it as one big social experiment. How's the dichotomy working out for you these days? That hurt her feelings, and she turned away so he wouldn't see the tears forming. I honestly don't know how Monica did this. How many times did you leave her waiting to hear that you'd been killed? Too many. She was even waiting when Daniel was killed. I can't undo the past, Veronica, and I won't hide down here and let that girl die when I know she can be saved. Now turn around and give me a kiss so I can go. She turned around without opening her eyes, reaching to put her arms around him. She kissed him on the lips and turned away again, going to the door and slipping out of the tunnel, absolutely certain that she had spoken to him for the last time. People were eating one another out there. Andy was waiting outside the door for her, and the 2 of them hugged and went to launch control to watch the monitors. I'm ready when you are, Marcus, Kane heard Forrest announce in his earpiece. Roger that, he said. Open and blast door number 2. Standing at the top of the stairwell, dressed head to toe in his NBC suit, complete with gas mask, he turned the lever and opened the door, accessing the security vestibule for the first time since the impact. He went in, and Vasquez sealed the door behind him as he made his way to blast door number 1. Okay, he said. I'm cracking door number 1. Roger that. Kane turned the wheel and pulled the lever to open the door, keeping his .45 at the ready as he stepped from the vestibule into the basement of the house. He pulled the door closed behind him and told Vasquez that it was clear for him to come and seal it. Vasquez opened door number 2 and ran down the vestibule, pulling the lever to seal blast door 1 tight behind Kane and spinning the big red wheel. Then he left the vestibule and resealed blast door 2, restoring complete integrity to the silo. LC, we're 100% again, he announced over the net. Roger, Ulrich replied from launch control. Marcus, we've still got 0 movement above. You're cleared to enter the house. Roger. Kane ascended the stairs and opened the door into the house. The first thing he noticed was that the floor was covered with a thin film of grayish-black dust not visible on the monitors. I'm in the hall, he said. We've got visual. There's a lot of ash in here, he remarked, moving into the living room, where everything looked filthy now and the dead body was mostly eaten away. Outside, the day was gray and overcast, with a dark layer of continuous cloud looming much lower over the ground than he had expected. Stepping out the back door, Kane scanned the landscape through the scope of his M4, seeing nothing alive, not even a bird. The only movement was the ash and dust blowing about. The mutilated corpse of the dead man by the grill was frozen and covered in filth. The outside of the house was scorched, the tan vinyl siding twisted and melted by the heat of the grass fires as they had passed. Nothing had regrown, and there was no real color anywhere. He scanned 360 degrees around the house to make sure there were no threats on the horizon, then took a rake from the back porch and went to the garden. It's all clear up here, Jack. Roger. I'm lowering the lift. Kane saw the garden begin to drop into the earth and stepped back as the sound of the hydraulic lift pervaded the breezy silence. Dirt fell over the edges of the opening as the deck descended 15 feet to the bottom of the cargo bay. Kane stood looking down as Forrest drove the Humvee up onto the garden-covered deck, which was just big enough to hold a single Army 6x6 truck. Forrest then jumped out of the Humvee and hit a button on the wall. Raising the lift, he announced, and ran to jump back onto the lift as it began to rise. It stopped at the top, locking into place, and he drove the Humvee out of the garden and across the yard to the gravel drive. Lift up and locked. Ulrich acknowledged the transmission as Kane went to work with the rake, quickly smoothing away the tire tracks in the dirt and raking away the square depression in the soil outlining the edges of the lift. In a few hours' time, the wind would do the rest. Forrest got out of the Humvee and waited for Kane to put the rake away. Have you tried the air? He asked. No. Forrest took the Geiger counter from inside the vehicle. Background radiation is a tad elevated, but still in the green. I'm going to try the air. That's not a good idea, Jack, Ulrich said over the net. I'm not wearing this mask if I don't have to. He pulled the mask from his head and drew a shallow breath, the air smelling to him more like a dirty fireplace than anything else. There's a lot of particulate matter, but I don't think it's volcanic. It's not hurting my lungs. The two loaded up. Kane got behind the wheel and took off his mask, tossing it into Forrest's lap. Ready? Definitely. Wayne, we're going off the net, but leave the receiver on until we get back. Roger that. Good luck. Back before you know it. Kane put the Humvee in gear, drove down the hill and out through the fence, stopping at the road. This is some fucked up shit here, he said, leaning into the wheel and looking out. It's high noon and look how dark it is. This sky's never going to clear up before we run out of food, man. It has to, Forrest said. How's that? Because if it don't, we're fucked. Kane grunted and stepped on the gas. This is a dumb idea, Jack. Just so you know. Forrest chuckled, lighting up a cigarette. So why'd you vote with me? Because you're the best officer I ever had. And if this is going to be your last mission, I'm going to be on it. Chapter 43. Forrest and Kane had covered all 5 major medical centers in the city of Lincoln, Nebraska by late afternoon, and they hadn't found a single frozen bag of intravenous antibiotic in any of the freezers. What they had found were dozens and dozens of dead patients who had been left behind to die. I'm sorry, Kane said, getting in on the passenger side of the Humvee. It was worth a try, Jack. I'll drop you back at the silo, Forrest said, hitting the starter. Drop me what? I'm pressing on to Topeka. I knew you'd pull this shit, Kane said. Let me drive. Forrest watched the highway as they rode, eyeballing various abandoned cars and trucks, remembering Iraq and Afghanistan, where such vehicles were once as likely to explode when you passed as not. Here, though,
He was more concerned about an ambush. There was almost nothing else to see on the ride south to Topeka. Only a few buildings and no sign that anyone had passed that way in the last 4 months. Even the abandoned vehicles looked decades old, covered in grime, some of them burned to the frame, tires melted into the asphalt. "McCarthy sure as hell got this part right," Forrest muttered. "Who's McCarthy?" He wrote a novel years back about post-apocalyptic America. His world was post-nuclear rather than post-meteor, but this is almost exactly what he described. He won the Pulitzer for it. Kane had never been much of a reader, having always preferred to play sports in his free time. "That's why I never liked to read, Jack. Who'd want to know about this shit sooner than you had to?" An hour later, he said, "Did you see that?" "See what?" "Over there to the left, way out. I think I saw a flashlight." "You think or you're sure?" Forrest said, craning his neck to see into the blackness. "Can't be sure," Kane said, not daring to take his eyes from the highway, his speed no faster than 45 miles an hour. The headlights of the Humvee did not penetrate far enough into the murk for him to be sure they wouldn't hit some kind of obstruction or debris in the road. Spits of snow had begun to fall as well, adding to the miasma. "Remember the 84-mile marker," Forrest said. "On the way back, we'll want to keep our eyes peeled." 30 miles farther on, they were approaching the outskirts of Topeka. Along the highway, they began to see signs of past military action. Civilian cars armored with welded boilerplate, riddled with 50 cal machine gun fire, some blown apart, probably by Javelin anti-tank missiles. They passed an M60 tank that had thrown a tread while running over a pickup truck but was otherwise undamaged. They drove slowly through a shattered roadblock, seeing scores of dead bodies strewn about in the dust, all of them strangely mummified now, freeze-dried in the arid cold. "I'm not sorry we missed this," Kane said. "They slaughtered these people." "Looks like somebody didn't want them getting into the city," Forrest surmised. "I'm guessing it was the 45th ID. A mile farther ahead, a pair of large spotlights unexpectedly snapped on in the pitch black, blinding them both. Kane slammed on the brakes and grabbed for his carbine, but Forrest caught his arm. "It's got to be the 45th. Give him a chance to look us over." Both men shaded their eyes and waited as a group of soldiers surrounded the Humvee, shouting for them to show their hands. "Hold your fire!" Forrest was shouting at them. "We're with the 82nd. "Exit the vehicle," someone shouted. "Hands in the air." Both men exited and stood with their hands up, still squinting against the intense light. "Hold your fire, guys," Forrest said. "Take it easy. We're on your side." "Move it," a soldier said, prodding him forward with the muzzle of an M16. They were marched through an opening in a barricade of cars stacked too high, then across an open lot into a Texaco station with blacked-out windows. The inside of the makeshift command post was well lit with military lanterns, and the shelves were empty, all of them jammed up against the walls out of the way. A black sergeant with a bald head sat in an easy chair behind the counter smoking a cigar. His uniform tag said that his name was Lee, the patch on his shoulder the dingy gold Thunderbird of the 45th Infantry Division, a division reactivated a few years before the asteroid had ever been spotted. "These men were trying to get into the city," one of the soldiers said. Lee stood up and came around the counter to Kane, the cigar caught in the corner of his mouth. They were of equal size and height. "You two smell good enough to fuck," he said, puffing at the cigar. "Where the hell you coming from?" "I'm afraid that's classified information, Sergeant," Forrest said. Lee turned to look him over. "That's a term that's lost most of its meaning around here, Captain." "The fact remains. Who's your commanding officer?" "These guys are special forces," one of the soldiers said, pointing out the patches on their left shoulders. "They must have been in the rear with the gear all this time." "That's so?" Lee asked. "You two a couple of ramps?" This was an unofficial pejorative military acronym, standing for Rear Echelon Motherfucker. "Sergeant, I've already told you that's classified information. I won't tell you again. Now who's your CO?" Or are you all that's left after that battle out there? Lee stood chewing the cigar. Colonel Short still commands. Then I'll need to speak with him, Forrest said. In the meantime, Sergeant, I'll be holding you personally responsible for our vehicle and equipment. Lee glanced at his men and smirked. Responsible to who, Captain? Forrest knew all too well there wasn't much left to intimidate with in terms of a military hierarchy. But if he lost the initiative, they were screwed. He was only now getting a good look at the two men covering them, and they were but mere shadows of the soldiers they had once been. Filthy and unshaven, dark circles beneath their eyes. Lee was shaven and better kempt, but he was obviously equally exhausted. To your CO. Who the hell else? Got any ID? Lee asked. Just our tags, Forrest said. Left our AGO cards back at Bragg. Let me see. Both men took their dog tags from beneath their jackets for the sergeant to read. Okay, Lee said, believing they were at least who they said they were. Turn your pistols over to my men until after you've met with the colonel. Kane and Forrest took their .45s from their holsters and surrendered them. Don't lose them, Forrest said. I'll take these cats to the colonel myself, Lee said. Tell Sergeant Behan he's in charge till I get back. Sergeant Stacker Lee then grabbed a flashlight from the counter and led them out the back door to a waiting black Cadillac Escalade. He gave the keys to Forrest and told him to drive. I'll sit in the back. Just follow my directions. Colonel Eugene Short's quarters were a mile off the highway, in a very nice home at the edge of what had once been a wealthy neighborhood. There were 4 men on guard outside the house, wearing night vision devices on their helmets, and 4 more on guard inside. There were more lanterns lighting the inside of the home where Short was sitting down to a meal of heated green beans and canned potatoes. A generator hummed somewhere beneath the floor, but there was no electric light to be seen. These men were taken into custody at the northern barricade, sir. They're special forces with the 82nd and claim to be on a classified mission. Short was a graying man of 52 with drifting, watery blue eyes. He was clean-shaven and wore a semi-clean, digitally camouflaged uniform, bearing the eagle insignia of a full colonel with the 45th Division. A classified mission? He said dubiously. I find that rather difficult to believe. That's what they claim, sir. They're also very clean and smell of soap and aftershave. Short stood from the dining table and came over to Forrest and Kane, both of whom stood rigidly at attention. At ease, gentlemen, the colonel said, looking them over. You boys are well-fed sons of bitches, aren't you? Yes, sir, Forrest said. How is that? I'm afraid I'm not exactly at liberty to say, Colonel, but we're obviously traveling with a well-equipped and sizable force. Short took a humorous glance at Sergeant Lee. Did that sound like a veiled threat to you, Sergeant? It did, sir. It was no kind of threat at all, sir. I was merely attempting to answer the Colonel's question without exceeding my mission parameters. Take a seat at the table, gentlemen. Short then ordered his personal guards out of the room, leaving the 4 of them alone as he reclaimed his chair. You're both Green Berets, he said, forking a potato into his mouth. Yes, sir. See how the green beanies are, Sergeant? They take themselves too seriously. Even now. Yes, sir, Lee said. Captain Forrest, the colonel went on. Would it be safe for me to assume that a detachment of the 82nd Airborne has made its way here all the way from North Carolina for purposes unknown? That much would be safe to assume, sir, yes. And you came across on Interstate 40? Yes, sir. I see, Short said, forking another potato into his mouth and chewing it completely before swallowing, savoring it to the last. Well, Captain, would you care to hear how I know that story to be complete bullshit? Neither Forrest nor Kane made a reply to the colonel's query. Of course you would, the colonel went on. Well, on the night the meteor hit, there were some pretty massive earthquakes around these parts, which caused the engineers working over at the Parkersburg nuclear power plant to panic and abandon ship.
without bothering to power down the reactor. So the core melted down and burned right through the bottom of the plant. China syndrome. Only it never quite made it to China. It hit groundwater and sent a huge cloud of radioactive steam into the air, killing everybody within a 50-mile wide corridor east of the plant for 100 miles. It's a dead zone now, and Interstate 40 runs right through it. He paused long enough to eat a forkful of beans, then said, "What do you have to say to that, Captain?" Forrest thought it over for a moment and smiled. "Actually, Colonel, it wasn't a meteor that hit us. It was an asteroid." The Colonel smiled back. "Indeed it was. Captain, why don't you tell me what the hell you're really up to, so I can decide whether or not to let you continue on your way? Otherwise, I'm going to lock you both up and throw away the key for insulting my intelligence." Forrest knew there was little choice now but to offer at least a version of the truth. "We're living a couple 100 miles north of here, Colonel, in an abandoned missile silo with 20 civilians, mostly women and children. At half rations, we've got maybe enough food left for 2 months. We're down to mostly flour and rice now. The reason Kane and I are here is that my niece has contracted meningitis, and we're on our way to the hospital to find the antibiotics our doctor needs to save her life." "Why even bother? So she can eat hardtack and rice for another 2 months? "We're not giving up until the end, Colonel." "And you're worried I'll lead my division north to rape your women and steal your flour and rice? Is that it, Captain?" "It's a realistic concern, Colonel, yes." "Well, you're in luck, Captain. I don't condone rape, and neither does Sergeant Lee. As for your rations, even if you've lied by half, which I suspect you have, it's not enough food for me to bother with." He finished off his potatoes and directed his attention to Lee. "Sergeant, do you see any reason why we shouldn't allow these men to continue on their way? They're obviously not capable of causing us much trouble." "No, sir." "Then pick 3 men and escort them over to the hospital so they can gather whatever it is they're looking for," the Colonel ordered. "After that, return them to the barricade and see them safely on their way with their possessions returned to them." "Yes, sir." The Colonel rose to his feet, and everyone else followed suit. "You're dismissed," the Colonel said. Both Kane and Forrest snapped him a smart salute and turned an about-face, following Sergeant Lee out of the room. "The hospital's outside our containment zone," Lee explained, as he drove them himself deeper into town in the Cadillac. There were soldiers with lanterns and flashlights here and there along the way, all of them armed to the teeth, most of them smoking cigarettes. "We've got enough food left for maybe a couple months ourselves," he went on. "After that, we plan to commit mass suicide. That's why you'll see a grenade around most everybody's neck. It's a sign of solidarity against cannibalism." "So, you've seen them too," Kane said. "We've seen plenty of them, and we kill them whenever we find them. Fucking wild animals. It ain't no way to survive. You gotta know when it's time to hang it up. Our original plan was we'd all get drunk together before pulling the pins, but then we drank up all the booze." He laughed. "So I guess we're going out sober. It's too bad. How's the morale otherwise?" "We've only had a few suicides," Lee said. "But we've had some desertions lately, about 20. We ain't sure what that's about. The Colonel's not keeping anybody who doesn't want to stay. Just leaves more food for the rest of us. Last week, 10 dudes asked him for a truck and some fuel for a run to the coast. A couple of them said they knew how to sail and wanted to try for Australia. Colonel told them good luck." "What the hell's in Australia?" Kane said. "Beats me, bro. Don't matter no way. I know them dudes and they ain't sailing to no motherfucking Australia. Them dudes are gonna drown." "How many men do you have left?" Forrest asked. "Around 1,000. "No women?" "We had some females in the brigade originally, but the Colonel ordered them all out with the last airlift to Texas. I think he knew how bad things were going to get here. They'd have gotten raped for sure, man. We got too many young hooligans in this outfit." "So what's going on down in Texas?" Got no idea. We haven't heard from them in months. And you choose not to share your food with the civilians here? That's what the battle was over? Food? We distributed plenty of food, Lee said, steering through town on the way to his billet. That was our primary mission, but the civvies here got carried away. Redneck bastards started showing up at the distribution centers with guns and shooting our men. After that, the colonel pulled us into this defensive perimeter, and we tried to dispense the food that way. But then local warlords took over outside and started stealing food from those without guns, forming private armies. Like fucking Somalia, man. At first, they traded food for women, and when they finally had all the women, they let everybody else starve. After that, the warlords started killing each other off, and that's when the colonel decided to quit distributing food altogether, which only forced the warlords into an alliance. Then they attacked us at different places around the perimeter, and they killed a few of us, but we wiped them out in the end. What you saw on the road in was nothing. On the city's east side, the bodies are piled up knee-high for a quarter mile. Things have been pretty quiet out there ever since. The human race has had it, man. No word from D.C.? Forrest asked. The last word we got from anybody was months ago, Lee said. By shortwave. The satellite signals can't penetrate that shit in the sky. We were told the president was dead, and that we were all effectively on our own. What happened to him? Nobody said, but the colonel thinks there was a coup. Doesn't matter anyway, Forrest muttered. This is my billet, Lee said, shifting into park in front of a house lit up like Mardi Gras. What the hell's going on here? Kane asked. My place is party central. We've got more gas than food now, so we run the generator all night long. We don't have any booze left, like I was telling you, so the guys watch a lot of dirty movies, have circle jerks, play video games. All pretty juvenile shit, but what else is left? We got some gamers too, but we ain't had no circle jerk yet. Lee chuckled sardonically. We got a lot of kids in this outfit. You two wait out here while I get my men. I don't need everybody inside knowing about you guys. It could cause trouble. 10 minutes later, an armored Humvee pulled up behind the Escalade and Lee got out, calling for Forrest and Kane to get in. Their weapons had been retrieved from the barricade and were returned to them, and they were each given a Kevlar helmet with an NVD attached. It gets dark as fuck outside the containment zone, Lee said. There's a moon tonight, though, so the NVDs will light it up good. Inside the hospital, we'll have to switch to infrared. These are my homies, Grip, Clean, and Shodo. Everyone shook hands in the cramped space of the Humvee. All of Lee's homies were black men in their 30s, and Forrest was glad he hadn't brought along any of the young hooligans he had mentioned. At the southern checkpoint, they passed out of the containment zone after giving almost no explanation at all. It seemed that Lee was something of an institution within the brigade, and that whatever he said was taken as gospel. Forrest began to wonder how much control Colonel Short actually had over his men, now suspecting that he was little more than a figurehead, which did make sense under the circumstances. In fact, he was surprised to see as much military order as he did. They drove past a parking lot strewn with bodies, fallen one upon the other as if on an ancient battlefield. Forrest noticed in the red light of the interior that Grip had a pair of very large hands, and it occurred to him that this must have been the origin of his nickname. There was nothing about Clean or Shodo, however, to explain theirs. Clean certainly wasn't at all clean. 2 miles from the checkpoint, they pulled up to the emergency entrance of the hospital and piled out, taking time to have a good look around with their night vision devices. Nothing moved in the blackish green, and only the sound of the icy wind pervaded. So, what's it like living underground? Shodo asked, as they stepped through the shattered glass door into the emergency ward. It's quiet, Kane said, not wanting to make it sound too inviting. I bet, Shodo said. How many other GIs you got? 10, Forrest lied. All green beanies? That's right. You all got any women down there? Bro, Lee said. What'd I tell you back at the crib? Stacker man, I'm just curious. Can't a brother at least fantasize a little bit? Shit. Get on point, Lee ordered. Find the fucking pharmacy. They moved in a tight cover formation through the hospital, following the signs on the walls. They were forced to switch over to infrared once they were away from the windows, because of the almost total lack of ambient light, which made it impossible to read the signs without having to use the flashlights on their weapons. Anybody else smell that? Kane asked, as they made their way up an open staircase to the second floor. Yeah, Forrest answered. Smell what? Lee said. It occurred to Forrest that breathing the filthy air over an extended period of time must have desensitized the other's olfactory systems. Smells like burnt meat, Kane said. The others froze in place. I don't smell nothing, Grip said. Me either, said Clean. I think I do, said Shodo. Keep moving, Lee ordered. How fresh does it smell, Kane? I don't know. It's not real strong. But I didn't smell it down on the first floor. They found the pharmacy, and Lee's men covered the halls while he and the two Green Berets used their flashlights to search inside. Forrest found a freezer with a padlock on it and bashed it off with the butt of the carbine, pulling the door open to shine his light inside. There were all sorts of frozen drug solutions, but he didn't find any of the names that West had written down for him. Jack, got another freezer back here. Kane bashed the lock and Forrest shone his light, to find that the freezer contained nothing but antibiotics, including those he was looking for. Thank Christ, he muttered, grabbing one of the bags and giving it a shake. The solution wasn't frozen, but it was slushy and icy cold. How many should we take, Marcus? How many can you fit in the fucking ruck, man? Forrest packed his rucksack tight. We're good to go, Sergeant. During their egress, the odor of burnt meat became strong enough that Lee and his men were able to smell it very well now. Fuck, that's human, Shodo said, all of them having smelled it before. Human? Kane said. Grip, get on point, Lee ordered in a hushed tone. Find the source. Guys, I'm not so sure that's a good idea, Forrest cautioned. We don't know the layout of the building. Captain, you and your man cover the rear, Lee ordered, ignoring the warning. Forrest and Kane had little choice but to comply, both of them relieved that they had grabbed grenades at Lee's behest. Cafeteria's just ahead, Grip whispered. Keep it tight. All of them could see the heat plume at the end of the hall in their infrared viewfinders, and they switched over to night vision, realizing there would be ambient light now. They made their way into the cafeteria, which was a proper mess with tables dumped over and chairs scattered about. The vending machines had long been smashed open and raided. The acrid odor of frying meat was mixed with the stench of rotting human flesh, and both Forrest and Kane felt the hair rise on the back of their necks as they shuffled backward along the wall, covering the rear. Grip could hear the sizzling of meat now as he peered around the corner into the kitchen, seeing a dark hooded figure cooking by candlelight over a Coleman camp stove. He also saw the severed arm and leg of a human being on the counter, most of the flesh gone from both, leaving bare bone, the hand and foot still intact. Another figure entered the kitchen from the opposite side and spotted Grip peeking around the corner. Look out! He shouted, and the cook jerked his head in Grip's direction, pulling a pistol from his pocket. Grip fired his carbine and killed the cook but missed the second man, who ducked quickly back out of the kitchen. Move, Lee said, ordering the men forward. Captain, cover this doorway. They cleared the kitchen and had a look around, the eerie blue flame still burning beneath the frying pan, smoke beginning to fill the kitchen. Kane felt his stomach twist at the smell of what he now knew was burning human flesh, and he knocked the pan from the stove to the floor. Oh, fuck, Clean said. Look at this shit, Sarge! He grabbed a handful of dog tags hanging from a hook over the counter and held them up for Lee to see. Read me the names, Lee ordered. Preston? Sipe? Leskavonsky? Shit, Sarge, these are our men. They didn't fucking desert, Shodo said. They got eaten by fucking cannibals. Everybody chill the fuck out, Lee ordered, peering around the corner after the men who had escaped. The hallway was about 50 feet long with a turn to the left at the far end. Kane squatted beside the dead man and picked up the .38 revolver, kicking the body viciously in the head to be sure he wasn't playing possum. The dead man was grimy as hell with a thick black beard, and he stunk to high heaven of sweat and shit. "These people have definitely gone wild," he said to Forrest. "Sergeant, we need to get the hell out of here," Forrest warned. "Not before we kill these motherfuckers. We helped you get what you needed. Now you help us do what we need done. I advise you to go back and gather a company of men first. You've got no idea the size of the force you're going up against, or how well equipped they might be. There's a pile of fresh bones in this sink over here big enough to suggest they're feeding a lot of people." "And suppose they've still got some of our men alive in this shithole," Lee said. "How long you think they're going to stay that way?" "Getting killed won't help them. We're taking them down. You with us or not?" Forrest and Kane exchanged glances. Again, they didn't have much choice. The six of them carefully made their way down the hall and around the corner. Someone screamed deep within the hospital in the darkness. It was a blood-curdling cry. "I'm on point," Lee said, shouldering his way to the front. They moved smartly along, clearing any open rooms they passed. There was a flurry of movement at a four-way intersection up ahead, and shots were fired. Lee and Grip both returned fire, and someone screamed. The six soldiers moved quickly to secure the intersection, where a man lay against the wall wailing in pain, shot through the stomach. He stunk as badly as the cook, and lashed out with a knife trying to hook Shoto behind the knee. Shoto brought the stock of his M16 down on the man's head and caved it in. "Fuck you, motherfucker! In here!" Clean called from a nearby room. The others had a look inside, where one of their missing men was chained to a bed with his throat recently cut. "Son of a bitch," Lee swore. "See? God damn it." "They only got shotguns and revolvers," Clean said, dumping the shells from the cannibal's .357 and flinging the pistol back in the direction they had come. "Let's clean these fuckers out." Forrest realized that these soldiers had nothing to lose by pressing forward, but he and Kane certainly did. Farther along, a cluster of people burst from a room and dashed across the hall. Lee and his men gave chase. "Sergeant!" Forrest shouted, but it was no use. He and Kane ran after them, covering the rear as they ran across a large conference room in pursuit of the fleeing figures. The double doors at the far side slammed shut before they could reach them, and the sound of crashing vending machines could be heard on the other side, effectively barricading the doors closed. "It's a trap!" Kane shouted, turning on his heel to dash back to the entrance. But these doors were also slammed shut before he could reach them, and again the vending machines outside were knocked over to barricade them. "God damn it!" Kane shouted, whirling on Stacker Lee. "See what the fuck you did, motherfucker?" There were sounds of maniacal laughter in the halls outside, whooping and hollering beyond both sets of doors, and a hail of bullets came through, forcing the soldiers to the floor and up against the walls. "Now what?" Clean griped. "I guess this wasn't such a good idea," said Shoto. "No shit," Kane remarked. "Hey, fuck you," Lee said. "Goddamn green beanie motherfucker. You dudes been living underground, sucking on cold beer and eating pussy for the last 12 months. Who the fuck are you to tell us jack shit?" "Cool it," Forrest ordered. "We have to think our way out of this." They heard the sound of breaking glass in the center of the room, and switched on their flashlights to see a dozen mason jars come dropping through a hole in the ceiling, shattering against the floor, and releasing thick clouds of white gas. "Fuck is that?" Grip shouted, scooting away along the wall. "Chlorine gas," Forrest said. "Where the fuck they get that shit?" "Bleach and toilet bowl cleaner," Forrest said, gathering the schmog from about his neck and tying it over his nose and mouth. Lee's men followed suit by tying green triangular bandages over their faces, and more jars fell through holes scattered all across the ceiling, shattering against the floor to fill the room with poisonous gas. Laughter came down through the holes in the ceiling, and more shots were fired through the doors to keep their heads down. The soldiers started choking and their eyes burned. "What the fuck are we going to do?" Lee said. "We don't have much time." "I have a suggestion," said Kane. "I'm all ears, man. Turn command of this little goat fuck over to my captain, so he can get us the fuck out of here." "What about it?" Lee said tersely. You want command of the coal train? Sure, Forrest said, grinning beneath the schmog. Why not? What you got in mind? First, Forrest said, we need a fresh air supply. Stick a grenade in that fire extinguisher encasement and blow it out of there. There'll be fresh air inside the wall we can take turns at. Grip wasted no time sliding over to the empty fire extinguisher box and sticking a grenade inside. Fire in the hole! The grenade exploded and blew the metal encasement open wide enough for them to take turns sticking their heads inside the cinder block wall for gulps of fresh air. Now, we blow a hole in that far wall so we can flank these motherfuckers. Fuck you gonna use for explosives? Lee demanded. Grenades won't do shit to a brick wall. Oh, ye of little faith, Sergeant. Everybody fork over a concussion grenade. Hurry it up. Marcus, tape them together. Kane took a roll of electrical tape from his cargo pocket and began taping the 6 grenades together. Sergeant, get that jacket off and ball it up, Forrest ordered, as he removed the lanyard from his .45. Lee stripped his combat harness and shrugged quickly out of his body armor. He then took off his jacket and gave it to Forrest, who used his electrical tape to wad the jacket into a ball as Lee shrugged back into his armor and harness. Now, we'll go knock the cover off that air vent in the far wall. The two each took a gulp of fresh air from the hole and moved quickly through the cloud of gas across to the wall Forrest had indicated. Lee used the butt of his carbine to bash the cover from the vent. Jam your jacket down inside the wall as far as you can, Forrest said, choking against the fumes. He then ran the lanyard through the pins of the concussion grenades, lowering them down into the shaft to rest upon the jacket. Take cover behind that table. Lee ran to where the other men had overturned a table and jumped behind it as Forrest jerked the lanyard, pulling all 6 pins from the grenades at virtually the same time and running for cover. 4 seconds later, the grenades exploded in a massive thunderclap, blasting a 4-foot hole in the double-layered cinder block wall. Move! Forrest shouted, leaping over the table and sprinting toward the opening with Kane hot on his heels. The 2 Green Berets reached the opening a full 2 strides ahead of the others and ran down the hall to the far corner, catching 6 cannibals stunned and unprepared, machine-gunning them on the move and trampling their bodies underfoot. They continued making their way through the hospital at flank speed by flashlight. Lee's men caught up, and together they fought a running battle back toward the emergency ward. Hold up, Shoto said. I hear something. The men stopped, and everyone stood listening. They heard the hushed tones of crying children somewhere behind them and around the corner, and made their way to a private room where they found 15 or so ragged women and children huddled together. They were as filthy and sickly-looking as the men they had seen, and one of the women took a shot at them with a 9mm pistol, hitting Lee in the chest on his breastplate. They ducked back out of the doorway and stood looking at one another. They sure as shit ain't looking to be rescued, Grip said. Fuck you, a woman screamed from inside. Bastards! Down the far hall they could hear the cannibal men gathering, realizing that a group of their women and children had been found. Lee took a concussion grenade from his harness. No, Kane said. Fuck 'em. You think those motherfuckers see you as anything more than food? We can keep moving, Forrest said. You gave me command, remember? Tactical command, Captain. Lee pulled the pin on the grenade, tossing it into the room, and they all ducked away covering their ears. The concussion from the blast blew out the windows of the room, and a great pressure wave blasted past them down the hall like rolling thunder. No one in the room could have lived. God damn it, Kane screamed. You didn't have to fucking do that. It's done, Lee retorted. Now what are your orders, Captain? We get the fuck downstairs and find an exit. Shoto, you got point. On their way across the lower lobby, a shower of Molotov cocktails rained down around them, and Shoto was completely consumed by fire, screaming and flailing in a futile attempt to beat out the flames. Forrest shouldered his carbine and shot him dead before any of Lee's men could react, whirling about to spray the balcony above them and driving back the firebombers. Forget the emergency ward, he ordered. The Humvee's fucked anyhow. They burst out the main entrance onto the sidewalk to see that the Humvee was indeed burning 50 yards away. Looks like we hoof it, Forrest said. I trust you remember the way, Sergeant? Yes, sir. Grip on point. I'll bring up the rear. Using their night vision, they ran the 2 miles all the way back to the checkpoint, where they were nearly machine-gunned by their own troops
before they could identify themselves.
"Check fire!"
Lee screamed from behind a truck.
"Check fire!"
"Identify yourselves." "Stacker Lee, you dumb motherfuckers. Stacker fucking Lee." It took a minute, but they were eventually permitted to advance. And Lee wasted no time telling the men at the checkpoint what had taken place at the hospital. A great fury swept through the men upon hearing that 20 of their comrades had been abducted and eaten. 2 full companies of men were quickly assembled. "At first light, we go back there and clean those motherfuckers out," Lee said, gathering a fresh supply of grenades. "Care to lead us, Captain?" Forrest looked at Kane. "We should be on our way." Kane agreed. "In that case, I'll drive you to the barricade," Lee said. At the barricade, he told them to keep their helmets, NVDs, and body armor, and complied with Kane's request for 3 more sets of NVDs. Forrest reached into the back of their Humvee and grabbed a bottle of tequila from a barracks bag, offering it to Stacker Lee. "For that final circle jerk, Sergeant." Lee smiled a white, toothy smile and accepted the bottle with relish. "And this time I'll save it." The soldiers all saluted one another, and Forrest and Kane mounted up. "My guys took the liberty of gassing it up for you," Lee said, shutting Forrest's door for him. They shook hands through the window. "Godspeed, Captain. Sorry I was such a prick." "Live forever, Sergeant." Kane started the engine and wheeled the Humvee around, roaring through the gate, headed north. Both men were so exhausted from the fight that neither of them remembered to be alert at the 84-mile marker until a Molotov cocktail flew out of the darkness and exploded in flames against the windshield. "Son of a bitch!" Kane shouted, cutting the wheel hard to the left and narrowly missing a car that had been rolled onto the center of the highway. He could barely see where he was going through the flames, and ended up swerving into the center median and up a concrete highway barrier, perfectly high-centering the vehicle. "Cocksucker!" he swore, realizing they were stuck fast. "Dismount," Forrest said, grabbing his carbine and helmet. They took cover behind the barrier as shots rang out and bullets began pinging off the Humvee. Forrest could see a number of men across the highway in his night vision and opened fire, killing 4 with 4 quick shots. The firing from across the road stopped, and the attackers disappeared from their view. "Guess you saw a flashlight after all," he said. They could hear hushed voices on 3 sides. "They're moving to outflank us." "We're already outflanked," Forrest remarked. "Soon to be surrounded." As if to verify that fact, a shotgun slug struck Forrest dead center in the back panel of his boron carbide body armor, knocking him into the concrete barrier as if he'd been mule-kicked. Kane whipped around and returned fire, driving the shooter back under cover. "Jack!" Forrest got to his knees and grabbed his carbine, blinking his eyes to clear his vision. "I'm okay," he groaned. "Christ, that hurt." "We need to get out of the light of the headlights," Kane said, and they both moved farther down the barrier. More shots rang out. Kane grabbed his lower leg. "Shit! I took one!" He and Forrest backed in tight between the barrier and the large steel shovel of a backhoe. Forrest lifted his head for a look around, switching to infrared. Men were scurrying about in the dark, but there were too many abandoned vehicles to get a shot. They were protected on 3 sides now from direct fire, but that protection worked both ways, potentially allowing their attackers to creep up unseen and lob a Molotov cocktail directly onto their position. "How many you think we're up against?" "Feels like about 20, Kane said. "Give or take?" "Well, let's pick a direction and break out before they tighten the noose." Another shot rang out, but it was far away and nothing hit near their position. Then they heard another shot from the opposite side of the highway, equally far off, and this time one of the attackers screamed. "Fuck is that?" Kane said. "Got me." They took the chance to raise their heads for a look around, seeing that some of their assailants were now entirely exposed, having taken cover from whoever else was firing. Forrest and Kane fired and killed 5 more men. Their attackers began to fire wildly into the night, panicking in the darkness and shouting to one another that they were surrounded. Their firing subsided after a minute, and Forrest could now see that someone was picking their attackers off with apparent impunity, probably from 100 or more yards away, and likely from an elevated position. "That's gotta be the 45th, he said. The 5 or 6 remaining attackers suddenly broke from cover and ran south through the cars in an attempt to escape, but the snipers didn't seem inclined to let them go, continuing to fire until they had killed every one of them. Forrest and Kane kept low as they crept back toward the Humvee, using their infrared to scan the low bluffs east and west of the highway. "Got one to the west," Kane said. "Moving carefully this way. It's a GI. "Got one to the east, too," Forrest replied. "Has to be the 45th. The 2 men stood near the Humvee and waited for the troopers to approach from opposite sides of the highway. "It's probably Lee and one of his men," Kane said. "What if they want to join us?" Forrest took a moment to slap a fresh mag into his weapon. "I'd say they've earned it. Wouldn't you?" Chapter 44. Emery slowed her pace, waiting for Marty to approach the troopers first, prepared to gun them both down if they gave him any shit. Sullivan was not with them. He had a concussion from being shot in the head and was too sick to be tromping around the countryside, so he lay sleeping in the back of the SUV, parked half a mile north of their present position. Emery and Marty had spotted the group of 25 road agents earlier in the day and taken cover in the hills around the highway with the intention of picking them off during the night after they were bedded down. The party had stood across their path south, and there was no other way through to Topeka without a long backtrack. Emery had been about to open fire on the snoozing band of marauders when Forrest's Humvee had first gone racing down the highway and stirred them all back up again. Afterward, the bandits stayed awake, taking up positions covering the highway, waiting to see if another army truck might come by. After watching the troopers kill 6 or 7 of the bandits on their own, Emery and Marty, keeping in contact now via a pair of USGS walkie-talkies, decided to use the unknown men as a force multiplier and opened fire themselves, eventually killing off the remaining bandits and making the decision to expose themselves. Marty flipped up his NVD as he walked into the area illuminated by the headlights of the Humvee, noting at once that both troopers were clean-shaven. His carbine was slung over his shoulder, but he kept Joe's .45 gripped in his hand as he approached. "Is either one of you hit?" he asked, trying to sound like a professional soldier. "My partner is," Forrest said, his own .45 in hand and ready to blow Marty's brains out if he so much as twitched. "My partner's a medic," Marty said. "So am I," Kane said, watching Emery through his NVD, realizing she was intentionally hanging back. "We appreciate you saving our butts," Forrest said. "You're with the Air Force?" "Not anymore," Marty said, trying to keep his voice as deep as possible. "The Air Force isn't what it used to be." "You can tell your partner it's safe to come in," Kane said over his shoulder, not wanting to take his eyes off Emery. "We won't shoot if you won't." "My partner's with the Arizona Guard," Marty said, not yet having enough information to trust them. "Who are you guys with?" With a speed that seemed inhuman to Marty, Forrest had disarmed him, screwed the barrel of his .45 into his ear, and used him as a shield. Kane was already gone from Emery's view, having taken cover behind the wheel hub of the Humvee. "Tell your partner to drop his weapon," Forrest ordered. Emery shouldered the carbine as she dropped to her knee, sighting on Forrest's head, though not steady enough at 50 yards to be sure she wouldn't kill Marty instead. The speed and skill with which Forrest had moved told her they had come up against a highly trained pair of soldiers. "Let him go," she shouted, "or I'll fire a grenade and kill all 3 of you." Kane quickly sought cover behind a different vehicle. "I got a clear shot, Jack." Marty drew a breath to scream a warning, but Forrest choked off his air, pulling him closer to ground. "Now listen up," Forrest shouted. "We don't want to kill either of you. Just sling your weapon out there, and I'll let your man go. This doesn't have to end bloody." Emery wasn't sure what to do, realizing that Kane must have taken up a different firing position by now. "How do I know you won't shoot?"
she shouted, wanting badly to actually trust another soldier for a change. My partner's had you in his sights for 10 seconds now, and you're not dead. That proof enough? She rose slowly and lowered the carbine, waiting for the shots that would kill her and Marty both. But the men did not fire, and Marty was released as promised. Relax now, Forrest said to Marty. No sudden moves. Marty stood in place as Emery came forward. Her carbine was slung, but she was ready to bring it up in a hurry, her finger on the trigger of the grenade launcher. She's got her finger on the M203, Jack. That's fair, Forrest said. Everybody be cool. It's a dangerous world we're living in. Emery stepped up opposite the concrete barrier. Sorry about that, Forrest said, seeing her in the lights of the Humvee now. But your partner seemed to be stalling. I couldn't take the chance. We just saved your asses, she said. Why would we want to kill you? Good question. Hard to trust anybody these days. That's a fucking understatement, she said, her eyes looking for Kane. Come on in, Marcus. Kane stepped out of the darkness. Thanks for not making me shoot you. I've never killed a woman, and I wasn't looking to start. Don't mention it. Marty wasn't saying much, still too pissed at himself and embarrassed over having been so easily overpowered and nearly getting Emery killed. I'm Shannon. That's my partner, Marty. He's an astronomer. Forrest looked Marty over and offered his hand. I'm Jack Forrest. Marty Chittenden. Look, I don't mean to be rude, Forrest said, but we're trying to save a life, so we have to get this rig unstuck and be on our way. We'll give you a hand, Emery said. While Kane saw to the bullet hole in his calf, Forrest and Emery drew a cable from the winch on the front bumper backward under the Humvee and hooked it into a loop of rebar sticking out of the concrete barrier, enabling the winch to pull the vehicle backward. After a few feet, the rear wheels had enough traction to pull the Humvee the rest of the way clear. The whole procedure took less than 10 minutes. Give us a lift to our truck? Emery asked. It's only half a mile north. Mount up, Forrest said, squinting against the snow that had begun to fall much more rapidly since their truce. Is there anything south of here we need to worry about? Emery asked from the back seat, wanting badly to know what these men were up to and where they were headed, sensing their reluctance to share much information. Stay away from Topeka, Forrest warned from the passenger seat. It's full of restless young soldiers who haven't seen a woman in a while. Great, Marty said gloomily. As if we haven't seen enough of those. You guys said you're trying to save a life, Emery said. What's that about? A friend of ours is sick. We went to Topeka for some meds. We've got a sick friend too, she said. He's up here in the truck with a bad concussion. Sorry to hear that, Forrest said. Emery could smell the aftershave on these two, so she knew damn well they were living high on the hog someplace, and that they were looking to ditch her and Marty as soon as possible. A feeling of desperation welled up inside of her as Kane pulled up alongside their SUV. Thanks again for saving our asses, Forrest said, offering Emery his hand. And now you're going to ditch us? She said, taking his hand. It's not like that. You guys were obviously headed somewhere, and we're headed toward a long shot, she said, keeping hold of his hand. And you two smell like an ad in GQ, so don't tell me you've got it tough. Look at us. Our luck's about to run out. Don't you think we've earned a break? She let go of his hand and gave him a moment to think it over. What do you think, Marcus? I think Wayne's going to pitch a bitch, but if we are going to do this, let's do it. Forrest helped them move Sullivan into the back of the Humvee, and they were on their way. What happened to him anyhow? Shot in the head, Emery answered. But his Kevlar saved his bacon. Our doc can take a look at him. They got back to the silo without any more trouble, and Kane pulled the Humvee up to the front porch of the house. Marty and Forrest helped Sullivan inside. He was conscious off and on. Emery saw the mostly eaten body on the living room floor in the beam of her flashlight as they took Sullivan upstairs and laid him down on the bed across the hall from where Blackbeard had been killed. We'll get the gas and water turned back on for you, Forrest said. The furnace, too. That way you'll have hot water to wash with. This isn't where you live? She asked. No, we live underground. Wait, this is an old missile installation, isn't it? She exchanged glances with Marty. As a matter of fact, it is. Why? Survival estates? Forrest looked at Kane and laughed. No, honey, we're not 2012ers. We didn't buy this place until after we knew about the asteroid. How did you hear about survival estates? Emery and Marty told them the story about the crater and the wiped-out missile installation. Then Forrest and Kane went below, promising to send up hot chow. The first thing Ulrich said when he stepped into the cargo bay to greet them was, "Who the fuck's upstairs, Jack?" "How's Melissa?" "Unconscious but hanging in. Who are they?" "They saved our goddamn lives," Forrest said, handing over the rucksack full of antibiotics. "Get these to West right away. Marcus and I have to clean up before we come in. And have somebody cook up a pot of something hot to eat." Over the next few hours, Emery and Marty were fed and showered in the house above, and given clean clothes to wear before being taken below, where they were asked to shower again and undergo a physical examination. Sullivan was initially kept in the cargo bay wrapped in a thick Arctic sleeping bag, until Emery and West were able to give him a sponge bath. West suggested that after a few days of warmth and bed rest he would probably be much improved. For the time being, he was given the cot and launch control, where he would be safe from the hustle and bustle of everyday life in the silo. Forrest finally stepped into medical, and Veronica got up from the chair beside Melissa's bed, hugging him. She could have cried with joy at the sight of him, but with Michael present, she maintained her composure. Michael shook Forrest's hand and thanked him. By then, Kane had related the details of their adventure, and the story had spread throughout the tiny population. "How is she?" Forrest asked, seeing the bags of fluid now hooked up to Melissa's arms. "Sean says we should know within 12 hours whether or not the drugs are helping," Michael said. "They will," Forrest said, willing the antibiotics to be effective. "I'll give you two some time," Michael said, turning to go. "Stay put," Forrest said. "I have to go debrief our guests before Wayne gives them the Gestapo treatment." He found Marty and Emery in launch control with Ulrich and Kane. Emery was sitting beside Sullivan's cot, running her fingers through his hair as he slept. "How are you doing? Better?" "It's unbelievable down here," she said quietly, ready to crawl out of her own skin. She was so used to being on the edge 24 hours a day that she was having trouble decompressing. "You knew about the asteroid months in advance?" Marty said, from a chair near the wall. "How?" "A friend of mine at the Pentagon." "And who are all these people?" "Some are family and friends. The rest were chosen at random." "See you in the hall for a minute, Wayne?" Ulrich got up from his chair and stepped out with him. "Recognize the look in their eyes?" Forrest asked. "They don't know what to do now that there's nothing to fight. Better have Mike talk to them before we try any sort of debrief." "We'll let them sleep in there with their man. They're not going to want to split up for a while." "You two fucking near bought it, didn't you?" Ulrich said. "Twice, but it's over now." "This makes 3 more mouths to feed, you know." "I do. After you crunch the numbers, let me know how many days I've knocked off our lives, and I'll see what I can do to make up for it." "Oscar and Linus bagged a rat while you were gone. It's in the cargo bay under a tarp. It's a female. Now they need to figure out what to build the cages out of." "How long can we keep it a secret, do you think?" "I don't know," Ulrich said. "But if you hear Erin screaming like her hair's on fire, you'll know one of the little bastards got in here." It was late in the afternoon of the following day that Veronica found Forrest sleeping on the floor in the electrical room. "Jack?" she said softly, kneeling to touch his arm. He opened his eyes and for a moment didn't know where he was. "Yeah?" "Melissa's awake," she said with a smile. "She asked for you first thing." Forrest sat up in a flash, throwing back the sleeping bag and pulling on his boots. "What'd Sean say?" "He thinks maybe she's out of the woods." "See?" he said, suddenly pissed. "Fucking Wayne would have had us watch her die." "Hey," she said gently. I think that's entirely the wrong way to look at this.
Yeah, you're right, he said, still frazzled from the mission. He got to his feet and kissed her, slipping quickly out of the room and up to medical. Melissa was obviously still very weak, but her face lit up the moment he came into the room. Hey, he said softly, taking her hand and kissing her forehead.
Where have you been? She asked.
I've been right here, he said with a smile. What are you talking about? She shook her head.
You went somewhere.
I'll tell you all about it later. How are you feeling?
Better? My head doesn't hurt so bad.
Excellent, he said with a glance at West. I'm going to talk with Sean a minute, okay?
Are you coming back?
She asked, trying to hold his hand tighter. Yeah.
Promise?
Right after I talk with Sean, honey, I swear to God. Forrest took West down the hall. No bullshit, Sean. How is she? I think the worst is behind her. The antibiotics seem to be doing their job. Could she relapse? Of course, West said. But she shouldn't, Jack. That's all I can tell you. To West's surprise, Forrest gave him a hug, then slipped back into the room. Chapter 45. It had taken a couple of days, but after Sullivan improved to the point where he could sit up and coax Marty and Emery out of launch control, the two slowly began to adjust to life in the silo. Sullivan had served overseas, and he understood the impact of post-traumatic stress, realizing that his friends needed to socialize themselves. Michael spoke with them briefly, but they hadn't been in the mood to open up. Emery took a liking to Veronica, and so tagged around with her for a day before venturing about on her own. Marty borrowed a laptop from Ulrich and downloaded the photos and videos of the crater for everyone in the complex to view. No one could believe the size of the crater, which looked far larger than a city in the panoramic shots, stretching well beyond the horizon. He had done the geometry and estimated the crater at 50 miles across, as wide as Lake Erie, and his tale of their fight with the cannibals living in a missile complex similar to their own had chilled all of the women to the bone. This morning, Emery was having breakfast in the cafeteria at a table with Aaron and Tanya.
When do you do?
Aaron asked, hoping to engage the dour-looking soldier in a conversation about something feminine. Probably April sometime, Emery replied. I'm not sure.
It's kind of exciting knowing there's a baby on the way.
I guess it's nice somebody's excited about it. I'd like to abort the little bastard. Tanya politely excused herself a moment or two later and moved to another table. Doesn't it get on your nerves living on top of each other down here? Emery said quietly.
It took a little getting used to, Aaron said. But you learn to block things out.
Are any of these kids yours?
No. Wayne and I, well, we never got around to it, and now,
she shrugged. Want mine?
Excuse me?
Do you want mine? Like I told you, I don't want it. I was hoping I'd start to feel something for it, but I haven't, and I'm pretty sure I'm not going to.
It's too soon for you to know how you're going to feel, Aaron said,
deciding quickly she'd better not let her maternal feelings loose.
No, it's not. I've been watching these mothers down here, trying to picture myself doing what they're doing. It's not me. I'm a soldier, and sooner or later I'm going to have to fight again.
Well, we can talk about it later. There's plenty of time to... I'm going to talk about it with every woman down here. So if you want it, you might want to speak up pretty quick. Some of these girls seem to love being mothers.
Okay, Aaron said, casting caution to the wind. But I want to know the very second you change your mind. The very second, Shannon.
Emery looked up from her bowl of oatmeal with raisins.
I won't change my mind. So congratulations, you're a mom.
Aaron sat looking at her.
Excuse me for a minute, she said at length.
Sure. Aaron went to find her husband, locating him in silo number 2 where he was taking inventory. What's wrong? Ulrich asked, never having seen such an odd look in her eyes. She covered her face with both hands,
looking at him over the tips of her fingers. "Honey, what's wrong?" "Shannon just gave us her baby," she blurted, scared to death that he was going to be angry with her for not consulting with him. "I'm sorry, honey, but she was going to ask the others, and I—" "Come here," he said, setting the clipboard aside and putting his arms out for her to walk into them. "You're not pissed?" "No," he said, stroking her. "Why are you crying?" "I'm a little overwhelmed, Wayne. I didn't even give it any thought. I was so afraid she'd give it to one of the others if I waited." "Are you sorry you accepted?" "No, I'm ecstatic, but I'm scared. I even feel guilty, almost like I'm stealing her baby. I don't know how to explain it. She asked me point blank, honey. She said she doesn't feel anything for it and doesn't want it." "Then you've done something good. You've got nothing to feel bad about." Later, Ulrich found Forrest in the cargo bay, talking with Danzig and Vasquez about their rat breeding project. "Can we have a minute, gentlemen?" Danzig and Vasquez were quick to quit the cargo bay, plainly seeing that Ulrich had a very definite something on his mind. Forrest started to grin. "Apparently you've already heard." Forrest shook his head. "But I know that look." "Well, thanks to you, asshole, Aaron's adopting a goddamn baby." Forrest burst out laughing. "It's not funny." "The hell it's not. Serves you right, you prick, you goddamn near killed Melissa." "Oh, I knew sooner or later I'd have to hear about that," Ulrich rejoined. "Bullshit, Wayne. The only reason I'm saying anything now is because you're in here giving me shit about Aaron wanting Shannon's baby. My vote on that fucked up mission was the right vote. You got lucky, Jack." "You're goddamn right I did. And because of it, she's alive. You think I'm going to apologize for that? Fuck you, Stumpy. Aaron deserves a baby. You're the selfish motherfucker who told her no all those years. You think I was itching to have a kid before Daniel was born? Fuck no. But at least I tried to give Monica what she wanted." "Oh, so now I'm a selfish husband? You're a selfish prick, Wayne. You always have been. It's why I'm the only friend you've got." "Fuck you." "Fuck you," Forrest said. "I wouldn't have you any other way myself, but Erin deserves a little bundle of joy for the time she's put in." "Shit," Ulrich said, turning away. He walked over and took a long look at the burn marks on the hood of the Humvee. "You two fuckers had the time of your lives out there, didn't you?" "Jealous?" Ulrich turned back around. "A little." "Well, now your mission is to make sure Shannon eats right." "That girl doesn't know who she's gotten herself involved with," Ulrich said. "Erin's going to be the bane of her existence for the next 6 months." By that night, Melissa was sitting up in bed and drinking chicken broth through a straw. Dr. West had also given in to her pleading and allowed Laddie to lay in bed with her. Forrest came in to sit with her so Michael could take a break. "Where have you been all day?" she asked him, as he sat down on the edge of the bed and started petting his dog. "Well, I've been doing my thing, you know. Checking on everybody and seeing to our new members, cleaning up dog crap, all the usual stuff." She chuckled. "Wayne cleans up all the dog crap." "To hear him tell it, yeah." "What are you guys doing in the cargo bay?" "Nothing, why?" "Whatever," she said. "You guys always lie to me and think I don't know." "Okay, smarty pants. If I tell you, it stays between us. Nobody else. Not even Veronica. Agreed?" She nodded, thrilled to be privy to something so secret that not even Veronica knew about it, thinking it had to do with Christmas, which everyone was looking forward to with great anticipation. "We're breeding rats." "Ew," she said in disgust. "You wanted to know." "What for?" "For in case the food runs out before we think of something else." "I guess it kind of makes sense," she said after thinking it over. "Can you get me my papers? They're in the room under my bedroll." "Not until you're well again. You work yourself too hard and you need sleep." "You and Veronica are ganging up on me with Uncle Michael. Can't I just have one page?" "Not until you're well. Doctor's orders." "Then tell me about your trip." "Can't." "Oh, God, why not?" Because it was gory, and I'm not telling you about gory stuff. Did you have to kick some caveman ass? She asked with a titter. That's a good way to put it, he said, smiling. Dr. West says you saved my life. Dr. West saved your life. All Kane and I did was make a run to the pharmacy. I knew you'd make a good dad. See? That's why I picked you. Hey, he said softly. I thought we agreed you wouldn't say stuff like that. I didn't agree to anything. She yawned and hunkered down into the bedding, turning over onto her side to face the wall. Dad, will you scratch my back till I fall asleep? He covered his eyes with one hand and began gently scratching her back with the other. I love you, she said quietly. Forrest's face contorted as the memories of Daniel and Monica came flooding back to him in a vivid wave, and the tears ran down his cheeks from beneath his fingers. Please, he whispered. Stop. She turned back over. Is this why you won't sit with me? He nodded, his eyes still covered by his fingers. I'm sorry, she said. I won't ever say it again, I promise. He opened his eyes, gathered her into his arms, and wept openly. I just miss them. I miss my family too, she said, beginning to cry too. Can't we be a family now? Yes, he whispered. Of course. When Michael looked in on them an hour later, Forrest was asleep against the wall, and Melissa lay nestled in the crook of his arm with Laddie stretched across the foot of the bed. He smiled, turned out the light, and closed the door. Chapter 46. Thanksgiving came and went without a great deal of excitement, but it was an okay day for everyone, and by that time the three newcomers had begun to assimilate fairly well. Emery and Sullivan even began sharing a shift in launch control, and this allowed Forrest and his men to enjoy shorter shifts of their own. Marty enjoyed talking physics with Melissa, who knew a surprising amount about quantum field theory for a person her age. And though Marty was no physicist, he was able to enhance her understanding of fermions and the latest theories at the time of the impact. Now it was Christmas Eve, and the look on the children's faces when two different Santas came ho-ho-hoing into the main room, one black and one white, each wearing a pair of Blues Brothers sunglasses and carrying a red bag over his shoulder, was one of utter astonishment. Most of the children had been worried that Santa Claus was dead, but suddenly here he was, and he had brought a friend with him. A couple of the kids looked suspiciously back and forth at their mothers, wondering if it was a trick, but they only smiled. Karen squeezed Michael's hand, whispering, Look, Terry thinks they're real. Michael grinned, pointing discreetly at Joanne's daughter. Look at the discernment on Beyoncé's face. She's not buying it for a second. The Santas began to call the children's names in deep voices, handing out packages wrapped in Christmas paper. The kids tore excitedly into their gifts, delighted to learn after only a few moments that both of the Santas had something for each one of them. After the children's names were called, the Santas began to call the mothers' names one at a time, and each mother had to sit in Santa's lap before she was given her gift. Melissa's name was the last to be called, and she was given a brand new laptop computer that had never even been taken out of the box. Her eyes lit up when she opened the box, and even Ulrich was stunned by what he saw. Did you know she was getting that? He asked, leaning into Michael's ear. No, Michael said, impressed. Didn't you? The laptop was no run-of-the-mill civilian model. It was mounted in an army green titanium rubberized casing, just over 2 inches thick when closed. There was the subdued image of an apple in the lower left-hand corner of the lid. No, Ulrich said dryly. That's a Delta OSS, a military prototype worth a couple of $100,000. It was designed to interface with any U.S. military satellite system. Where the hell did it come from? Jack must have asked Jerry to send it along with that shipment of MREs. There were only a dozen or so of the damn things ever made. Will it decipher that code Melissa's been working on? Ulrich shook his head. That kind of software wouldn't have been standard. 98% of what that thing can do, we haven't any use for. Not so long as the satellite signals are smothered by the atmosphere. I'm sure Jack's got the sat receiver down here somewhere. That's why he's giving it to her, Michael said. For the future. After the presents were given out and the kids had coerced the Santas into eating 6 or 7 Christmas cookies apiece and drinking 2 big glasses of lukewarm reconstituted milk, it was time for the St. Nics to be off. They ho-ho-hoed their way into the hall heading for the cargo bay, where presumably they would find their reindeer patiently waiting to fly them back to the North Pole. The children were put to bed a few hours later, and the adults were treated to a few bottles of wine. They played Christmas music and sat around happily talking in the light of the tree. The married couples cuddled together about the room, and though the single mothers found themselves feeling more than a little envious, everyone very much enjoyed the spirit of the evening, wishing that every day could be Christmas. They all fell asleep in turn, but 6 a.m. came around quickly and the cooks got themselves up to start preparing Christmas dinner. The children didn't sleep long beyond that, and soon there were some cranky disagreements over who was and wasn't allowed to touch someone else's toys. Those entanglements were cut short, however, by a rare break in protocol when Forrest personally made it clear to the kids that the Santas had not given them their new toys to fight over, and that they were expected to share. After that, there was harmony in Toyland. "You should lay down the law more often," Taylor said, kidding him into the kitchen. "Oh no," he said, cocking an eyebrow as Lynette shooed Laddie from the kitchen with an apron. "The Grinch only comes out at Christmas." Marty sat talking quietly with Emery at the back of the cafeteria. "Did you talk to John about my idea?" he asked. She ran her finger around the inside of a foil tuna packet, being sure to get every last morsel. "He doesn't want to go," she said, licking the finger. "He says he likes taking a hot shower every day." "But there's no future down here, Shannon. They're postponing the inevitable." "Have you seen how much food they've got down here? We're set for another year at least. And in case you haven't noticed, I'm getting fat." "I'm not saying we should leave before the baby's born. He looked up as Sullivan stepped into the room. The soldier stood behind Emery and began to massage her shoulders. This was an unspoken arrangement between them. He massaged her neck and shoulders at least once a day, and she made sure she found the opportunity to help him with his needs a couple of times a week. Emery knew that he had fallen in love with her, but he didn't gush, and when he did say something romantic, it was always during one of their intimate moments under the main stairwell between the blast doors. To her profound surprise, he bent down and kissed the nape of her neck. "What was that for?" she said, feeling her face flush. He shrugged and continued to massage her shoulders, as though nothing had happened, winking at Marty. "So you want to split, huh?" Marty took a Christmas cookie from the plate in the center of the table. "Eventually, I think we should, yeah." "For what?" "To find those geologists at Altus Air Force Base. Keep things moving forward." "What things? Forward to where?" Sullivan said, irritated. "We don't even know if there's anybody alive up there. And even if there is, it's snowing like a bastard now. They've got 2 Army trucks in the cargo bay. We can ask them to give us one." Sullivan let that pass, shifting his attention to Emery. With the progression of her pregnancy, he was finding her ever more attractive. Unable to help himself, he kissed the nape of her neck a second time, and she whipped her head around, hissing through a mouthful of cookie, "Quit it!" He chuckled as he sat down beside her. "No one was looking." She glared the way only a woman can. "You're going to piss me off." He rolled his eyes and took a cookie for himself. "I can't help it. It's Christmas, and you're gorgeous." She looked at Marty. "Will you please remind him that I'm gay? He seems to have forgotten." Marty grinned. "It is Christmas." "So fucking what? That doesn't mean I'm—" Ulrich walked up and she stopped talking. "See you a minute, Marty? I've got another question about those crater photos." "Sure." Marty got up and followed him into the other room. Emery made sure no one was paying attention to them, then said to Sullivan, "What's with you lately? You're getting all sappy." "I'm in love with you." She gaped at him, unable to believe he had actually said the words. "Or didn't you know that?" She took another bite of cookie and turned around. "John, you're going to ruin this." "I don't want to ruin anything," he said. "I just want you to know how I feel. That's all." She looked at him. "Then tell me so we can get it behind us." "I love you, and I want you to keep the baby so we can raise it together." Her eyes filled with tears, and she turned away again. "You know that's impossible." "Yes, I do," he said quietly, touching her hair with affection. "But I wanted you to know my mind." She put her hand on his leg, said, "Thank you," then got up and left the room. Chapter 47. Forrest had given the men the night off, but even he was asleep in launch control with his head on his arms when someone tapped him on the shoulder. He sat up and opened his eyes to see Andy, Joanne, and Maria too. "I said you could bring a friend," he remarked with a tired chuckle, noting the tentative look on Andy's face. "What am I in trouble for now?" Andy looked at the other two. Then Maria too turned and looked at Joanne. "Okay, I guess it's me," Joanne said. "So, Jack, we have a little bit of a problem." "What sort of a problem?" he asked, reaching for his cigarettes. "I think Christmas went pretty well, don't you?" "It's got nothing to do with Christmas. It has to do with the fact that you cut us off. Or rather, you told Oscar to. We had a perfectly good thing going with him until you butted in. Now we're climbing the goddamn walls down here, and it's not fair. It wasn't any of your business." This took Forrest by surprise, and he glanced at Andy, who leaned back against the door. "Andy's here because she's got a separate issue," Joanne said. "Oh? Why isn't Renee in here too?" Joanne and Maria too looked at each other, obviously confused by the question. "So you guys didn't know about her," he said, sitting forward and lighting up. "Look, ladies, I wasn't making a moral judgment, and normally this kind of thing wouldn't be any of my business. But Oscar was exercising piss-poor judgment. The last thing I need down here is a civil war. Married women against the single ones. See what I'm saying?" "And you thought cutting us off was the way to avoid that?" Now Forrest saw what Vasquez had meant when he had said, "Suppose they don't agree." It seemed not even an apocalypse could prevent romantic intrigue. "I'm not exactly sure I know how to respond to that, Joanne. Are you saying you have an unalienable right to another woman's husband just because the world has ended?" Joanne looked at Maria too for help. Maria too said, "We're saying we have needs like anybody else, Jack. And Maria takes sleeping pills every night, so she sleeps like a log. That's what we're saying." "Sometimes you have to make concessions," Joanne added, crossing her long arms, "for the sake of keeping the peace." "It's a small thing," Maria too went on. "We're very careful, and Maria isn't going to find out." "Turns out you're not so careful, actually," he said testily, unable to believe he was having such a conversation with two women in the midst of such circumstances. "But let's get past that for a second. You're not ashamed of yourselves at all? You don't feel bad?" "A man wouldn't be ashamed," Joanne persisted. "Would you be a bit surprised by this if we were men? I don't think so." Forrest looked each woman in the eyes. "You're naive to think nobody will tell Maria. And when they do, I'll have a huge brush fire to put out down here." Andy finally spoke up. "Nobody's going to tell her, Jack. It's terrible to say, but the wife is always the last to find out when she's being cheated on. None of the other married women will want to risk their own husbands taking Oscar's place." "So you're telling me," Forrest said, not quite exasperated, "that you ladies can't maintain any more self-control than this? With an entire planet dying above you, you can't be satisfied that your children are safe and that you've got food to eat." "That's easy for you to say," Joanne rejoined. Getting laid 4 times a week. He straightened up in the chair, self-conscious that they knew the exact number. You don't think we pay attention? Joanne went on. You think everybody's happy as pigs in shit down here because nobody fights? Nobody fights because we found a balance. That is until you came along and fucked it up. He sat forward and crushed out the cigarette in the brass cannon shell, exhaling a stream of smoke, feeling disappointed in them. So what do you want me to do? Lift the embargo, Joanne said. Turn a blind eye. Let Oscar have some fun before he runs out of insulin. Trust us. Forrest eyed Andy. And you? She shrugged. You know what I want. So this is an ultimatum, he said. Either I acquiesce, or you start letting your tempers fly down here? Is that about right? It won't be out of spite, Maria too said in earnest. We're only human. It may not sound like it, Jack, but we're asking for your help. All you need to do is stay out of it, Joanne said, trying to make it all sound so simple. Andy finally stepped away from the door. You can't control every single thing that happens down here, Jack. The tighter you squeeze, the more things will slip through your fingers. Forrest understood this concept as one of the primary principles of command, but he had never been in charge of a group of women before, nor had he envisioned what seemed to him such an unlikely scenario. Fine, he said at length. But you girls had better go out of your way to make sure Maria never finds out. And you damn well better be there for her when Oscar dies. Understood. He was applying his military bearing now, and he was glad to see that they were responding in the appropriate manner, both of them straightening up under his gaze and nodding their compliance. And I will expect to hear all of the appropriate mea culpas in the event that you're caught. Both women looked at the floor, nodding once more. Very well, ladies. Good night. They thanked him quietly and left him alone with Andy. Okay, he said to her. So what am I supposed to do for you now? Take my pants off? Andy's eyes flooded with tears and she turned for the door. Forrest got up and caught her arm. I'm sorry, he said gently. That was uncalled for. She turned into him and rested her forehead against his chest. It was cruel. It's my way of pouting, he said, lifting her chin. I'm feeling pretty damn unappreciated at the moment. She looked at him, loving the feel of being so close to him in private. I need something only you can give me, Jack. I'm losing my mind down here. Why not Oscar? He suggested dryly. He's apparently in great demand. I'm not attracted to that disloyal son of a bitch. I'm attracted to you. Yet what you're suggesting would make me a disloyal son of a bitch. You're not married, and I'm lonely enough for that to be a big enough difference. They made love carefully and quietly. And when they were finished, Andy no longer looked nor felt like she was about to crawl out of her skin. She lay on top of him, listening to the beat of his heart. Can I ask you a silly question? She said quietly. Sure, he said, stroking her hair, his mind on 50 other things. Do you love her? Yes, he said. I love her completely. She got up from the cot and began to dress. Thank you very much, Jack. He reached for her hand. Please don't thank me. You're a wonderful woman, and you deserve an awful lot more than anyone down here can give you. Late the next morning, Veronica unexpectedly joined him in the shower, pulling the curtain closed. So, how did it go last night? What's that mean? He was not at all surprised that she knew something had occurred. Probably everyone in the complex knew something had occurred. Everyone except for Oscar's wife, of course, which was only because she took pills in order to sleep. The stress of knowing that her husband had less than 18 months to live having turned her into an insomniac. If you're going to play stupid, Veronica said, we're going to have a fight. Fine. I let Andy seduce me. And how was it? She asked calmly, reaching for the soap. She's a very lonely person, he said stiffly, not at all sure what to expect from her. Or was, she said, turning the soap in her hands. She looks like a whole new woman today. I haven't seen her. She let the soap drop and slipped her arms around him. Did I make a mistake? What are you talking about? He said, resting his hands on her shoulders. Last night was my idea, she confessed, trembling slightly. I knew things were coming to a head, and I knew that concessions had to be made, even by me. And it all seemed so logical last night with it being Christmas, and now I'm worried that I made a huge mistake. Forrest remembered his warning to her about being too objective. He held her face in his hands. A mistake how? There's a light in Andy's eyes this morning, so it must have been magical between you. It was, right? You made a connection? He couldn't help smiling. A connection? Honey, if there's a light in Andy's eyes today, good for her, but he shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Jesus Christ, you're the only magic in this place. Why did you ever send her in there with them? Because it was only a matter of time before something happened between you, and I wanted it to be on my terms, not hers. And sure as hell not yours. He moved her hair away from her face with his fingers. I'd like to think you're wrong about that, but who knows? She does flatter me. So what now? She shifted her weight to one leg, searching his eyes with hers. What do you mean, what now? He asked, puzzled. Veronica, as far as I'm concerned, it never happened. She smiled, and her eyes filled with tears. If that's true, then I made the right choice. I love you. She pressed against him and began to cry, relieved that he was still hers alone. Chapter 48. It was early April now, and with the temperature hovering just below 40 degrees on the island of Oahu, it was still too cold to even think about growing any kind of food outdoors. Light meters used to measure the amount of sunlight penetrating the cloud layer were indicating a slight increase, which was a hopeful sign, but at the present rate of improvement, it would still be years before there would be much actual sunlight. Local meteorologists and other members of the scientific community were still debating whether the rate of improvement would begin to increase exponentially as time passed. Esther Thorne stood bundled in a coat on the flight deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln, anchored in Pearl Harbor. With her were Vice President Hadrian and Admiral Longbottom. The Admiral had invited them to review the progress made toward converting the aircraft carrier into a power plant for the city of Honolulu. The pier was now replete with transformers and power lines, hooking the carrier into the previously existing lines running along Hawaiian Highway 1 into the city. Much of the island population had been moved into the capital, because running power all across the island was not going to be practical for some time yet. Personal homes remained private property, but all other structures had become the property of the state, in order to provide housing for those moving into the city. No one had to pay for room or board, but everyone had to do their part, however small. As it turned out, very few people were unwilling to pitch in around the island. In fact, during the early months, there were more volunteers than jobs. So a massive recycling program was begun, sending people to scour the islands for anything that might be useful. Scientists and visionaries alike were teaming up in an effort to create new technologies before the clock ran out. "It's coming along," Esther muttered. "Yes, ma'am," Longbottom replied. "But this doesn't exactly look permanent to me," she said. "No, ma'am, it's not. This is a temporary setup. If you'll look west to Ford Island, you'll see where preparations are being made for the permanent installation of a proper power station. Right now, the power is being run directly from the carrier into town, which isn't as efficient as we need it to be. Once we're able to run the power through a series of transformers, we'll be able to begin storing some of it." "And that power station will be ready to accept power from the tidal generators?" Esther asked. "Yes, ma'am. The Australian engineer has already selected a nearby location to begin installing the first few turbines. Which brings me to another subject. Oil, Admiral? Yes, ma'am. The Aussies are asking us to bring a second drilling platform online. They're willing to supply everything needed to get it up and running again if we're willing to do the actual work. They have no one to spare with the know-how, and they're struggling with a serious power shortage. They need the extra oil to run their mining operations. Yes, I've heard. And if they're going to continue the manufacture of the tidal turbines... Yes, Esther said. What do you think, Barry? Is it time to restart another drilling platform? I think we should restart it, Hadrian said. But then we should show the Aussies how to run it themselves and turn it over to them entirely. Let their navy protect it. Our fleet is already busy enough here in the islands. And piracy does continue to be an ongoing problem, Longbottom said. I'm sure you've heard that another settlement was attacked last night on the island of Lanai. Esther cast a glance at Hadrian, the two of them having privately discussed the matter already. Yes, I've heard. At some point, Admiral, these settlers are going to have to learn to defend themselves to a certain extent. We can't keep a ship lying off the coast of every settlement. It spreads your fleet too thinly and burns too much fuel. Perhaps we could garrison a marine detachment in each of the settlements. That would give your troops something to do, would it not? Longbottom stood thinking it over. We might try it. I'll speak with the Marine Commandant, General Floor, and see what he thinks. Please do, she said. With no more real wars left to fight, Admiral, it's going to be difficult to keep them busy. And we don't need a bunch of bored young men with weapons just sitting around. No, ma'am, the Admiral said dryly, noting the veiled smile on Hadrian's face. Chapter 49. With 2.5 months to go before hitting the 1-year mark, the silo's food and fuel stores stood at just over half of what they had started with, not counting the truckloads of MREs, so Forrest was pleased with their planning. There were hydroponic tomato plants growing in virtually every available space, and the 20 rats they had bred were all healthy and living in separate cages, in order to keep them from reproducing before it was time. Since agreeing to look the other way concerning Vasquez's midnight trysts with his 3 girlfriends, the women seemed to be getting along even better than before. Nonetheless, Forrest didn't believe for a moment that Maria Vasquez was the fool everyone else seemed to believe she was. It was 7 in the morning, and he was in the middle of getting a shave when every alarm in the installation began to wail. He wiped his face with a towel and ducked quickly out of the shower room, running through the halls to launch control. What do we got? Serious fucking trouble, Ulrich said, all the monitors cycling through the many camera feeds. Multiple targets. Forrest took one look at the monitors and killed the klaxon, grabbing the mic for the PA system. All combat personnel to the LC, he announced. All combat personnel to the LC. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Civilian population will move to secure quarters in an orderly fashion. Keep calm, people. I don't want anyone hurt. Emery was the first one to enter the LC, zipping her ACU jacket over her belly. What the fuck are you doing? No way, Forrest said. You could have that kid at any minute. Don't shoulder me aside, Jack. Then take a seat and help Wayne, he said, unlocking the weapons cabinet and strapping on his .45. Wayne, I want all extra ammo transferred from the cargo bay to blast tunnel number 2. Make it happen. I'm already on it, Captain, Vasquez said, crossing through the LC. Ulrich tapped one of the screens, getting Emery's attention. This monitor is yours. I want you watching everything that goes on inside the house. Keep moving from room to room. I'll be watching these other 2 to keep up with what's going on outside. Oh, shit, she said, seeing 3 slovenly soldiers entering the house through the front door. It's the Air Force. Forrest exchanged glances with Ulrich. What about him, Shannon? We've already butted heads with these guys, she said. They were real bad news back in September. God knows what they're like now. I wonder how they found this place. Sullivan and Marty arrived dressed in their combat gear, ready to perform whatever task was asked of them. Michael and the other doctors had come too. All of them were understandably disturbed by what they saw on the monitors. "It's that asshole Moriarty," Ulrich grated. "He's back for his fucking MREs, Jack. See what getting greedy got us?" "We don't know it's him. And if it is, we'll deal with him." "Oh, it's him all right," said Marty. "I'd bet on it." "What do you know about him?" "I heard that name when I had my run-in with them," Marty said. "And it sounded like he was some kind of hard-ass. These people are rapists, Jack." "They can't get in here, can they?" Michael asked. "That depends," Forrest said, concentrating on the monitors as he watched the motley outfit deploying around the grounds and into the house. He was trying to get a head count. "Depends on what?" Michael said. "You said nobody could get down here." "These assholes are military," Ulrich said. "If they've got the right shit, they can blow their way in." "Oh, great." "Mike, if you're going to start, you'll have to leave," Forrest said. "Looks like about 100 men. I count 10 transports, 5 trailers, a couple Humvees, 3 fuel trucks." "If that's all they've got left," Emery said. "They've lost a hell of a lot of people." "Yeah, well, eating your own can have that effect." "Is it time we started thinking about the Broken Arrow?" Ulrich said. "No," Forrest said, still studying the monitors. "We can only dance that dance once. I'd rather give up the number 1 blast door first. But keep an eye on those assholes by the trucks. Tell me if they unload any ordnance." "What's a Broken Arrow?" Michael wanted to know. "Sean? Price?" Forrest said, ignoring the question. "Would you see to the women and children? I'll keep you appraised." "Let us know if you need us to pick up a rifle," West said. "We're a long way from having to arm the medical staff, Sean. Sullivan, you and Marty help Oscar and Linus into the loading bay. They'll need help prepping the vehicles for emergency evac." "Sir," Sullivan said, turning on his heel and taking Marty with him. "Before you go, gentlemen, what you see in the bay is to remain top secret. Is that understood?" "Sir." "Okay, Major Moriarty," Forrest said, turning back to the monitors. "What's on your mind?" "See these cases here?" Ulrich said, tapping the monitor where a pair of airmen were unloading some large green cases from the back of a deuce and a half. "Those are M92s, shaped demolition charges. They can use them to blow the blast doors out of their casements. I wasn't counting on us going up against professional demolitions people." "Well, you invited their asses, Jack. Makes it tough to avoid. Hey, Wayne, do me a favor and pop the top on an ice-cold bottle of Shut the Fuck Up, will you?" Emery snickered. "Okay, pregnant warrior," Forrest said, moving around behind her chair and putting his hands on her shoulders as he watched the screens. "How are these assholes disposed when you went up against them before?" "They had an attack chopper, but we shot that down," she said, drawing a look from Ulrich. "Seriously. And they had at least 1 tank and plenty of small arms. That's all we really saw in terms of armament, and this is only a fraction of the transport they had." "Discipline?" She shrugged. "Lacks at best." "All right. Then we can assume it hasn't gotten any better. Maybe if we offer them some soap and razor blades, they'll go away," Michael remarked. "Wouldn't count on that," chuckled Emery. "What's this here?" Forrest said, touching the monitor. "Looks like a cage built over the back of this deuce and a half. Are those men locked inside?" "They're livestock," she said. "Jesus," Michael muttered, folding his arms and watching Forrest very closely. When Kane finally entered launch control, Forrest looked expectantly in his direction. "We set?" "All set," Kane said, wiping his hands with an oily rag. "Looks like we'd better be," Forrest said. "These pricks here are unloading shaped charges." Kane shrugged it off. "They'll only get the number 1 door. We'll still have numbers 2 and 3 after that. How do you know they'll only get one door? Michael wanted to know. Would you knowingly walk into a goddamn blast furnace? Blast furnace? We got our own dragon lives in this cave, Kane said. You didn't know that? Guys, Emery said, looking into her lap. I think my water just broke. What water? Ulrich turned around. Oh, that water. Forrest looked at Emery and laughed. You can tell it's Wayne's kid with the shitty timing. Hey, fuck you, Jack. It's not my kid. It will be pretty fucking soon, Emery said, taking Michael's hand as she stood up from the chair. Good luck with the battle, guys. Michael walked her down the hall to medical. Sean West was in the process of packing an emergency med kit, in case they were forced to evacuate the facility when he looked up to see that Emery's fatigue pants were wet. Stress of the moment, he said with a smile. Must have been, she said. I started having contractions the second I stood up. Help her onto the bed, Michael, and go find Price, will you? Get Aaron, too, Emery called. And be sure to tell Marty. She took off her jacket and lay on her side while West went about preparing a semi-sterile environment. Hey, Doc, do you have any of those silver suicide things? He turned around. How do you know about those? I don't think anything's a secret down here, Doc. A shadow crossed his brow. What do you want one for? Well, if those bastards get in here anytime soon, I won't be any good for fighting or evacuating. I'll be taking care of you. Don't worry. No offense, Doc, but I've seen things go to shit way too fast in this current reality. I'd feel a lot better if I had one of those things in my jacket pocket right here by the bed. He stood looking at her, knowing she was right about the fluidity of battle. He opened a cabinet, took a titanium vial not much larger than a tube of chapstick from a steel box, walked over and put it into her jacket pocket. Once this siege has lifted, I want it back. They're too dangerous to have floating around down here with the kids. No problem. Aaron arrived and sat down on the edge of the bed with Emery, taking her hand. How do you feel, honey? Pissed. I'm supposed to be getting ready for a fight, but I'm in here having a fucking kid. Do you still feel like you want me to, Aaron? Don't even try getting out of this. Aaron kissed her hand, suddenly overcome by emotion. There's no greater gift one woman can give another. Bullshit, Emery said, already bored with Aaron's sentimentality. I can think of a few things right off the bat. Like what? Aaron asked. Some good head for one thing. West laughed out loud. You're terrible, Aaron said. You sound like Wayne. Must be why he and I get along so good. Back in launch control, Forrest and the others stood watching as Moriarty walked into the house with the meter-long plastic tube under his arm, strolling into the kitchen like General Patton as he removed his gloves. They recognized him even with the beard as he faced the tiny fiber-optic camera hidden in the smoke detector on the kitchen wall. The fact that the kitchen table was stained dark with blood didn't seem to bother him, as he pulled a rolled-up blueprint from the tube and rolled it out on the table. Oh, that's just fucking great, Ulrich said, sitting back in the chair. What is that? Michael asked. It's a schematic of this facility, Forrest said quietly. The Air Force must have still had it on file locally. That means we're in big trouble, right? Won't they go right to the lift elevator and blow their way through? No, Forrest said. And even if they do, they've still got a pair of blast doors to get through. If they get past us in the cargo bay. Ulrich turned around in the chair and looked up at him. Would you care to tell me what makes you so fucking sure he won't go straight to the lift elevator? Forrest took a moment to light up a cigarette with his brass Zippo before replying. Why would he look for something he doesn't know about? He's got the goddamn schematic right there on the table, Jack. He has the original schematic, Forrest said. See, I do my research, Stumpy. Only 2 Titan installations were given lift elevators. This one, and another one clear the fuck up in North Dakota someplace. And our lift elevator wasn't added to this installation until 2 years after it went online. Hence, Jerk-off up there knows nothing about it. Chapter 50. Moriarty stood looking over the schematic, scratching at himself as Lieutenant Ford came into the kitchen with a couple of men. "This house obviously wasn't part of the original plan, Lieutenant, so the main blast door must be located beneath it. You two go down and check the basement." Ford waited until the men were gone. "Are you worried about a booby trap?" "Better safe than sorry," Moriarty said with a shrug, again digging at his crotch. The men returned unharmed and said the entrance to the silo was indeed located in the basement and that it was sealed shut. "Told you," Moriarty said quietly, rolling up the schematic. "It's sealed, which means our Green Beret friends are still down there eating our food. Mark my words, Lieutenant. Before this is over, I am personally gonna feed that smart-ass Captain Forrest his fucking liver." "Sergeant Yoshinaka," he said, stepping into the living room. "Are you ready to blow the doors off this beast?" "They're bringing up the charges now, Major," answered a Japanese-American male, with 3 dingy blue chevrons on his arms. "And you're sure you can do this?" "These shaped charges were designed for exactly this kind of work, Major. Don't worry. 3 big bangs, and this place is ours." "You'd better know what you're talking about," Moriarty said. "Because those 6 wretches out in that truck are the last of the livestock. After them, we'll have to eat the women, and that won't go over well with the men." "I still think we should send a foraging patrol ahead into Lincoln," Ford said. "No," Moriarty said. "We can't afford to risk losing any more men. Find the air shafts. There are 2 of them on the west side of the compound. Pour diesel oil down them and light them up. It's time to let these jokers know we're here." Moriarty and his remaining men had spent the last 3 months in North Platte, rooting out the survivors there and scraping by on whatever scraps they could find. But the cities were becoming less fruitful as the months passed, due to competitor armies, and their own force had been considerably worn down by attrition through combat, disease, and starvation. They were down to 100 men, which was a large force to feed, but not large enough so they could afford too many more firefights with rival groups. They were also starting to run low on ammunition. Moriarty placed a great deal of hope in this installation and what they might gain by taking it. If he didn't find a way to feed and re-equip his men within the next couple of weeks, they would soon cease to exist as an effective fighting force. He followed Sergeant Yoshinaka and his men into the basement and watched them attaching the linear-shaped charges of Composition C4 to the concrete casement around blast door number 1. The charges were each 3 feet long, with an aluminum V-shaped liner. The opening of the V would be placed against the concrete, which upon detonation would project a superheated explosion in one continuous blade-like jet deep into the concrete, searing through the steel locking pins within the casement and breaching the underground fortress's first line of defense. Lieutenant Ford came down the stairs, knocking the dirty snow from his boots against a support pole in the center of the room. "We just lit up the air shafts," he said, batting the snow from his trouser legs. "And the exhaust fans kicked right on, so they're definitely down there." "And they're shitting their pants," Moriarty said with a smile. "All this time they've been down there thinking they had life by the ass. But it's like General Patton once said, Lieutenant, fixed fortifications are monuments to the stupidity of man." When Yoshinaka was finished setting the charges, the 3 of them went upstairs and outside, into the hip-deep snow where thick black smoke poured out of both ventilator shafts. Crouching in the back of one of the trucks, Yoshinaka attached the wires to the detonator. "Ready, Major?" "Blow that fucker, Sergeant." "Fire in the hole!" Yoshinaka shouted, and pressed the button. They felt a shock tremor beneath their feet, and a deep boom came from inside the house. The windows did not blow out, however, since Yoshinaka had instructed his men to leave the front and back doors open to neutralize the pressure wave. "Is that it?" Moriarty asked. having expected an earth-shattering kaboom. "That's it," Yoshinaka said, hopping down from the truck. "First squad," Moriarty shouted. "Move up!" 12 men with rifles went running into the house, and Moriarty followed, waiting for them to make sure the enemy wasn't coming out to fight. Even with the dust still settling in the basement, he could plainly see that the steel door had been effectively blasted loose of the concrete casement. A number of men grabbed hold of the door, and with gut-wrenching effort, managed to pull it over onto the basement floor, where it landed very hard against the cement. Moriarty shined his flashlight down the tunnel to blast door number 2. "Beyond that door, gentlemen, is a stairwell leading down 3 stories, and that's where we'll find the door to the main complex." "Think maybe they got some women in there, Major?" asked one of the men. "They're stupid if they don't, son," Moriarty said, clapping the 20-year-old on the shoulder. "Now clear the room, and 2 of you go lug another case of charges down here." "What sort of defense you think they've lined up in there?" Yoshinaka wondered. "They can line up whatever they want," Moriarty said arrogantly. "Once we put the damn flamethrower to work in their tunnels, they'll be screaming to capitulate. Trust me, Sergeant. This is shock and awe at its finest. We'll go through these assholes like shit through a goose." 2 men returned with a case of explosives and carried it down the tunnel to the second door. "I'll be outside with Lieutenant Ford," Moriarty called down the tunnel. "All this dust is choking me." "Won't be long," Yoshinaka called back, going right to work unwrapping the explosives. He handed a flashlight to one of the men. "Hold this light, Sims, so I can see what the hell I'm doing here." The soldier beside Sims stood ready to fire should someone attempt to open the blast door from the other side. None of them noticed the small fiber-optic camera watching them through a tiny hole in the concrete above the door. But after a few seconds, Sims heard a strange hissing sound in the ceiling right above his head. "What's that noise, Sarge?" Yoshinaka looked up. "I don't... Run!" The 3 men dashed for the exit, but they didn't make it. 6 jets of flaming pressurized gasoline shot down from 6 recessed holes in the ceiling, engulfing the entire tunnel in a scorching pyroclastic cloud of roiling black-orange flame, burning lava hot to fry the meat from their bones. The charges exploded a few seconds later, the blast expelling the burning bodies from the tunnel. "What the fuck was that?" Ford gasped outside on the porch, looking to Moriarty for the answer. "Christ! Yoshinaka must have blown himself up." They took 3 men into the house, cautiously shining their lights down the basement stairs, to see that it was filled with black smoke, smelling the stench of broiled flesh mixing with the smell of burnt gasoline. "That's the end of Yoshinaka," Ford said grimly. "At least we've still got Edelstein to set the charges." "How did he fuck up?" Moriarty wondered. "C4 is extremely stable." "Maybe somebody inside opened the door and tossed in a grenade." "No, that's not cordite you smell," Moriarty said. "That's burnt gasoline. Something's not fucking right here." They waited an hour for the smoke to clear, and then 5 of them went down into the basement with their flashlights and pistols in hand, seeing the 3 mutilated bodies piled against the far wall. Moriarty shined his light down the tunnel and saw that the blast door was still intact. "Zeke, get in there and check that door. See if it's been damaged at all." The young airman walked cautiously down the tunnel to the door and gave it a kick, but the hatch was as solid as a mountain. "It's undamaged," he called back. "Didn't even scratch it." When Zeke was halfway back, the jets of flame blasted down into the tunnel again, engulfing him in another roiling ball of orange flame. "Holy Jesus!" Moriarty screamed, dancing backward to escape the intense heat. Ford jumped away too, but not before his left arm and back caught fire. He screamed and flailed around like a madman until Moriarty and the other airmen managed to knock him down, using their jackets to beat out the flames. But by then Ford had suffered third-degree burns to both his back and shoulder. "Medic!" Moriarty screamed up the stairs. Somebody get the medic down here! They hauled the screaming Ford out into the snow and laid him down. The icy cold helped to deaden the pain, but it wouldn't do much to prevent the inevitable infection the man was going to contract. "Don't let them eat me!" Ford was howling, clutching at Moriarty's jacket, his face black and burned. "Don't let the men eat me, Ben, please!" "Nobody's going to eat you," Moriarty said. "Morphine. Get this man some goddamn morphine!" The medic shot him up with a dose of morphine, and they carried him off moaning to one of the trucks. "He won't survive for very long with those burns," the medic told Moriarty. "How much more morphine do you want me to waste on him?" "Spread the word around," Moriarty said quietly. "Let the men decide. If it sounds like they want to let him die, bleed him out. Be less of a mess for the butcher that way." "Sergeant Jeffries!" he shouted, turning around. "Congratulations. You're a Mustang, Lieutenant." "Thank you, sir," said a broad-shouldered man of 25. "Put 2 men on guard inside at the basement door. Then meet me in the command trailer. Do not let them go into the basement." "Yes, sir." "Edelstein, come with me. We have a puzzle to solve, you and I." They went to the command trailer, where Moriarty dropped into a chair. The interior of the trailer was warm because they still had fuel for their generators, but it smelled like a pigsty. A bevy of malnourished women sat huddled together at the back of the trailer on the floor, with their hands shackled behind their backs. Moriarty told Edelstein exactly what had taken place in the basement. "So tell me this," he said. "How do they know when to squeeze the trigger on us?" Edelstein lifted his eyebrows. "That's a good question." "That's the key question," Moriarty said. "Because if we can't disable those flamethrowers, we're never getting in." He smashed his fist against the table. "Bastards think they're pretty smart. Probably down there laughing their asses off." "Cameras," Edelstein said suddenly. "Maybe they're watching us." The obviousness of the idea hit Moriarty like a truck. "Son of a bitch," he hissed. "I never even considered that possibility. My brain must be addled." "It's the lack of nutrition," Edelstein said. "It's affecting us all, Major." "Get out there and tell the men to tear that house apart. If they do find cameras, I don't want them destroyed. I want them covered with tape. Understand?" "Yes, sir." When Edelstein was gone, Moriarty walked to the back of the trailer, squatting to look the women over, his face pitiless and his eyes flat like those of a reptile. "Now which one of you ladies wants to improve my mood?" Chapter 51. No one heard a sound within the complex when blast door number 1 was blown out of its casement. But there was a subtle trembling that quivered through the facility, making everyone within the civilian population aware that they had taken damage. Forrest immediately went on the air to announce that blast door number 1 had been breached, but the situation was in hand and not to worry. A short time later, they barbecued the demolitions team and watched the monitor as the blast blew the tunnel clean. They waited patiently for the enemy to come back down, and when they were certain no more than 1 man was re-entering the tunnel, they barbecued him as well. "They won't likely be back for a while." Forrest fired up a smoke. "We should sneak into the house now," Vasquez said. "Take a few of them out and retreat back inside." "There's no need to expose ourselves. We still hold every advantage." Kane stepped into the room and offered Forrest a cup of coffee. "Baby's coming pretty soon," he told Ulrich. "Aaron asked me to send you in." "Yeah, that's just what Shannon wants," Ulrich said. "Me in there staring at her snatch. Message received, but I'll take a pass, thanks." "What's up with the ventilators?" Forrest asked, sipping his coffee. "We're fine so far," Kane said. "The non-return valves we installed work just like they were supposed to. But we can't draw fresh air until that damn fuel burns off. And they'll probably just pour more down. Which means we've got as much air as we're going to get until this is over," Forrest muttered. He turned to the dozens of tomato plants resting on the shelves against the wall. "Breathe, you little bastards." Michael chuckled sardonically. "Has anyone got any idea how many plants it would take to 300 plants per person?" Ulrich said. "Roughly. And we've got about 50 total. So how long do we have before we start to suffocate down here?" "It's tough to quantify," Ulrich said. "But for the sake of argument, let's say about 4 days. "Hey, guys," Vasquez said, sitting up in his chair to point at one of the monitors. "I think maybe they're looking for our cameras." "Well, that didn't take long," Ulrich said. "Shit. They've got the one in the living room." The view on the monitor seemed to swing wildly about the living room as the airman pulled the fiber optic wire from the smoke detector. "The only camera that matters now is the one in the tunnel," Forrest said. "And they need Superman to get at that one." "I don't know," Ulrich said, watching the enemy fan out through the house. "I don't like the idea of not being able to see what they're up to." "There goes the kitchen cam," Vasquez said. "Front porch, too." "The above-ground cameras were always a bonus," Forrest said. "There go the bedroom cams. Besides, we've still got the camera on the antenna array if we get into a pinch." "Which is a one-time deal," Ulrich said. "They'll snuff that motherfucker the second we extend it." Forrest leaned forward to use the PA, calling Danzig into launch control. "Linus," he said upon Danzig's arrival. "It looks like we're going to need someone on guard in the cargo bay from now on. We're about to go blind down here. Work out a schedule with Sullivan and Marty, will you? Put those two on the same shift. Kane, you take a shift too. I don't think any of us are going to be getting any sleep for a while." "Okay, honey, you're doing fine," West said, his hands resting on Emery's knees. "I can see the baby's head now. You're crowning beautifully." "Shit!" Emery gasped, gripping the edges of the mattress. "It feels like I'm shitting a bowling ball." Aaron smiled, wiping the sweat from Emery's forehead with the damp cloth. "You're doing great." Marty stood in the doorway watching. "Get in here and hold my hand, Marty. What the fuck? I'm dying in here." Marty crossed to the bed and took her hand. "Okay," West said. "With this next contraction, I need you to push for me, Shannon." The contraction came, and Emery pushed as hard as she could, screaming at the top of her voice. "Good girl," West said. "Almost there. One more time, honey." Emery waited and pushed one last time, feeling the baby squirt free of her body and groaning aloud. "It's a girl," Aaron said, beginning to cry. "It's a girl, Shannon." "Thank God that's fucking over," Emery said, her voice trembling. "Almost," West said with a chuckle, handing the baby to Dr. Wilmington so he could tie off and cut the umbilical. The infant began to cry a few seconds later, and after a short while the afterbirth was delivered, allowing West to clean Emery up. Dr. Wilmington cleaned the baby girl and swaddled her in a green cotton army towel, carrying her over to rest her on Emery's chest. But Emery closed her eyes and turned her head, as if some foul-smelling food had been placed before her. "Marty, who does she look like?" "You," he said softly, looking adoringly at the infant. "She looks like you." Emery turned her head slowly and looked at her daughter, at last lifting her arms to touch her. "Hey, you little shithead." Aaron's face was covered with tears. "Pick her up," Emery told her. "She's yours now." "Shannon, are you sure you don't want her?" Aaron said, suddenly sad for the infant. "She's your daughter, honey. Your flesh and blood." "I like her," Shannon said, holding her gently. "She's cool, but she's yours. I don't want to be a mother. Tell her, Marty." "She's given this a lot of thought," Marty said quietly. "It's for the best, Aaron." "You'll need to nurse her for as long as possible," West said. "In this environment, she'll need every advantage she can get." Emery sat against the pillow with the baby in her arms, looking dolefully at him. "I'm serious, Shannon. It's really very important. We don't have any baby formula down here, and powdered milk isn't going to do it all.
Not to mention she needs the immunities only you can give her.
All right, Emery said reluctantly. You can go now, Marty. I don't need you staring at my tits. She bared one of her breasts, and West helped her cradle the baby and position the nipple in her mouth. The infant took to the nipple at once and began to suckle like a hungry puppy.
That's a small mercy, West said with a glance at Aaron. They don't always take to it this fast.
Hey, that feels pretty good, Emery said with a grin. It's been a while. Maybe this won't be so bad. Aaron couldn't help laughing. Shannon, really?
Well, that's it, Ulrich said, rising from his chair as the last outside camera was discovered on the roof of the house and wrapped around with tape. They've blinded us.
I wonder why they taped them off instead of destroying them, Michael said.
This way they can communicate with us later on, Forrest said, drinking from another cup of coffee. Threaten us with imminent destruction. He looked at his watch. Be dark soon. We can raise the antenna just before sunup, maybe get a quick look at first light and then lower it again before they spot it. It's far enough away they may not notice.
I've got an idea I like better, Kane said.
Which is?
Call Broken Arrow about 0400, then go up and finish the job by hand. We're bound to catch a lot of them asleep in the house.
That's what Broken Arrow is? Michael said. Engaging them hand-to-hand?
Partly, Forrest said.
But I don't like it yet. Those trailers are out of range. We can't risk a protracted firefight.
But how soon before we're in a use-it-or-lose-it situation? Ulrich said. We won't know where they're snooping around up there now. What if they find the lift?
I'm not too worried, Forrest said. Tactically speaking, Moriarty's already fucked up. He set the coffee cup down and shook another cigarette loose. He could have played this like they didn't know about the cameras. They could have pretended to prepare for something he didn't really intend to do. Make us prepare for something that was never going to happen. But this idiot's no tactician. He's a fucking supply officer and he doesn't scare me. So no Broken Arrow except as a last resort. Unless you'd like to call for another vote there, Wayne?
Jack,
Ulrich said, before stepping into the hall.
Go fuck yourself.
Chapter 52. What if we flood the basement? Suggested a member of Moriarty's staff. Flood the tunnel and set the charges underwater. Moriarty sat looking at the man, glancing at Edelstein before sitting forward in his chair. That's a pretty good idea, Howard. Except for the fact we've got no water and no goddamn scuba gear. He pointed at the door. Get the hell out of here, you moron. Howard stood from his chair, saluted, and left the trailer. Moriarty looked at the other four. The next one of you who comes up with an idea like that, just shoot yourself and save me the trouble. Flood the goddamn basement. One of the cooks came in later and set a mess tray of blackish meat on the table. I put a lot of cayenne on it this time. I think it's better. Moriarty picked up a piece of the meat and took a bite. A little spicy, but not bad. Who is this? It's Lieutenant Ford, sir. Poor fucker, Moriarty said, licking his fingers. He was a good man. Have you come up with a way of getting into the complex? The cook asked. No. Too bad we don't have any way of getting that cat out here, the cook said, turning for the door. What cat? Moriarty said. There was a D8 along the highway on the way here. We could dig right down to the main complex with it. Blow our way in. Moriarty looked at Edelstein. Would that work? The concrete shell is 6 feet thick, Edelstein said. It would take a while, but with the explosives we have and a couple of jackhammers, yeah, I think it would work. It's worth a try. That's it then, Moriarty said, getting to his feet. Take a company of men and go get that goddamn bulldozer. Chapter 53. It was late,
and Melissa sat in the hall with Laddie asleep beside her on the deck, her laptop against her knees as she stared at a simple cipher on the computer screen. Row 1. A, B, C, D, E, F. Row 2. G, H, I, J, K, L. Row 3. M, N, O, P, Q, R. Row 4. S, T, U, V, W, Y. Row 1, column 1. Line 1, first letter, equals A. Row 4, column 6. Line 4, sixth letter, equals Y, etc. The first numeral of a set denoted which line to reference, and the second numeral denoted which specific letter within that line to reference. This was the rudimentary alphabetic cipher Ulrich had shown her months earlier, when she first expressed an interest in trying to decipher the code they were now listening in on, as many as 4 nights a week. She had since tried dozens of variations on it, most recently Group 1, Row 1, A, Row 2, EF, Row 3, MNO, Group 2, Row 1, B, Row 2, GH, Row 3, PQR, Group 3, Row 1, C, Row 2, IJ, Row 3, STU, Group 4, Row 1, D, Row 2, KL, Row 3, VWY. She always attempted to match them against the same string of code that one of the telegraphers signed on with at the beginning of each transmission. 9249130, 240248, 128240, 1292, 481, 163, 602, 591, 301, 301, 140, 492, 503, 671, 203, 682. And always came up with nothing but gibberish. One of her notable problems, among many others, was the numeral 9. No matter how she arranged the letters, she couldn't come up with a workable alphabetical value for the numeral 9. She asked Ulrich about it, but he hadn't been very helpful. He told her the 9s could have any one of a million different values, or even be complete gibberish to throw off a cryptologist. She was frustrated with Ulrich, firmly believing that if he would just help her, they could crack the code. "Okay, listen," he said to her late one night in launch control, when she had resumed work on the code at the console. "Do you know the Lord's Prayer? Yea, though I walk, and all that?" "That's not the Lord's Prayer," she said, laughing. "That's the 23rd Psalm. The Lord's Prayer is, Our Father, which art in heaven, whatever. Go get a Bible and copy it down a line at a time." "Which one, the Lord's Prayer or the 23rd Psalm?" He looked at her and narrowed his eyes, not having the patience with her that Forrest had. "Yea, though I walk—" "Geez," she said with another laugh. "You'd better learn to have some patience if you're going to be a dad, Wayne. Go get the Bible, kid." "I don't need it," she said, lifting her pencil. "And always number the lines," he told her. "That will make it easier for you to reference them as you're deciphering." "Got it." She wrote out the psalm from memory. Line 1. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Line 2. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. Line 3. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Line 4. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Line 5. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Line 6. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. "Okay, so now what?" she said, showing him the paper. Ulrich took the paper and wrote a quick string of code at the bottom of the page. 1-10/2-2/3-16/1-9/6-1/6-1/4-3 underscore 1-9/6-1_4-3_5-5/4-3/1-9 /6-11. Now decipher that, he said, and keep in mind the blank spaces are arbitrary. They hold no value of their own. I could just as easily have written it without the spaces, but I'm making it ridiculously easy for you. It was immediately apparent to Melissa that he had used the line number for the first value of each letter, and then just counted spaces for the second value, coming up with MELISSA space IS space A space PAIN. Ha ha, she said. I'm telling Aaron. You probably will, he said with a chuckle. Look, kid, the point I'm making is they don't have to use a simple alphabetic cipher. They could use anything. Any agreed upon text, just like this one here. And the letters in the code they're using don't have to be limited to double-digit values. They could apply to page number, paragraph number, line number, word number, and finally letter number if they wanted to, which would give each single letter in the message a value of 5 digits. So, do you see how many possibilities exist just within that single string of code you keep going over? There could be as many as 32 letters in it or as few as 16, just from that one example. But that would take time to translate. And you said they're talking fast. That's true, he admitted. But if they're only using a few pages of the text, which would be logical, they could easily have it memorized by now. So while I do believe it's a simple code in terms of numerical values, it could still be impossible for a person to crack without a computer program. But not necessarily. No, not necessarily, but the trouble is we have no way of knowing. So why waste thousands of hours trying to crack a code only to find out that it's impossible? Especially when we already know that it probably is impossible. But what if these people might be able to help us? Honey, whoever they are in no more of a position to help us than we are to help them. Believe me. And there's a very good chance of them being hostile, so we couldn't risk breaking radio silence before we at least knew what the hell they've been talking about all these months. Melissa had not been even slightly deterred by Ulrich's discouraging opinion of her chances. In fact, she only grew that much more determined. She saw a definite pattern within the code, even if only in her mind's eye. She just couldn't quantify it yet, and she continued to be very frustrated with herself, knowing that with a little more mathematical skill, she could crack the damn thing and maybe, just maybe, find them some help before they were forced to eat rat meat in order to stay alive. Or worse, starve. Forrest stepped around the open blast door and crouched beside her, petting Laddie, who came instantly awake. I'd feel better if you two were in the common area with the others. The kids are asleep now. I can't concentrate with everyone around, she said, her eyes fixed on the screen. I'm close, Dad. I can feel it. Melissa had taken to calling him Dad a bit more often now, and it pulled at his heart every time. Veronica had remarked in private that she thought Melissa might have used the moniker to manipulate him in certain instances, which spawned their first genuine argument. She had only meant to imply that all girls manipulated their fathers to a certain degree, but Forrest accused her of being jealous. How dare you accuse me of being jealous of a 16-year-old girl? She's never made a single unreasonable request, Veronica. There isn't even anything down here unreasonable to ask for Christ's sake. Never mind, she had said. You're obviously too sensitive where Melissa's concerned. I won't bring her up again. After that, they hadn't spoken for an entire day. I'd like you to move into the common area anyway, he said to Melissa now. This tunnel's supposed to be sealed in case there's an emergency. Can't I? What did I say? He said, speaking crossly with her for the first time. She looked up from her work, a hurt expression in her eyes, and closed the computer, gathering her papers together. He offered her his hand and helped her to her feet. Laddie got up with her and stretched. Forrest sealed the door, and they moved into the common area, allowing Laddie to trot deftly ahead of them through the sleeping children. On his way to Melissa's bedroll near the wall, the dog stopped to sniff a couple of the kids, then curled up on his own bed made from folded blankets. Melissa put the computer into its box, unzipped her bag, and sat down to untie her shoes. "You don't have to go to bed," he said quietly. "I'm tired," she said, without looking up at him, pulling the flap of the bag over her legs. "Good night." "Good night," he said, and turned to walk away. "Jack?" "Yeah?" "I'm sorry for making you mad." "You didn't make me mad. I love you." "Love you too," she said, and turned over to go to sleep. Laddie got back up and followed Forrest into the cafeteria, where Veronica was sitting up with Aaron and the infant, whom thus far didn't seem to have a name. Aaron had just brought the babe from her feeding and medical, and now the child was sound asleep, swaddled in Aaron's arms. Laddie sniffed at the infant and sat wagging his tail. "No, she's not yours yet," Aaron said with a smile. "You'll have to wait a couple of years." There was no one sleeping in the cafeteria because the complex was on a war footing. All civilians were to remain in one of the two conjoined common areas at all times, except for while preparing food in the kitchen to be served in the common areas. "So, E, are you an official mom now or what?" Forrest asked, taking a seat beside Veronica. "Shannon says so." "You don't seem exactly thrilled." "Oh, I am," she said. "It just doesn't feel real yet, you know? With Shannon nursing her every couple of hours and those maniacs trying to get in. I feel more like a nanny, I guess." "Give her to Karen, then," he said. "I know she'd love to have her." "Over my cold, dead body, Jack Forrest." He laughed. "You sure sound like a mother to me." "You never pass up the chance to get a rise out of me, do you?" "Nope." He gave Veronica a kiss. "How's my girl?" "Worried," Veronica said. "Don't be. That's my job." "Yet you never do." "That's because it's much more productive to act." "Well, Wayne's worried," Aaron said. "He says not, but I know him. He's as worried as I've ever seen him, in fact." "He's just a pussy." Veronica slapped him on the arm. "He's called Wayne lots worse, V, believe me, and vice versa. You'd think they hated each other the way they talk to one another. It's disgusting." "I do hate him," Forrest said, pretending to shake a cigarette from his pack, watching for Aaron's reaction. "You even try smoking around this baby?" He tucked the cigarettes back into his trouser pocket and gave Veronica a wink. "What's going on in the cargo bay?" Aaron asked. "Wayne won't tell me." "We're just making sure nobody cuts through the lift elevator." "No, before all this," Veronica said. "All 5 of you have been spending more time in there than normal lately." "Don't think we haven't noticed, Jack." "I can describe it in 2 words," he said with a smile. "Top secret." Aaron rolled her eyes. "At least Wayne has guts enough to say it's none of our business." When Aaron left, Forrest said quietly, "You were right about Melissa." "What do you mean?" "A couple weeks ago when you said she manipulates me once in a while." "Oh, well. It's not really a big deal, though." She put her arm around him and kissed his neck. "I never tried to imply that it was. She's a teenage girl. Every woman down here was like that at her age." "Well, I'd rather think of her as completely innocent." She laughed and kissed him again. "You and every man who's ever had a daughter." Chapter 54. "Major, you'd better come see this," Sergeant Jeffries said, shaking Moriarty awake. Moriarty let go of the woman he was using for warmth and rolled over onto his back. "What's happened, Sergeant?" "The men have found something I think you should see right away, sir. Something in the snow." Moriarty swung his feet over the edge of the cot and put them on the floor. He slapped the woman's backside and told her to get up and put on his boots for him. After she tied his laces, he stood up, cuffed her hands behind her back, and told her to go lay down. A few minutes later, he was tromping off after Jeffries through the deep snow, with his hands in his coat pockets. On the far side of the compound, a dozen men stood in a circle with flashlights, shining them on the snow. "What are they looking at?" Moriarty asked. "It's weird, sir. You need to see it for yourself." Moriarty marched up and stood looking at the snow. At first, he didn't see what they were talking about. He was looking for a specific item, like a frozen arm sticking out of the snow. But after a moment, he saw what they had found. A slight depression in the snow shaped like a nearly perfect rectangle, about the length and width of an Army 6x6 truck. "I'll be goddamned," he said. "You men get some shovels and be ready to dig. But nobody is to step into that area until ordered to do so. Sergeant Jeffries, get the complex blueprints and a compass, and meet me in the house. We may not need that goddamn bulldozer after all." A short time later, Moriarty and his staff were gathered around the kitchen table by the light of 6 army lanterns. "Okay," he said, using the compass to orient the blueprints in the way one would orient a map. "You will notice, gentlemen, there is nothing in these plans to indicate anything located beneath the depression in the snow, which is because whatever is located there was not added to this installation until after it was commissioned. Does anyone care to take a guess at what it might be?" "A vent?" Jeffries suggested. "Even better," Moriarty replied. "It's a hydraulic lift elevator. And below that lift elevator is a cargo bay. A cargo bay that is very likely full of supply. Supply that will be ours the very moment we blast our way through the left deck. But what is even better, gentlemen, is that we will once again have unfettered access to a blast door. Now, this blast door will likely be larger and slightly thicker than the one we have already dealt with, but we will still be able to blast our way through it. Isn't that right, Corporal Edelstein?" "Yes, sir." "But why is there a depression in the snow?" one of the other men asked. "Heat," Moriarty said. "There's obviously just enough heat below the deck to cause a slight melt close to the ground, which has dropped the surface level of the snow. Now advise the men to dig slowly and very, very carefully. I'm guessing these cagey bastards have covered the deck with dirt, so when they reach dirt, the men are to put the shovels aside and dig with their hands. And no one, I repeat, no one, is to step on that deck in anything other than stocking feet. Is that understood?" "Yes, Major." "Very good, gentlemen. Let's move with a purpose." The room cleared, and Moriarty stood looking out the kitchen window with Jeffries at his side. He checked his watch. "Still 2 hours before first light," he muttered. "We need to do this right, Sergeant. Get some men moving around down in the basement with flashlights. Make it look like they're up to something, it doesn't matter what. Just so they have the attention of those bastards below. Keep it mysterious." "Yes, sir," Jeffries said. "What about the dozer, sir?" "We'll talk with Edelstein about that. 6 feet of concrete is a lot to blast through, and assaulting through an opening like that won't be easy." "What if we wait until the dozer gets here, and we let them see us digging on the far side of the compound?" Jeffries suggested. "To make it look like we're digging down to the access tunnel for the number 2 silo. Wouldn't that draw their attention even farther away from the cargo bay? And with the camera angle being what it is, they won't be able to see us working on the lift elevator." "But they will wonder why we are letting them watch." "We can show them a note. Tell them to surrender or else. They'll think we're letting them see in order to prove we can back up our threat." "So the question becomes when to hit them," Moriarty said. "I think a couple of hours after first light, sir. Give them time to see us and concentrate their defenses on the far side." "All right. We'll start digging as soon as the dozer gets here, and exactly 2 hours later we'll blow a hole in the lift deck. If there are no defenses in the bay, we'll send 2 men down by rope to see if there is power to the lift. In the event the bay is defended, we'll rain grenades down on them until there's nothing left but ground chuck." Chapter 55. Forrest was sitting on the john when the alarms began to sound once again. "Jesus Christ," he said. pulling a length of paper from the roll and hurriedly wiping his ass. Every fucking time. "Forrest to the LC immediately," Kane's voice called over the PA. "Forrest to the LC." Forrest sprinted down the hall into launch control. "What the fuck is it now?" "Look," Kane said, pointing at the monitor. On the screen, a large D8 cat track hoe was digging into the earth on the far side of the compound. Given the depth of the hole, the cat hadn't made more than a few passes. Ulrich arrived and took one look at the monitor. "Broken arrow, Jack?" Forrest was already on his way to the fuse box. He unlocked it quickly and threw one of the two red switches. Ulrich watched the monitor, hoping to see the ground erupt in a series of heavy explosions. "Nothing," he shouted, kicking the waste can across the room. "They've already torn up the fucking grid. God damn it, Jack, I told you!" Michael stood in the doorway in his pajamas, looking very confused. "What was supposed to happen?" "We mined the upper compound with TNT," Kane answered. "Everything you're seeing on the monitor right now should have been blown to shit when Jack threw that switch. But that dozer has torn up the grid." "Jack, blow the goddamn house," Ulrich said, seeing that Forrest was relocking the fuse box. "Once they see the ground was mined, they'll check the house sure as shit." "Not necessarily," Forrest said, moving back to the monitor. "And if we blow the house, we lose this camera feed." He shook a smoke from the pack and fired it up, drawing deeply as he stood thinking. "At least we kill these assholes here," Kane said, bringing up the tunnel feed to point out the flashlights moving around in the darkness deep within the basement. "It's tough to tell what they're doing, but they have to be working on some sort of a countermeasure for the flamethrowers." "We don't have a lot of time," Ulrich said. "What's it going to be, Jack? Use it or lose it, goddammit." "We need to see what they're doing up there, Wayne. The house stays intact." If he was completely honest about it, Ulrich was glad this particular call wasn't up to him. He was truly at a loss to judge the best move under the present circumstances. "For now," Forrest said, "we form a human chain all the way to silo number 2. We have to transfer every bit of food out of there before we're cut off from it. They're digging down to the access tunnel to blow their way in. Once the silo is empty, we'll use the remainder of the TNT to booby-trap it and the tunnel. Wayne, you're in charge of the relocation. Kane and I will remain here in the LC. Who's on duty in the cargo bay?" "Sullivan and Marty." "Get them out and seal it. There's still a shit ton of supply left in number 2 silo, and we'll need every swinging dick to move it." "I'll take care of it," Ulrich said. Forrest picked up the PA. "Attention, everybody. Our friends upstairs are using a bulldozer to dig down to the number 2 access tunnel. So we need all of you to pitch in and help move our supplies out of number 2 silo and into the number 1 blast tunnel. Everyone stay calm and listen to Wayne. We're going to be okay." He set the mic down and stood smoking as he watched the cat plowing through the dirt. "That last part might be the first lie you've told them," Kane said. "I know it. Those assholes don't have nothing to do but excavate," Kane went on. "Pretty soon we'll be robbing Peter to pay Paul down here, and we only got 4 days of air to do that. Even less with everybody working their asses off shuffling shit around. I know. We're gonna have to go up there and give those motherfuckers something else to—" "I know it, Marcus, goddammit." Forrest stood watching the machine make yet another pass, his mind working to process the entirety of the situation. "Jack, let me put together an assault team. Me, Sullivan, and Vasquez. We'll take out those assholes in the basement and clear the house and nothing flat." Forrest ignored him, trying to gain a sense of how long it would be before the machine unearthed the access tunnel. He estimated it would probably take less than an hour, despite the obvious inexperience of the man operating the dozer. "We need to disable that fucking cat," he said finally. "That solves our problem." "Shannon's M203 will do the trick," Kane replied. "I can hit it easily from the upstairs window." "Get Sullivan ready to back you up," Forrest said. "I don't want a family man going out there unless it becomes imperative. You two will have to be very fast, Marcus." "Don't you fucking worry about that," Kane said. grabbing for the PA to call Sullivan. "Wait," Forrest said, having a sudden thought. "Why the fuck are they showing us what they're up to? To scare us?" "But they're giving us time to prepare," Forrest said. "Hold on a second. This shit isn't right. Check the rest of the feeds." Kane checked through half of the camera feeds before finding that the kitchen camera had been uncovered. All they could see, however, was a close-up shot of a paper plate. Written on the paper plate was a short note. "Surrender now, or you all die." Forrest shook his head. "Fucking idiots misspelled surrender." He took up the PA. "Mike to the LC. Mike, come to the LC." "What the hell can he do?" "I don't know. Maybe nothing, but I'm having a brain lock." When Michael returned, he was dressed in his street clothes. "What do you need, Jack?" "Put me inside this asshole's head," Forrest said, pointing to the note on the screen. "Well, he needs a dictionary. Other than that, I'm not sure what you mean." "I mean, why is he showing me what he's up to?" Forrest said. "The fucking asshole has met me. He knows I'd never surrender. So why is he bothering to ask? A taunt I could understand, but a ridiculous demand? It doesn't make sense to me." "Okay, I see what you mean," Michael said. "But I'm not sure there's any way to know what he's thinking by this point. I mean, I've never interviewed anyone who's been driven to cannibalism before. His entire psychological profile has been what?" "Well, I was about to say that it's been altered. But no, that wouldn't be right. It's been synthesized. Who he is now is who he's always been. Just with all the fat boiled off, nothing left to inhibit his true psychopathic nature. He would have to be psychopathic in order to retain command over so many men under these conditions." "So what's it mean?" "I think it means he's deliberately coming after us to kill us. He's not one bit interested in our surrender, no matter how he spells it." "Is that what you're looking for?" "That's it," Forrest said. "Take care of our girls, okay?" Michael smiled. "You got it." Michael left the room and Forrest went back to watching the monitors. He counted the total number of men he could see and came up with only 6, not counting however many men were goofing off in the basement with the flashlights, which couldn't have been more than 4 or 5. That left around 90 men unaccounted for. "Bullshit," he said at length, drawing deeply from his cigarette. "This cocksucker's up to something, Marcus, something we can't see." "Where are we most vulnerable?" The answer hit them both at the same time. "Fuck, the lift." Forrest grabbed the PA again. "All hands under arms to launch control now. All hands to launch control. Civilian personnel are to seal themselves inside the common area immediately. No exceptions." King was already up and shrugging into his body armor. "We need to get to the cargo bay, Jack." "Forget it," Forrest said, grabbing for his own armor. "Unless I'm wrong, they're already inside. We're going to lose the first blast door. But we don't have a countermeasure for the cargo tunnel." "We're the countermeasure, my friend, you and me." "Suits me fine, Captain." The rest of the combat personnel were arriving in launch control and suiting up for battle, including Emery, whom Forrest was not about to argue with under such dire circumstances. "Shannon, I want you armed and sitting right here manning the goddamn console. You and West will be the last line of defense. Doc, does Price have the box of cyanide capsules?" "He's got them," West said, accepting a carbine from Ulrich. "He and Mike are both sealed in with the women and children, and they know what needs to be done if we lose the complex." "Okay, people, here's the deal," Forrest said, unlocking the fuse box again. "I'm 99% sure we've already lost the cargo bay. And if I'm right, we'll be losing the first cargo door very soon. Marcus and I plan to be in the tunnel when they blow that door. We'll hit them hard the second they make the breach. Under no circumstances is anyone to open the second cargo door to try and help us. Wayne, the 5 of you will wait at the top of the stairs inside the main entrance until Shannon flips this switch and blows up the fucking house. At that time, you 5 will enter the main tunnel with Sean sealing it behind you. Sean, you will then haul ass back down here with Shannon.
Wayne and his assault force will make their way into whatever is left of the house, killing every motherfucker they encounter while en route to the lift elevator from above. Once you've secured the opening to the cargo bay, Marcus and I will meet you in the middle. We'll all be dead before that rendezvous ever takes place, Ulrich said, strapping into his harness. Men, Forrest said, pulling his helmet on over his head. Those assholes up there are half-starved to death. That makes us stronger, faster, sharper, and one fuck of a lot meaner than they are. Hoo-ah? Hoo-ah! Move fast, Stumpy. Take maximum advantage of their confusion after Shannon blows the house. Chapter 56. Moriarty stood in the center of the lift elevator, looking down through the hole they had blown in the deck as he waited for it to touch down. He then stepped into the cargo bay with 25 of his best men and stood looking around. "They're raising rats down here, Major," said the man who had slid down the rope to lower the elevator for the rest of the team. Moriarty stood grinning. His plan had worked perfectly. They had taken the cargo bay without firing a shot, and they were about to blow the first blast door with their enemies still entirely unaware of their presence. The fact that the plan had actually been Jeffrey's was irrelevant. "Goddamn textbook," he said, clapping Edelstein on the back. "Get that fucking door blown, Corporal. Christ Jesus, I think we'll be running through their fucking halls before they even know we're in. Get that goddamn flamethrower ready, Bishop." Edelstein and his men went quickly to work, setting the linear charges in the shape of a man door in the center of the much larger 3-ton blast door. "Major!" an airman shouted from across the 60-by-60-foot square bay. "These 2 trucks are loaded up with MREs. Nobody touches the food until after we've secured this installation," Moriarty ordered. "Is that clear?" Suddenly, there was a thunderous explosion outside the lift opening. One of their men standing near the edge lost his balance and fell in, snapping his knee when he hit the deck. "What the fuck was that?" Moriarty demanded. "Holy fuck!" the injured man screamed, holding his knee. "They blew up the fucking house!" "Christ, they're probably attacking," Moriarty said in fear. "Everyone back on the lift." 25 men piled back onto the lift, as the 26th ran to hit the up button. Nothing happened. "Major, they've cut the fucking power. We're fucking trapped." Moriarty's men fell into instant panic as the sound of automatic rifle fire began to erupt outside the opening, and another man fell to the deck, shot through the head. "Blow that fucking door open!" Moriarty screamed at Edelstein. "We're rats in a goddamn barrel down here!" Edelstein and his men went back to setting the charges, finishing quickly. "Everybody take cover!" The men took cover behind the trucks as Edelstein ran backward, reeling out the wire for the detonator. He quickly twisted the wire ends around the leads, then shouted, "Fire in the hole!" giving the small handle a twist. The charges blew with a loud bang, and the men surged forward to pry the chunk from the center of the door with crowbars. It fell forward onto the concrete, and everyone stood well clear of the opening as Moriarty shined his flashlight carefully inside the tunnel, all of them fearing another horrifying pyrotechnic countermeasure. This tunnel was of an entirely different construction than the main entrance, made of steel walls and a steel ceiling, supported by I-beam framing every 48 inches for its entire length of 32 feet. The flooring was made of steel grating, and the walkway itself was suspended from no less than 20 steel spring shock absorbers, ostensibly to allow the tunnel to survive a near hit from a nuclear weapon. There were no holes in the ceiling or the walls, and there was nothing in the tunnel except some rubble blown inward by the blast. "Get to work, men," Moriarty said, casting an upward glance at the dim opening in the ceiling, half expecting to see it encircled by enemy riflemen. As Edelstein and his team hurried down the tunnel with the case of charges, 2 badly battered Green Berets stood up from beneath the steel grating with blood running from their eyes and ears. They opened fire at near point-blank range, aiming for the necks and faces of the 4-man demolition team and killing them instantly. Both Forrest and Kane then pulled the pins on a pair of grenades each and tossed them down the tunnel after Moriarty's men,
who were scrambling for cover with no idea what kind of force they had so suddenly and unexpectedly come up against. The grenades exploded as they bounced clear of the opening, and 6 of Moriarty's men were killed or badly wounded, the quadruple explosion badly disorienting and rattling the remainder even as they fled. Forrest and Kane pulled themselves up from the hole in the floor and shuffled to the end of the passage. Neither bothered to speak. It would be days before either would be able to hear at all. They switched on their infrared night vision as they took cover inside the partial doorway, easily seeing many of the men who were relying on the poor light for cover. They began to fire, hitting Moriarty's men in their exposed legs and arms, shattering bone and picking them apart. There was a lot of return fire, but none of it was accurate enough to do much good, as most of Moriarty's men had grown lax about recharging their NVDs. Kane took a hit in his left shoulder, and Forrest took a direct hit on his boron carbide chest plate. But both men remained cool, calm, and collected, choosing their targets before squeezing off each 3-round burst. Moriarty lay on the concrete behind a small generator with his arms wrapped over the top of his helmet, his knees pulled tight to his chest in order to make himself as small a target as possible. He was now deadly certain he had fallen into some kind of special forces trap, and that his middling force was heavily outgunned. There wasn't much of anywhere for his men to hide other than behind the wheels of the 3 vehicles. But with them pushing and shoving one another in an effort to get the best cover, they were like ducks in a shooting gallery. Men were dropping their weapons and screaming in capitulation, even as they were being shot apart. But no one was listening. A few moments later, the loading dock fell silent, and Moriarty slowly reached to open the flap on his holster, drawing the pistol and pulling his knees beneath him to sneak a peek over the top of the generator. Forrest was standing there with his M4 shouldered and ready to fire. "Major Moriarty, I presume." Moriarty dropped the weapon, and Kane delivered him a butt stroke to the side of his head, sending him sprawling across the concrete. Chapter 57. Ulrich listened for the shock wave to strike the blast door, signaling that Emery had blown up the house. Counting to 5, he pulled the lever and swung the door wide, running the 20-foot length of the tunnel through the smoke and dust until he came out the other end into the dim light of the basement, where 3 dead airmen lay on the floor with their lungs crushed. A murky sky was visible at the top of the steel staircase, telling Ulrich the house had blown up, out and away just as he had intended when he set the charges. He and the other 4 men, Danzig, Vasquez, Sullivan, and Marty, stormed up the stairs and opened immediate fire on the stunned crowd of nearly 30 men gathered at the opening over the cargo bay, firing from prone positions on the flooring of the house. They shot the airmen down with near impunity as the airmen struggled through the deep snow in a vain attempt to seek cover. The few who tried to return fire were the first to be eliminated, one toppling over backward into the hole. Sullivan banged Marty on the shoulder, signaling him to help reduce the men on their left flank, who were taking up firing positions within the row of trucks and trailers. Marty sprayed them with grazing fire, as Sullivan fired a 40mm grenade into the side of a small diesel tanker, killing 5 in the explosion and flushing many more from the cover of the trucks on either side of the inferno. Ulrich and the others had eliminated the airmen near the lift elevator, and were now adding to the fire directed at the trucks, where there were 30 or so Air Force men left to be dealt with. Sullivan fired another grenade into the side of the explosives truck, killing or injuring another 10. "Take cover!" Ulrich shouted, smacking Danzig on the shoulder and pointing toward what used to be the back porch, where the brick foundation of the house would provide them decent cover. "We're too exposed." Danzig was crawling backward when he saw Vasquez's head drop face first onto the deck, a round having struck him to the left of his nose and blowing out the back of his head. Danzig grabbed for his friend's ankle, but Sullivan knocked his arm away and shoved him toward cover. "He's gone." Ulrich grabbed Marty's collar and practically dragged him as Marty continued to pour fire onto the enemy, deftly switching out the empty magazine and continuing to fire like a veteran soldier. The 2 of them toppled off the back porch into the lee of the foundation. Sullivan fired a grenade and blew up another truck, glancing behind him to his right, as he was loading another round, seeing the Humvee ascending from below the earth. He swung the weapon around and was about to fire when Kane's dark face emerged from the gunner's opening in the roof. The Humvee raced off the deck and swung wide around the compound to the west, outflanking the enemy position. Kane fired into their exposed flanks as Forrest sped through the snow, and within a few seconds the remaining airmen were throwing down their weapons and putting their hands into the air. "Let's move!" Ulrich shouted, jumping onto the porch and then charging across the floor to the front stairs. The airmen were walking out to meet them with their hands raised, all of them shaggy and filthy, and utterly demoralized. "Hands on your heads!" Danzig screamed, kicking one of them viciously in the groin. "Down on your fucking knees!" Soon there were 11 airmen down on their knees in the snow with their hands on top of their heads. Sullivan stalked the row of trucks, shooting the wounded where they lay. Forrest and Kane checked inside each of the trailers for supplies and holdouts, but all they found were 2 sickly women who had somehow managed to survive the hail of bullets. The truck with the cage on the back of it was in flames. The 5 men inside, who had been on the menu, now terribly overcooked. "There's only 6 of you?" asked a young airman in abject disbelief. "There were 7 of us," Danzig said, stomping pugnaciously forward to deliver a rifle butt to his face, knocking him over backward into the snow. "Linus," Forrest shouted. "Enough! Sir! Weapons and ammo!" Forrest was shouting much more loudly than necessary, his ears no longer bleeding but still ringing like church bells. "We leave nothing of value up here. Kane, get on the cat and push that dirt back into the hole." He used hand signals to explain himself and marched off through the snow. He climbed the stairs onto the foundation of the house, knelt beside Oscar Vasquez, and turned him gently over onto his back, stripping him of his weapons and ammo. He took the dog tags from around Oscar's neck and put them into his pocket, rooting through his pockets for anything his wife Maria might want. Danzig came up onto the foundation and began to remove Oscar's boots. Forrest stared at him. "We wear the same size, Captain." Danzig got his first look at the ruptured blood vessels in Forrest's eyes, pointing to his own boots so Forrest would know what he was saying. "Won't be any more boot factories for a while, will there?" Forrest said in a loud voice. "No, sir." "What do you want done for him, Linus?" "We can't let Maria see him with his face shot apart." "Let's build him a big fire, sir," Danzig said, gesturing with his hands. "Good idea," Forrest said, offering him Oscar's dog tags. "It was better this way, Linus. Diabetic coma's no way for a soldier to die." "Yes, sir." "I have a request, sir." "A what?" "Request," Danzig said in a raised voice. "What is it?" Danzig pointed at the men still on their knees in the snow, making a shooting gesture with his thumb and forefinger. "I want to do the executions." Forrest nodded and returned his attention to Vasquez. Danzig walked off through the snow and took a 9mm pistol from the pile of captured weapons, shooting each airman in the back of the head one at a time. None of the condemned men bothered to plead for their lives until Danzig came to the last one. "I never touched any of those women," the man pleaded over his shoulder. "Ask them. I never touched any of them, ever." "I believe you," Danzig said, squeezing the trigger and watching his body fall over into the gray snow. Afterward, Forrest's men built a large funeral pyre from the debris of the house. It was growing dark by the time they lay Oscar's body in the center of it, dousing it with gasoline and setting it ablaze. Kane was only just finishing with the landscaping when Forrest walked over and climbed up onto the machine with him. "We have to find a patch to weld over that hole in the lift deck," Forrest shouted. "Any suggestions?" Kane backed off the throttle and sat thinking. His eyes and ears had stopped bleeding as well, but both men looked a mess. "I can cut a patch from the hood of one of the trucks," he said loudly. "It's not as tough as boilerplate, but it's better than nothing." "We'll work until we're finished," Forrest said, patting him on the shoulder with a grin. "And this time we'll cover the lift deck with 3 feet of dirt." It was 10 at night before they finished clearing the bodies from the cargo bay. and patching the hole in the lift. Dr. West came into the cargo bay to look over the two women, taking Forrest and Ulrich aside. "They're sick," he said slowly enough for Forrest to make him out, not wanting the women to overhear him. "I don't think it's anything communicable," he said directly to Ulrich. "But I've given them TB tests to make sure it's not tuberculosis. We'll know in 3 days. Until then, at the very least, they should remain quarantined here in the bay. With some penicillin and hot food, they should be ready to join us inside within a week or two." He then turned to Forrest and made an OK with his fingers. "Okay, Sean," Forrest tried to say more quietly. "Thanks. Now, would you mind going inside? We've got some dark business to take care of out here. And I don't think your oath allows for you to be present." "Sure," West said, glancing across the bay to where Major Benjamin Moriarty sat shackled to the fender of a truck, before withdrawing to the tunnel. When West was gone, Forrest walked over and freed Moriarty long enough to cuff his hands behind his back, with Sullivan and Kane looking on. Then he shoved Moriarty across the bay toward the two women. "It's up to you, ladies," he said, keeping a firm grip on the handcuffs. "What sort of justice do you want?" One of the women backed away, afraid of Moriarty even now. But the other held her ground. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I mean, tell me what you want done and I'll do it." Moriarty turned to look him in the eyes and smirked, so Forrest smashed in his front teeth with the frame of his .45, dropping him straight to his knees. "So what'll it be, ladies?" "Just shoot him," the woman said quietly. "He's not worth another minute of time." Forrest looked to Ulrich to see what she had said, and Ulrich drew a finger across his throat. He then hauled the battered major to his feet and shoved him over to the lift, knocking him back to his knees. Kane stepped onto the lift beside him, carrying a lantern, and Danzig pressed the up button to send them to ground level. The lift locked into position at ground level, and Moriarty looked up at them. "Fuck you, boat!" Forrest shot him through the mouth and he fell over dead, his spinal column severed. He dragged the body through the snow and threw it onto the pile, as Kane climbed back up onto the cat. Soon the lift was buried beneath 3 feet of landscaping, and the dozer was blown up with a stick of TNT. Both men then went into the basement, where Danzig stood waiting for them, carbine in hand, and the three of them entered the silo, sealing the blast door behind them. The siege was over. When Veronica and Melissa got their first look at Forrest, they both gasped and started to cry as they wrapped themselves around him. "Shh," he said softly, holding them tight in each arm. "It's not permanent." Veronica looked over Forrest's shoulder at Dr. West, who stood against the wall in the corridor. "Is he lying, Sean?" West shook his head. "He'll likely have some hearing loss, but he looks a lot worse than he is. It was just a pressure wave." Forrest saw Maria Vasquez coming into the hall, and he freed himself from Veronica and Melissa and went to her, folding her into his arms as she cried. "I'm sorry," he whispered into her ear. "It's my fault." She looked up at him and shook her head. "It's what he wanted," she said carefully, making sure he could read her lips. "And he had a good last year." Book 3 Chapter 58 18 months after the impact, Esther Thorne and Harold Shipman were visiting a former shopping mall in Honolulu. It was now a facility for growing hydroponic rice. The horticulturalist giving the tour was a brunette in her late 20s named Sandra Hayes, and it was plain to both Esther and Shipman that she was very proud of the facility she had helped to create. "And the best part," Sandra was saying with great alacrity, "is that we'll be able to harvest 3 crops a year." "3?" Esther said, stopping to lean against her cane. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," Sandra said, smiling brightly. "And there's no reason we can't duplicate this facility all through the islands. You don't need a giant building like this either. Any building can be converted in this same way, and not just for growing rice. The volcanic soils in these islands are excellent. What about the lighting? Esther asked. Most of these bulbs were made specifically for growing food indoors, were they not? Lighting continues to be the one problem, Sandra said, turning glum for the first time. We only have a limited number of them on the island, and though regular fluorescent bulbs can be used, there are still only so many of them available. So unless we can find a way to manufacture lighting domestically, we will eventually have to return to the mainland and see if there are any department stores still standing. Esther turned to Shipman. We're still up against it, Harold. One step at a time, Esther, Shipman said calmly. We've made an awful lot of progress in a year and a half, and these indoor facilities have already begun to contribute. He turned to Sandra, asking, Have you worked with the mushroom farmers at all, Miss Hayes? No, she said. I know Bobby Puha from the university in Manoa, but we haven't really been in contact since the big push for indoor farming last year. I know that she's very good. She knows her shrooms, that's for sure. Shipman chuckled. I understand they've had a couple of setbacks. I was wondering if you knew anything about that. I believe those were mostly climate-related, Sandra said. And I think they've got things straightened out. Fungus can be tricky. I don't know how anyone can eat it myself, Esther said. But I'm glad it's going to be available. We're only a month ahead of our food demand. I honestly think we're going to be okay, Sandra said. At least for the next couple of years. And who knows? We may have sunlight by then. The sky has begun to clear some, even though most of us still need a light meter to tell. Thank you very much for the tour, Esther said. I'm going on closed-circuit television in a couple of days, so I need to collect all the good news I can. You're very welcome, Sandra said. Please come back. During the drive back to the motel where Esther lived on the top floor, she sat staring out the window at the dead palms along the road, the brown landscape. Hawaii had been pretty lucky in terms of snow. Not a great deal of it had fallen, and what little had accumulated melted once the temperature rose into the 40s during the second summer. They were heading into their second winter now, and the average temperature was closer to 35. The Navy has been after me about an expedition to the mainland, she said with a sigh. You're still opposed to the idea? Shipman asked. They're asking to disconnect one of the carriers from the power grid. The idea being that they can fit more men aboard and bring back more supplies. Which I'm not entirely opposed to, but it would mean asking Honolulu to cut back even further on its power consumption. And people have become somewhat spoiled these past 6 months. Not to mention that the crew would need to take a large portion of the dry goods we have in reserve. But the general public isn't aware of that reserve. The Navy's kept it under lock and key below decks. What does Hadrian think about the idea? He's not opposed to it, she said. But he suggested sending a destroyer first to reconnoiter the shoreline, dispatching shore parties all up and down the California coast. What about Boxer? Shipman asked. Who? Not who, Shipman chuckled. It's a what? The USS Boxer. It's a small aircraft carrier meant for helicopters and amphibious landing craft. And it's not nuclear-powered. Which must be why the Navy hasn't suggested it, Esther said, perturbed. That Longbottom is trying to hoard his fuel for the big war he thinks he's going to have someday with God knows who. Well, that's what we'll do then. We'll send the Boxer and one destroyer escort. Oh, and the volcanologists are already after me to send an expedition to find the impact crater. Have you heard this insanity? Shipman smiled. Yes. Like we have the time and the resources to mount such a frivolous expedition. Shipman chuckled. Is this the same Esther Thorne who got so angry with the government 30 years ago for refusing to allocate more money to keep an eye on the great beyond? Oh, shut up, Harold. It's not even remotely the same. How can you say that? You're a scientist. The U.S. government had more than enough money to fund such a project, and it would have directly benefited mankind, which was exactly what I told them. Well, I can't argue that point, he said, glancing at the dead countryside. Allowing them to mount an expedition like that now wouldn't be any different than sending them to the gallows.
Well, you know geologists, Esther.
Yes, I do, she said. And I understand their desires. But they're just going to have to wait until we've gotten these islands more than a couple of weeks ahead of our food consumption. I wonder what old Longbottom's going to say when I tell him to send the Boxer out. You know, Harold, I need a liaison to the Navy who I can trust. Someone to tell me about things like the Boxer so I know what types of resources we truly have.
That person may be tough to find, Shipman said. Longbottom has a pretty tight rein on most everyone who knows anything about their internal affairs.
Chapter 59. With the siege a distant memory, the silo population was preparing to celebrate their second Christmas below ground. Forrest and Kane had both recovered from their injuries with minimal hearing loss, and Emery's baby was quickening nicely, still nursing regularly at her breast. Erin was unquestionably the baby's mother, however. Emery behaved as little more than nursemaid to the child, and was already being referred to as Aunt Shannon. The installation remained secure. The antenna array was raised every morning, so the men could watch the countryside with the robotic camera, and lowered each night after dark. Thus far, there had been no further signs of life above ground. It did not snow a great deal over the summer, but no more than half the snow had melted, and flurries began to fly again with the coming of autumn. The rat population now stood at 35 mating pairs, and amazingly enough, was still a secret kept among the men. Melissa and Emery the sole exceptions. The food stores were holding out better than Forrest had any right to expect, but he knew that by late March they would have to begin incorporating rat meat into their diets if they were to stretch the rest of the food through the summer, which meant it was time to start letting the rats breed at will, and they still hadn't figured out what to use for cages. So far they had partitioned off 4 empty 50-gallon fuel drums cut down the middle, but the little critters were escape artists, so Danzig and Kane had an almost full-time job just keeping them wrangled. Fortunately, the loss of the bay's first blast door provided an excuse for keeping a man on duty within the cargo bay at all times without raising suspicion. Ulrich tossed his pen down and sat back from the console with a brief glance at the monitors. No matter how I crunch these numbers, Jack, we're down to rat meat and the occasional tomato by the 1st of September. And we still don't know what the fuck we're going to do for breeding cages. The little sons of bitches can chew through damn near anything.
Okay. So maybe we need to forget the rats altogether, Forrest said, thinking they might need to make a break for it before the food ran completely out. Those figures of yours don't include the MREs, do they?
You ordered me not to, so no.
But each truckload only buys us an extra month at 1 MRE per day per person, which isn't exactly a feast. So, come the 1st of September, we load into the trucks and roll south with the MREs.
South to where?
Maybe Altus Air Force Base, Forrest grinned. Marty seems to think it's teeming with geologists.
That's a pretty huge maybe, Jack, and we'll only have a month to find a safe haven.
The door opened, and Erin came in carrying Emery Marie Ulrich, named after her birth mother, Shannon Marie Emery, though everyone called her Emmy. Laddie got up from where he lay on the floor near Forrest's chair and sat watching as she offered the infant to her husband.
Would you hold Emmy for a little bit, honey? I need to eat.
Ulrich sat up straight in the chair and put out his arms. You mean with all those women out there, you can't find anybody else to hold her?
Everyone else is eating lunch, she said. It's not going to hurt you. You are her father, right?
Ulrich accepted the baby with a nod, and Erin smiled, kissed him on the lips, and left the room. That's a bunch of bullshit, he grumbled. Those broads fight over this baby. She wants the kid to know you're her father, Forrest said, scratching the dog behind his ears. What's wrong with that? You're supposed to be doing this for your wife, remember? Oh, shut up, Ulrich said, holding the baby delicately, almost as if he were afraid of hurting her. Pretty thing, though, ain't she? I can't believe Shannon still doesn't want her. She's got reason enough, Forrest said. Marty told me she went through some pretty heinous shit. Maybe not as bad as Liddy and Natalie, but bad enough. The two women they had freed from Moriarty, Liddy and Natalie, were neighbors before the asteroid, and their families had been captured together in a basement by Moriarty's men. Both women saw their husbands and children killed and eaten over a period of weeks, and if not for their mutual support of one another, Forrest was certain they would have killed themselves by now. Even after 8 months of safety below ground, they rarely left one another's side, as if still afraid of being violated. Michael doubted they would ever completely assimilate, both women still suffering from severe post-traumatic shock and horrible nightmares. The baby began to fuss, so Ulrich stood from the chair and took her for a walk in the halls, talking softly to her, and hoping that one of the other women would offer to take her off his hands. But none of them did, and he began to suspect a conspiracy. There was no sense in trying to find out for sure, however. The women had grown thick as thieves over the last 18 months. He found Melissa in one of the blast tunnels, one of her favorite haunts, where she sat reading a book. He had not seen her working on the code for a few months now, and was glad she had finally given it up. "Good book?" "It's okay," she said with a shrug, leaning against the steel bulkhead, knees drawn up. "Nothing great. I'm reading the ones that look boring first." "Good plan. Hey, want to hold the baby for a while?" She grinned and shook her head, confirming his suspicions. "See if I do you any more favors." "She needs to know you're her dad, Wayne." The remark struck him differently coming from Melissa, knowing that she had lost her father. "I suppose you're probably right." "Can I ask you a question?" "Shoot." "Are we going to have to eat the rats pretty soon?" "I'm afraid so." "I won't have to help butcher them, will I?" "No, the men will take care of that." "Thank God," she said, going back to her book. After he was gone, she read for a while longer, then checked her watch and saw it was time for the second half of the school day to begin. She closed the book and went to the classroom to help Andy with the day's reading lesson, like she did every other day. Today, Andy was focusing on phonics. Most of the children were already reading at a third-grade level, but she wanted to enhance their understanding of the sound values for individual letters, because some of the students were having a difficult time sounding out multisyllabic words. "So what are the vowels again?" she asked them, preparing to write them out with a blue marker on her dry eraser board. "A, E, I, O, and U," the children said together as Andy wrote them out. "And sometimes Y," one of them added. "That's right," Andy said, "and sometimes Y." Melissa looked up from the lesson she was preparing to help with, her mind's eye suddenly seeing a stream of numeric code. "Vowels," she muttered. "What's the most common vowel?" She excused herself, slipped out of the room and into the adjacent common room, taking her laptop from the box beneath her bedroll, and disappearing all the way to the very top level of silo number 2, where she often went to be alone. She sat down in her private nook between 2 stacks of cardboard boxes and opened the file containing the cipher work she had done on the code months before. The first thing she did was bring up the same stream of code she had been working on since the beginning. 924-913, 024-024, 812-824, 012-924, 811, 636, 025, 913, 013, 011, 404, 925, 036, 712, 03682. Next, she brought up one of the very first ciphers she had created on her own, the same cipher now flashing in her brain for reasons she did not yet understand. Group 1, Row 1. A, Row 2, EF, Row 3, MNO. Group 2, Row 1, B, Row 2, GH, Row 3, PQR. Group 3, Row 1, C, Row 2, IJ, Row 3, STU. Group 4, Row 1, D, Row 2, KL, Row 3, VWY. Then she sat staring at the code, and instinctively broke it up into units of 3 for perhaps the 200th time. 924-913-024-024, 812-824-012, 924-811, 636, 025-913, 013-011, 404-925-036-712, 036-824-824. She scanned the string of numbers just as she had so often before, allowing her brain to process them with something specific to focus on this time. Her subconscious thought no longer hindered by Ulrich's discouraging remarks about the infinite number of possible algorithms. "The most common vowel is E," she muttered, pulling on her lower lip. "So is it 024? It does appear twice." But what about 824, she wondered. That appeared twice as well, and both sets appeared in tandem, so they might just as easily be consonants. L's, perhaps. She set the computer aside, ran back down the stairs to the tunnel, then down the tunnel to the main corridor and into the first common room, to retrieve a sheaf of worn papers from inside the computer box. "What are you up to?" Taylor asked her with a smile. Taylor had been talking with Jenny and Michelle when Melissa had left in a hurry before with the computer, and she could sense that Melissa was still in a hurry, even though she was trying not to look it now. Her query drew the attention of some of the other adults in the room, and Melissa was suddenly acutely aware of how crowded the complex was. She normally kept everyone largely blocked from her conscious thoughts by daydreaming of things like string theory and dark matter. Even her Uncle Michael was looking at her funny. "Nothing," she said curtly, and walked out of the room. When she got back up to her nook, she sat down and began scanning the myriad pages of code, mentally dividing the numbers into groups of 3, seeking out the digit sequence of 024 and spotting it over and over again, whereas she saw the occurrence of 824 only very rarely. So 024 has to be the letter E. How did I not see it before? The question was easy enough to answer. She had been thinking too far outside the box, and only partially on account of Ulrich's gainsaying. Sometimes straightforward solutions to complicated issues simply avoided her, something her father had enjoyed teasing her about. Now she needed to come up with a cipher in which E was equal to 024. She decided to add a numerical value directly to each subgroup of the early cipher, merely as a jumping-off point. Group 1, Row 1, 0. Row 2, A. Row 3, EF. Row 4, MNO. Group 2, Row 1, 1. Row 2, B. Row 3, GH. Row 4, PQR. Group 3, Row 1, 2. Row 2, C. Row 3, IJ. Row 4, STU. Group 4, Row 1, 3. Row 2, D. Row 3, KL. Row 4, VWY. Then she assigned E a value of 022 as a place to start. Group O, second row down, second letter in the subgroup. She could just as easily have assigned it a value of 021. Group O, second row down, first letter in the row. But she needed to start somewhere, and one place was as good as another. After deciding she was in the right neighborhood, it occurred to her for the first time to invert the subgroups within the cipher. Group 1, Row 1, 0. Row 2, MNO. Row 3, EF. Row 4, A. Group 2, Row 1, 1. Row 2, PQR. Row 3, GH. Row 4, B. Group 3, Row 1, 2. Row 2, STU. Row 3, IJ. Row 4, C. Group 4, Row 1, 3. Row 2, VWY. Row 3, KL. Row 4, D. And suddenly there it was. E equals 024. Group 0, second row down, fourth letter in the subgroup. "Okay," she muttered, her stomach filling with an eager anxiety. "But how do I find values for all these stupid 9s, 8s, and 7s? Her mind began to clutter again, so she closed the laptop and drew a breath to clear it before opening the lid for another look. And just like that, she saw the numerical values in her mind's eye. Group 1, Row 1, 0. Row 2, MNO. Row 3, EF. Row 4, A. Group 2. Row 1, 9. Row 2, PQR. Row 3, GH. Row 4, B. Group 3. Row 1, 8. Row 2, STU. Row 3, IJ. Row 4, C. Group 4. Row 1, 7. Row 2, VWY. Row 3, KL. Row 4, D. Yes, she said, jumping up to do a quick dance before sitting back down to decipher the initial string of code. Greetings from Hawaii. Holy shit, she said, her face splitting into a grin. That's it? She grabbed the papers and began to decipher them as rapidly as she could. Oblivious as the hours passed, she didn't stop to come up for air. Melissa? Forrest shouted from 3 stories below. She looked at her watch and was surprised to see how much time had passed. Up here? It's time to eat. Not hungry. Too bad, get down here. No. She heard his boots trotting up the 4 flights of steel stairs, and sat grinning until his face emerged over the deck. Laddie came trotting over and licked her face. I know I misunderstood you, he said, a wry grin on his face. Because from way down there it sounded like you told me no. I can't stop right now, she said. You're back at that goddamn code, aren't you? Can I please skip dinner just this once? Please? Melissa, that code is going to drive you insane. Dad, will you please trust me this one time? He saw a new kind of determination in her eyes now. Something that said to him she finally had a legitimate reason for wanting to skip dinner. Okay, I'll put a plate in the oven for you. I want you to eat when you come down, understood? She gave him a little salute, making him laugh as he turned and went back down the stairs. Laddie, you coming? The dog sat beside Melissa and watched him, cocking his head to one side. Communist, he said with a chuckle, and trotted down the stairs. Hey, know what? She called when he stepped onto the deck below her, looking down at him through the grating. What? He said, looking up. I'm going to be 17 pretty soon. I know that, he said with a smile. What are you getting me? What do you want? A car. He laughed and said, I'll see what I can do. When Forrest got back to the cafeteria, he sat down beside Veronica, across from Karen and Michael. She says she's busy, he said, lifting his fork from the steel tray. The other 3 exchanged looks. You've never let her get away with that excuse before, Karen said, grinning. What's different about today? Melissa was famous for trying to skip dinner a few times a week, and Forrest would never allow it. I've got a feeling she's close to cracking that goddamn code, he said quietly. But don't say anything to Wayne. She'll want to tell him herself. For real? Michael asked, surprised. Forrest shrugged, saying, She didn't actually say it, but I could tell by the light in her eyes. Well, good for her, Veronica said. She sure lost enough sleep over that damn thing. After the children were put to bed that night, Forrest asked the women to join him, Ulrich, and Dr. West in the cafeteria for a meeting. Emery and the rest of the men stayed behind to watch over the sleeping children in the common rooms. Melissa was still in the silo. Formal meetings were rare events, so there was a lot of whispering as the women speculated over what it was about. The general consensus was that Forrest was going to announce a cut in the daily food allowance, a step that had not yet been taken, and that most of them realized was probably long overdue. So, Forrest said, with a dubious kind of smile, I suppose you're all wondering why the 3 of us have gathered you here tonight. There were some chuckles. Okay, as I'm sure you're all aware, we've consumed well over half of our original food stores. And I'm afraid that in order for us to stretch what we've got left through to the end of the summer, we're going to have to take certain measures. He glanced at the other 2 men sitting beside him to see if either of them wanted to jump in. But Ulrich only smiled at the women, and West maintained his usual passive demeanor. We know you're going to reduce our rations, Erin said, burping the baby over her shoulder, having only moments before gotten her back from Emery. Just tell us by how much. I'm afraid the measures are going to be a bit more radical than that, actually, he replied. At our present rate of consumption, we'll be out of food around mid-May, which makes nearly 2 years. So we've done an excellent job of conserving while at the same time keeping everyone well-nourished. But in order for us to stretch the food through the summer, we're going to have to cut back to below what would be considered healthy by even minimal standards, which would put us all in jeopardy if we didn't find a way to supplement our diet.
You've got plenty of vitamins stashed away,
Andy piped up from the back row. That's right, he said with a chuckle. And you can believe we'll finally be breaking them out, but I'm afraid vitamins alone aren't going to do the trick. The women began to murmur, their mutual concern steadily rising. And as we all know, Forrest continued, the skies have not cleared enough to... Okay, everyone, cut the chatter and give me a second to finish. We do have a plan, but it's going to sound somewhat repugnant to you when you first hear it, so I want you to brace yourselves. He was trying to make the plan sound a tad worse than what he hoped it actually was, in order to keep the truth from coming as too great a shock. We've been raising a certain kind of animal in the cargo bay, and we're pretty sure we can breed them fast enough to provide us with a viable source of nutrition through the winter, so long as we start a full-fledged breeding program right now. Not one of the women made a sound. None of them wanted to even speak the word rat. But there was no other animal Forrest could possibly have been talking about in this post-asteroidal world. Erin got up from her seat and took the baby with her into the common area without even meeting her husband's eyes, furious with him for keeping such a disgusting secret from her. Look, these animals aren't the demons they have been stigmatized to be, Forrest said quietly. In fact, they're actually rather affectionate if they're handled from birth, and they're as clean as their environment will allow. No one was speaking up yet, so he continued. The babies are called pups, and a female is capable of producing 12 litters a year with an average of 10 or so to a litter. A female is able to begin breeding after just 3 months, and at the moment we have 35 breeding pairs and 2 extra females.
My God, that's 52 of those things,
Lynette said, standing up, half expecting to find one of them running underfoot.
You can't honestly expect us to eat them.
I'm afraid that starvation is our only other option at this point, Forrest said, making brief eye contact with Price, who stood just inside the common room doorway. The doctor looked embarrassed, and Forrest felt sorry for him, of course. But when a man marries a woman based largely upon her looks, he takes a calculated risk, and Forrest had warned him before he'd taken that final plunge.
No, Lynette said. I'll fucking starve. I'm sorry.
That will, of course, be your decision, Forrest replied. But I have seen starvation up close in time of war, and you will be very surprised at what you can eat by the time your belly begins to swell from hunger. And I would like to remind everyone that these animals were eaten as part of the regular diet in many Asian cultures and treated with great respect, particularly in India, where they were actually worshipped rather than eaten.
Next you're going to tell us they taste like chicken,
Lynette lashed out, her flesh continuing to crawl. Forrest could see her hysteria beginning to spread to some of the other women, so he signaled for Price to come into the cafeteria.
Oh, Lynette said, growing angrier. So now I'm going to be treated like a fucking head case, is that it?
Honey, please try to calm down, Price said. This isn't going to help anything, and no one is going to make you eat anything you don't want to eat.
I want out, she said, continuing her harangue. Give me my share of the food and let me the fuck out. I'm sick of living on top of each other down here anyway. At least out there I'll be able to fucking breathe.
Forrest remained calm, seeing Emery and the other men gathering outside the doorway. Emery clearly ready to physically subdue Lynette, if Forrest so much as crooked a finger. Lynette, are you sure that's what you want? He asked her, with a stern military bearing. Because I will load you up right now with all the food you can carry. You'll actually be doing the rest of us a favor, because you won't be able to carry even a fraction of what you'll eat should you choose to stay. I'm even willing to supply you with a weapon. But remember one thing. I will not let you back in when that food runs out. Lynette's irate bluff had been called. Her punk card drawn, stamped, and given back to her just that fast, and she was suddenly afraid that she might now be expected to make good on her threat. She could already see Ulrich's cold blue eyes cutting into her, the faintest hint of a sinister smile on his face. So she did the only thing a woman of her breeding knew how to do in such a situation. She sat back down and began to bawl, and Price went to her, pulled her to her feet, and walked her down the hall. The rest of the women sat staring at Forrest, unsure what to say or even think. The prospect of having to subsist on rat meat was a lot to digest. In response to Lynette's supposition, Forrest said with a smile, I did have the pleasure of eating a few of these delectable animals during my time in the military. And yes, they do taste a little bit like chicken, particularly with a dash of Tabasco. Andy laughed, and that seemed to break the tension. Don't we have to worry about them making us sick? Karen asked. Like Jack said, Dr. West joined in at last. These animals will keep themselves as clean as their environment will permit. But they've got bad bladders, so they tend to pee a lot, which will make keeping their environment laboratory clean something of a challenge. And while the animal is capable of carrying diseases that are communicable to people, we're hoping our animals are at minimal risk. This is because they're all the progeny of the same original breeding pair, which were local animals living in the fields around the silo rather than some New York City sewer drain. Later that night, Forrest was sitting in launch control with his feet up, smoking a cigarette. He and Ulrich were reminiscing about their younger days of whiskey drinking and womanizing, and other forms of youthful wickedry. It was taking all of his self-discipline not to check on Melissa, who had yet to emerge from the silo, or envisioning her falling from the top deck to the bottom of the silo in a freak accident. If Laddie hadn't been with her, he'd have long ago checked on her. He was about to finally give in to his fears when she at last stepped into launch control. Laddie came trotting around the console and jumped up to put both of his feet into Forrest's lap, whining and licking his face. Oh, so she's not all she's cracked up to be, huh? Forrest said with a smile, rubbing and squeezing the dog's face. Melissa was smiling more brightly than he had ever seen her smile, as he watched her put a single sheet of paper on the console in front of Ulrich. Row 1, A, B, C, D, E, F. Row 2, G, H, I, J, K, L. Row 3, M, N, O, P, Q, R. Row 4, S, T, U, V, W, Y. See that? She asked. That's the first cipher example I showed you, Ulrich answered, noting her unmistakable glow. The first one I checked the code against. The first cipher any cryptographer would check it against. And they know that, she said. That's why they're using it. They've been hiding their cipher right in plain sight. What are you talking about? He said, noting the proud grin on Forrest's face now. Are you saying you've cracked the damn thing? I'm saying more than that. She put another piece of paper down in front of him. Group 1. Row 1, 0. Row 2, MNO. Row 3, EF. Row 4, A. Group 2. Row 1, 9. Row 2, PQR. Row 3, GH. Row 4, B. Group 3. Row 1, 8. Row 2, STU. Row 3, IJ. Row 4, C. Group 4. Row 1, 7. Row 2, VWY. Row 3, KL. Row 4, D. Any group of 3 numbers beginning with a digit lower than 7 is either a space or gibberish intended to throw off the cryptographer. Greetings from Hawaii. Ulrich studied the cipher, matching each letter for himself against the cipher. Well, I'll be a son of a bitch, he said, seeing the other papers in her hand. And this works throughout. You've deciphered every conversation I copied down? Yep, and you were right. You can memorize a cipher pretty fast. By the time I got to the last few pages, I didn't have to look at the cipher anymore. Well, let's see the other sheets, he said enthusiastically. What do you give me? She asked, hiding the pages behind her back. Jack, tell your wise-ass kid to give me those papers. You're on your own, Forrest said, rocking back in the chair with his hands behind his head. She begged you to help her with that damn thing for months, and you kept blowing her off. Now you want her to just hand it over? I think she's entitled to something from your private stash.
What private stash? Melissa asked, instantly scandalized, her eyebrows raised.
Ulrich glowered at his friend. You got a big mouth, Forrest.
I want something from your private stash, she said,
dancing around the console to hide behind Forrest. Ulrich got slowly up from his chair, eyeing them both.
You two may have the upper hand tonight, he said,
moving toward the spiral staircase.
But the tables will turn.
He spiraled down and out of sight.
What's he got down there?
She asked in a whisper. Forrest smiled and shrugged. Down below, Ulrich worked the combination on a big red steel case with tools spray-painted across the lid in black. A few seconds later, they heard the lid slam, and Ulrich slowly re-emerged with a vacuum-sealed silver package in his hand. The package was about the size of a slice of French toast, and he offered it to Melissa with a veiled smile. She reached for it, but he held it tight. Give me the papers.
At the same time, she said,
offering the papers with a tight grip. Each let go of their trade item at the same time, and Melissa backed away, reading the print on the foil package. Ice cream, freeze-dried, /US government, /NASA Central Stores.
No way,
she said in awe.
Jack, look.
See, Forrest said, knowing exactly what goodies Ulrich had stashed away in the toolbox. You can't trust this guy as far as you can throw him. He looked up at Ulrich, who stood scanning Melissa's work. What's it say there, Wayne? Ulrich continued to read for a spell, then turned and looked at Melissa, saying, Come here, kid.
No way. Give the ice cream to Jack and come here.
She gave the ice cream to Forrest and stepped suspiciously forward.
What?
Ulrich hugged her tight. Forgive me, he said quietly, almost reverently. I've failed to support you twice now, but I will not again. I promise. Forrest sat up and set the ice cream down on the console, having only seen Ulrich comport himself with such respect a few times in all the years he'd known him. And all 3 times, Ulrich had been in the process of placing a folded American flag into the hands of a fallen soldier's widow. What the hell does it say, Stumpy? It says there's hope, Ulrich said, letting go of Melissa, who didn't quite know what to think, and handing him the papers. Excuse me, I have to go hug my wife. Ulrich left the room, and Melissa stood looking at Forrest.
What was that about?
She asked, totally confused. Forrest sat skimming over the translations. He's probably feeling a little bit ashamed.
But he didn't know the code was breakable.
Well, honey, the night you got sick, he very nearly convinced the others to vote against me going after your medicine. So if it hadn't been for your Uncle Kane,
I'd be dead?
Maybe. And from the looks of this here, kiddo, well, you just might have saved every damn one of us. Aaron in particular. So Wayne owes you personally now. You've given him a reason to finally have some hope, which is something he hasn't had since the night my buddy Jerry called about the asteroid.
Don't you mean the meteor?
He laughed, saying, Well, don't tell Wayne. But I actually do know it was an asteroid. Chapter 60. The next morning, Forrest walked into the shower room and jerked back the curtain on Marty's shower stall. You ever heard of an astronomer named Esther Thorne? Jesus Christ, Marty said, covering himself. Ever hear of privacy? Well, have you?
Yeah. Why?
Meet me in launch control when you're finished jerking off. And that's too big a weapon for you, by the way. Forrest and Ulrich were working to connect a linear amplifier to the wireless transmitter when Marty joined them in the LC. He saw Esther's textbook on the console and picked it up. If this is what you want to know about, there's not much she can do for us now. That's what you think, Forrest said, peering over the top of the set. Read those papers there. Melissa deciphered the code last night.
You're kidding me.
Nope. Marty read the transcriptions and sat down, staring at them in disbelief. What do you think? Forrest asked.
It's unbelievable. She's a friggin' president? This can't be for real, can it?
What's she like?
I don't really know her all that well. I only met her once.
He went on to share with them for the first time his story of discovering the asteroid and his visit with Esther Thorne. Forrest and Ulrich stopped their work and looked at him.
Are you fucking serious? Ulrich asked him in disbelief. Are you jerking us off?
No, honest to God.
You're telling us that you're the son of a bitch who sent her off to Hawaii and got her to go on CNN?
That's me, Marty said.
I can't believe she's their friggin' president, though. She didn't seem the type at all. Are these dates correct?
They're correct, Ulrich said, going back to work on the transmitter. But they're still transmitting 3 to 5 nights a week. They should be on the air tonight, and we'll try to get some up-to-date information. Think she'll remember you? Forrest wanted to know. That's kind of a stupid question. Okay, I guess a better question is whether you think she'd be willing to send a rescue party to pick your ginger ass up.
No, the question is whether they've got the resources, Marty said, still befuddled. But if they do, I'd like to think she'd feel at least something of an obligation. Hey, the crater photos. If Esther's not interested in sending anyone from me, the island's scientific community will definitely be interested in getting their hands on those pictures.
Maybe we could use the photos to start a bidding war between the Hawaiians and the Aussies, Forrest joked. First ones to rescue us get the pics. I don't care if they send a canoe full of aborigines, Ulrich said, so long as the damn thing floats. I just hope that his name in those photos are enough to tempt somebody into taking the risk. That's one hell of a voyage.
Are you guys sure you can even reach Hawaii with that transmitter?
No, Ulrich said. That's why we're working to boost its power. Aaron was sitting with Emery at the back of the cafeteria, where Emery was finishing up with the baby's morning feeding.
Is Wayne warming up to her at all? Emery asked.
He's doing a little better, Aaron said with a wan smile. He's got an awful lot on his mind.
Are you still pissed at him for not telling you about the, rodents?
Well, a wife has to pick her battles carefully down here. He says he was only trying to avoid upsetting me. He knows how horrified I am of the damn things. Here he comes, Emery said, covering her breast as Aaron took the baby. Good morning, Ulrich said, walking up to the table. How's our little girl this morning? Aaron almost fell off the seat.
Our little girl? She's fine. She's just finished feeding, actually.
Can I have her?
Well, she needs to be burped.
Let me give it a try, he said, putting his arms out across the table.
Are you sure, Wayne?
Would you rather I didn't? You don't think I can do it?
No, it's not that.
Then let me give it a try.
Okay, she said,
a little unsure as she offered him the baby.
You'll need this,
Emery said, standing up to put a towel over his shoulder. I've had worse shit on my clothes than baby puke, he said. Haven't we all? Emery muttered.
Where are you going?
Aaron asked as he turned to walk away with the baby resting against his shoulder. Outside for a walk in the snow. Aaron sat watching as he left the cafeteria, patting the baby gently on her back.
What's that about?
Emery wondered.
Beats me,
Aaron said, getting up to go after him.
Where you going?
Her friend Taylor said, coming around the counter, wiping her hands on her apron.
To see what Wayne's—
No, you're not, Taylor said, putting her arm around Aaron's waist and walking her back toward the table. The quickest way to ruin it is to make him feel like you don't trust him with the baby. Trust me, I've been there. You wanted him to take an interest, so now you'll just have to—
But that wasn't like him, Taylor. And you—
Name one fucking thing we've done down here in the last year that's been like any of us.
But
he's not going to hurt that baby. Now sit down and finish your reconstituted egg-like breakfast and let your husband get to know her. Ulrich walked down the hall and into launch control. Put that cigarette out, will you? Forrest glanced up and crushed out the cigarette in the cannon shell ashtray. "Since when are you Father of the Year?" "Since the whiz kid made me start to think we might actually live through this bullshit." Ulrich heard the baby burp in his ear. "That's a dangerous way to think," Forrest said with a smile. "Tell me about it. It's only been 12 hours and the worrying's already got my appetite fucked up." Forrest laughed. "You'll get used to it, Stumpy. Hope is a love-hate relationship." "How many times is this kid supposed to burp?" "Get a good one yet?" "Pretty good." "Give her a bit longer. But she might be done." "I'd like to get me some of that milk," Ulrich muttered, casting a careful glance over his shoulder to make sure there was no one in the doorway. Forrest chuckled. "You're the father, all right. Already looking to bang the babysitter." "I would, too." "Lying ass." That night, Forrest and the rest of the fighting men were gathered in launch control, waiting for the transmissions to begin. Melissa was there too, nervously biting her fingernails. "Think you can keep up with me?" Ulrich asked her. "No, not that fast, but I won't be far behind." "Are we going to try to contact them tonight?" Marty asked. "Depends on what they've got to say," Forrest said. "But I don't think we should waste any time." 40 minutes later, the transmissions began. "That's the Hawaiian," Ulrich said, recognizing the telegrapher's hand and grabbing his pen. Melissa looked on as he wrote out the string of numbers, going straight to her decoding, having long memorized the cipher and seeing the numbers themselves almost as words now. "There he goes," she said. "Greetings from Hawaii." Forrest watched over her shoulder. "Don't," she said, pushing his leg with her hand. "You'll mess me up." He curled his upper lip, backing away with a grin at Kane, who crouched in the corner petting the dog. The first transmission was finished in a very short period of time. "That's it," Ulrich said, sitting back. "The Australian should answer within a minute or so." "He should already be done translating," Melissa said, handing the message off to Forrest. "I am." "Well, give the guy time to digest what he's reading." "He's not digesting anything," Melissa said. "If I can read it in my head almost as fast as you're writing out the numbers, these two guys should know what it says without even consciously deciphering it. What he's doing is letting someone else read it." Ulrich looked at her. "He is he?" Forrest was sitting in a chair now, allowing Marty and the other men to read over his shoulder. "Greetings from Hawaii, / mostly good news tonight, / will not be eating rats after all, / hooray, / latest quartermaster report indicates now 1 month ahead of food consumption, / meteorology now believes will be sufficient sunlight for limited farming within 10 years, / subject to change, / oceanography reports previously unknown plankton species, extra sensitive to ultraviolet light beginning to thrive, / believes this could be very good news for oceanic life, / now for bad news, / surprise pirate raid along shoreline near Kapa'au left 9 men dead and 6 women kidnapped, / Esther Thorne has given Navy free hand throughout island chain, / how are things down under? "The Navy is still operational," Forrest said. "That's damn good news. Maybe we won't have to rely on those Aborigines of yours, Wayne." "We'll see," Ulrich said, feeling his pulse quicken as he and Melissa began to intercept the Australian response. "Salutations from land down under, / news of plankton life very encouraging, / will begin own studies here ASAP, / meteorology here not so optimistic about sunlight, / we'll discuss further at future date, / piracy here also a growing problem, / launching all-out offensive this week, / oil production here up, / food stores remain shallow, / only 1 week ahead of consumption, / great white shark reported off Barrier Reef yesterday, / raises interesting questions, / Chinese war vessel spotted in Torres Strait north of Queensland, / any ideas what this could mean? "That's curious as hell," Marty said. "What's a shark eating?" "Screw the shark," said Sullivan. "What's the Chinese Navy up to?" This discussion is a good sign overall, Ulrich said. They don't seem nearly as concerned about their long-term survival as they were in the last conversation we recorded. I think we need to break into this conversation, Jack. Jump in there, Forrest said, indicating the prepared message on the console. Ulrich began tapping out the encoded message. Greetings from Nebraska, / only recently able to decipher your transmissions, / wish to join conversation, / in possession of impact crater photos. Within seconds, the Hawaiian telegrapher was rapidly tapping out a signal in blind Morse code, which Ulrich translated effortlessly. Duck-billed platypus. Shit, he said, throwing the pen down. What the fuck does that mean? Sullivan said over his shoulder. It means the Hawaiian just told the Aussie to switch to another fucking code. A code that not even our little genius here has a prayer of cracking. He put his arm around Melissa and kissed her on the side of the head. No offense, honey. But how do you know that? Sullivan said. Because they're switching to a 3-layered emergency encryption. I'm guessing our signal is only strong enough to reach Hawaii, which means the Australian didn't hear us. So right now the Aussie's down there waiting with bated breath to find out why the Hawaiian just declared an emergency. So that's it? Marty said. They won't even talk to us? Give 'em time, Forrest said easily. What did you think they were going to say? Hey guys, join the party? They need a minute to figure how they want to handle this. 10 minutes later, the Hawaiian sent a lengthy message to the Australian, and it was nearly half an hour before the Australian got back to him. Forrest took Ulrich's pen and scribbled out a message. Nebraska standing by. Send that in Melissa's code, he said quietly. Ulrich tapped it out, and 2 minutes later they got a reply. Confirmed, Nebraska. See there? Forrest said, patting Ulrich on the shoulder. Relax. It's going to take a little time, that's all. They listened to the telegraphers communicating slowly back and forth for nearly 2 hours, before the Hawaiian got back to them directly. Greetings, Nebraska, / understand you have reconnoitered impact zone, / is this correct? Ulrich told them that it was, and that they were requesting extraction from the American West Coast. Unable to respond to your request at this time, / state size and location of impact crater. It's approximately 50 miles across and nearly a mile deep, Marty said, just north of the Montana border. Ulrich relayed the information. State radiation levels, / seismic activity, / level of damage to surrounding areas. Radiation minimal, Marty said. Seismic activity moderate to heavy. Damage total. Ulrich sent the information, and then, at Forrest's direction, added, Please tell Esther Thorne that Martin Chittenden sends his regards, and looks forward to seeing her again soon. Nebraska signing off. Attempt to contact same time tomorrow. Wait, Marty said. Why are you signing off? I don't want them treating us like a bunch of goddamn stepchildren, that's why. The more desperate we sound, the less we have to offer, and the less likely they'll be to send someone to pick us up. Confirmed, Nebraska, / will comply. They listened to the Hawaiian and the Australian talking privately for another hour, before the airwaves fell silent. Chapter 61. Harold Shipman placed his hand on Esther's shoulder, gently shaking her awake at 4:40 a.m. Esther, he said quietly. What? She said, coming awake quickly. What's happened? Nothing bad, he said. Are you awake? Well, goddamn, Harold, I'd better be. I'm talking, aren't I? Shipman chuckled. May I turn on the lamp? Of course, she said, pushing herself up against the headboard. What is it? Shipman turned on the lamp and sat in the chair beside her bed. You won't believe it, he said. I'm not even sure I do. But our wireless operator has heard from a group on the mainland who has not only cracked his code, but also claims to have been to the impact crater. They say that it's a mile deep, 50 wide, and that there is heavy seismic activity in the area. What's so hard to believe about that? She said, dry wiping her face with her hand. For one thing, It's difficult for me to believe that anyone civilized is still functioning anywhere near the impact area.
Well, that was Marty Chittenden's plan, she said, for someone to survive and carry on.
And that's the irony of it, Esther. These folks claim that Martin Chittenden sends his regards, and that he hopes to see you soon. They're asking to be evacuated off the West Coast.
My God!
That's what I said. Esther threw back the blanket, revealing her blue flannel pajamas.
When did we get this message?
A couple of hours ago.
Why am I only now hearing about it?
Apparently no one was quite sure whether or not to wake you, Shipman said. Had I not gone down to the lobby for a stroll, they would have waited until morning. She took her cane from against the nightstand and crossed to the walk-in closet, switching on the light.
Can we get them back on the air?
I don't know, he said. They signed off asking that we contact them at the same time tomorrow night.
They did, huh?
She reemerged from the closet a few minutes later, dressed for the day in black slacks and a salmon-colored button-up sweater.
Well, let's drive up the mountain and see if we can't get them to answer. I don't believe for a goddamn minute they won't be listening.
Chapter 62. 45-year-old Captain William J. Bisping stood drinking a cup of coffee on the flight deck of the USS Boxer LHD-4, a Wasp-class amphibious assault ship capable of accommodating 1,200 crew members and 2,100 battle-ready Marines. In addition, the Boxer was capable of carrying up to 42 helicopters and a number of amphibious landing craft. For the purposes of this cruise, however, it was carrying fewer than 800 crewmen, a detachment of only 400 Marines, 2 F-35B Lightning VSTOL fighter jets, 4 attack helicopters, and 5 EFV, or Expeditionary Fighting Vehicle, amphibious landing craft. Steaming just off of Boxer's starboard bow at 1,000 yards was her escort vessel, the HMCS Algonquin, DDG-283, an Iroquois-class Canadian destroyer, one of only a few foreign vessels the Hawaiian Navy had permitted to join them at Pearl Harbor. With Bisping's month-long mission to the Americas now at an end, both ships were en route back to Pearl Harbor, the naval port of San Diego, more than 12 hours in their wake. The Boxer hangar deck was loaded stem to stern with thousands of boxes of fluorescent bulbs of all sizes, shapes, and varieties. She was also laden with tons of medical and mechanical supplies, critical to the longevity of the Hawaiian population. Ashore, the sailors and Marines had encountered a few violent cannibal groups, but the Marines were heavily armed, and the ever-watchful attack helicopters on station in the air above prevented any surprise attacks as the sailors moved methodically from store to store up and down the coast, collecting every light bulb they could lay their hands on and loading them onto trucks for transfer to the ship. They had taken no casualties, though it was necessary to kill a few dozen starving male civilians intent on eating them, most of whom had been too sickly and malnourished to be effective in pitched battle. Bisping had remained aboard the Boxer, which did not actually go into port until it was time to load the cargo collected on the pier. The reports and digital photographs the division commanders brought back, however, gave Bisping a horrific impression of what had taken place in Southern California during the early months after the impact. Freeze-dried, mummified corpses littered the streets by the thousands, and nearly everything made of wood, or that was otherwise flammable, had been burned to ash. Boxer Communications Officer Lieutenant J.G. Brooks stepped out of the conning tower and walked across the flight deck to where the captain stood watching the sea. "Message from Pearl, Captain." "Thank you, Mr. Brooks," Bisping said, reading the printout. "Have Mr. O'Leary meet me in my cabin." "Aye, aye, sir." First Officer Commander Duncan O'Leary rapped at the captain's door 5 minutes later. "Enter." "You wanted to see me, sir?" "Have a look at this, Duncan." O'Leary read the printout and gave it back. "Extract who, sir?" "Beats the shit out of me," the captain said. "Get up to the con and inform Algonquin of the change in orders. Then bring us about 180 degrees. I'll make an announcement to the crew shortly." "They won't be happy, sir. This means we're going to miss Christmas." "We're not going to miss Christmas, Duncan." We're going to be celebrating the birth of our Lord right here aboard Boxer." "Yes, sir," O'Leary said with a smile. "I'll be sure to point that out to them." "Please do." When O'Leary was gone, Bisping sat down on his bunk and took a Bible from beneath his pillow. It contained the only photos he had of his wife and 3 children, the only photos he would ever have. He touched his wife's face and sat looking at her. The temptation to jump ship and head off across the country on his own to look for them had been difficult enough to suppress the first time. Now, with a change of orders, he would be forced to endure the temptation for another indefinite period. He would, of course, never actually abandon his ship or his crew, but it was an agonizing temptation nonetheless. He told himself that Atlanta was too far to travel anyhow. He told himself that his family was long dead, and most important, he told himself it was better not to know exactly what had happened to them. Chief Petty Officer Gordon, the senior aircraft mechanic, reported as instructed, informing Bisping that the particulate matter in the air was thin enough that it didn't seem to have affected the turbines of the helicopters. "Good," Bisping said. "The precipitation must have brought a lot of it down. We're heading back to Cali, Chief, so make sure that all of our aircraft can be ready on a moment's notice." "Aye, aye, sir." Bisping announced the change of orders to his crew over the MC, then laid down for a short nap. He had not been napping more than 20 minutes when the ship's klaxons began to sound. "Captain to the bridge! Captain to the bridge!" Bisping took the phone from the wall, getting O'Leary immediately. "What is it?" "A pair of Lanzhou-class destroyers, Captain, steaming right at us out of the north at 25 knots, distance 3,200 meters beyond visual range. There wasn't anything on the scope until just now, sir. They're coming out of a squall." "Turn into them," Bisping ordered. "Scramble the F-35s and advise Algonquin that they are to take whatever action necessary to sink both vessels. I'm on my way up." Bisping couldn't imagine what a pair of Chinese destroyers was doing in American waters, but 25 knots was very near their top speed, and both vessels carried the Hai-Ying anti-ship missile, lethal within a range of well over 100 miles. Boxer and Algonquin would be engaging them at less than 20. By the time Bisping reached the bridge, the Algonquin had already been struck once, and there was a fire on his own ship's flight deck, where a firefighting team was already in action. "What the hell happened?" "The fuckers launched a full spread the second you hung up the phone, sir." O'Leary was watching the northern horizon through a pair of large binoculars. "Our phalanxes knocked 2 missiles down, but we each took a hit. Algonquin took one to her bow cannon, and we lost a chopper on the deck." A phalanx was a radar-equipped weapon system based on the M61 Vulcan Gatling gun, capable of firing its 20mm cannon at a rate of 4,500 rounds per minute, roughly 75 rounds per second. They were the ship's last line of defense, and the Boxer had 4 of them, 2 mounted on the stern, 1 to starboard, and 1 to port. The Algonquin carried 1 on the foredeck. "How many missiles did Algonquin get off?" "2, sir. I don't see any smoke on the horizon yet, but there are no more missiles inbound at this time." The flight officer was requesting permission to launch both of the F-35 Lightning fighters, and permission was given. As vertical short takeoff and landing aircraft, the F-35s could take off regardless of the burning helicopter on deck. "I don't want any more goddamn missiles hitting my ship. Is that clear, Mr. Ryder?" "Aye, sir," answered the weapons officer, knowing he would be getting his ass chewed later on. "Mr. Brooks, what's happening aboard Algonquin? Did their missiles hit or not?" Brooks was on the phone with their escort within seconds. "Algonquin believes they scored a hit on each vessel, sir, and they're about to launch another pair. There was a problem with their weapon system, but they've got it back up." A second pair of SM-2 anti-ship missiles were fired from the Algonquin's deck and went streaking toward the horizon just 50 feet off the surface. "4 more Chinese missiles inbound," Ryder announced. This time 4 Sea Sparrow anti-aircraft missiles were launched from the Boxer to intercept them. Seconds later, Bisping saw 3 explosions just off the water, some 1,600 meters out. "One got through," Ryder announced. "Port and starboard phalanxes have a lock." Each phalanx fired a single 2-second burst, and the missile was destroyed 1,000 yards out. By then, both fighter jets were closing on the Chinese destroyers, reporting that both vessels were hit and smoking. It was unclear whether they were still capable of launching missiles, but the ships were still steaming south at better than 20 knots. Bisping took the mic from the comm officer. "Ghost Rider, this is the captain. Your orders are to sink them. Is that clear?" "That's affirmative, Boxer. We are beginning our attack run now." Both F-35s carried a pair of Joint Strike missiles designed for holding enemy ships at or near the waterline. One fighter broke to the east, the other west, as they dropped to a mere 200 feet off the water, cutting sharply back toward the Chinese destroyers to attack them full abeam. At 1 mile, both launched their missiles, then broke hard to the right and climbed, hitting full afterburners and firing countermeasure flares in case the Chinese tried to shoot them down. But the Chinese anti-aircraft systems had been knocked out as a result of previous missile strikes. All 4 anti-ship missiles struck home, hitting the vessels at the waterline, and soon both ships began to list, quickly going dead in the water. The F-35s made a number of strafing runs with their 25mm cannons, then returned to the Boxer. One sailor aboard the Algonquin had been lost to the missile strike, and the Boxer had lost 2 helicopter pilots. "Mr. Brooks," Bisping said. "Yes, sir?" "Get a message off to Pearl. Message is to read, 'Attacked by 2 Chinese Lanzhou destroyers 6 miles out of San Diego. Sank same.'" "Aye, aye, sir." "Let me know if they change our orders. I'm going down to the flight deck to see about our men." Chapter 63. The women were gathered once again in the cafeteria, and Forrest stood before them with his usual smile. "Ladies," he said happily, "how are we this evening?" A quick glance told him that Lynette was not in attendance. She had been avoiding him like the plague since their last exchange. "Fine," many of them answered, having no idea why the hell they were being called together again so soon, and most of them dreading it. "Do we have to eat scorpions this time?" Aaron asked with a dry smile. "Only you, E. The rest of us get caviar." There was some laughter, and then everyone quieted down. "As of last night, we have a brand new plan," Forrest announced. "And you will all be happy to know that it does not involve any scorpions, mice, or any other kinds of creepy crawlies. What it does involve, though, is a great deal of risk. As you all know, Melissa has been working very hard to decipher the encrypted transmissions we have been picking up for a long time now. And I am happy and very proud to report that her diligence has finally paid off." This sent a tremor of anxiety through the group, everyone suddenly aware of what such a development could mean. "As a result of this new knowledge," he went on, "we are now in contact with the Hawaiian Islands, where they seem to be making a hell of a lot of progress toward building a future." A wave of enthusiasm swept over them, hesitant smiles on their faces. "In another odd twist of fate," he continued, "Marty happens to be a personal acquaintance of Hawaii's new leader. And, as luck would have it, this leader of theirs seems to value Marty's life enough that she has agreed to send a ship to rescue us." The women let out a collective cheer, and there was general pandemonium. "Hey, ho!" he said after a sharp whistle. "Allow me to finish before you get too carried away." The women settled quickly, smiles still plastered to their faces. "They're sending a ship," he said, "not a convoy of trucks, which means it's up to us to get ourselves to the California coast by the 1st of the year. This gives us just over 2 weeks, and we have no idea what kind of obstacles lie between here and there. The trucks we have will drive through some pretty deep snow, but there's no telling how much snow has fallen in the mountain passes. It could be 10 feet deep for all we know. We've got 2 months' worth of MREs to take with us, but they won't do us much good if we get snowbound and miss our window for extraction. So here's the deal. The only personal items you may bring with you are what you can put in the pockets of your coats. Everything else stays, no exceptions. With all the food and fuel and ammo we'll be hauling, there won't be room for anything else. As it is, we are going to be sitting quite literally on top of one another in the vehicles." "When are we leaving?" Andy asked. "The men are prepping and loading the vehicles as we speak." "Jesus, that fast?" said Maria, too. Everyone began talking at once. "Shut up!" Joanne shouted, throwing the room back into a startled silence. Forrest chuckled, thanking her. "Okay, there's no need to go scrambling around the complex like cats on fire.
No one's going to be left behind, so everybody stay calm, take your time, and be careful. We've come too far for somebody to get hurt now. Make sure the children are bundled up in their winter clothes, because we're only taking one blanket per person. There won't be room for many sleeping bags." The group broke up, and Melissa caught Forrest in the corridor. "What about my computer?" she asked. "Well, I've always been a little superstitious," he said with a smile. "Suppose we left it here as a sacrifice to the gods of war. It might help guarantee us a victory." "I love my computer." "I know you do, sweetheart. But you're going to have your hands full helping with the children and helping me to look after Laddie. And I think maybe it served its purpose." Chapter 64. Traveling west in a pair of Army M35 6x6 trucks, it took the group almost 48 hours to travel 180 miles, through 2.5 and sometimes as much as 3 feet of snow, to the city of Denver. Even with snow chains on all of the tires, it was slow going, with one truck occasionally bogging down and being pulled free by the other. Kane and Forrest drove the lead truck, Sullivan, Emery, and Marty were in the second, and Ulrich and Danzig followed in their tracks due to the Humvee's lower ground clearance. "We've got about 3 hours before dark?" Forrest said, standing on the hood of his truck, watching the ruined city through a pair of binoculars. "Maybe we should wait until then before we try to get through. Our night vision should give us an advantage over anyone we happen to come up against." "Why not wait until morning?" Ulrich suggested. "This snow's getting deeper, and Denver may be the best chance we get to switch the trucks out for some snowcats." "Good point," Forrest said. "Switching vehicles in the dark would be a pain in the ass. But we've still got 1,000 miles to go, and I hate to waste even an hour sitting still." "I hear you. Let's get in there before dark and try to find the address for a local snowcat dealer. Any objections?" "None." They stopped at the first gas station they came to and found a phone book behind the counter. The station looked like it hadn't been open in 50 years. Its windows shattered, trash and filth and a few $100s of now useless currency swirling around in the wind. There was not a single morsel of anything edible to be found, not so much as a stick of gum or a bottle of water. Ulrich found an address, then snatched a map from the rack near the busted register and looked up the street, tracing his finger from where they were at the corner of Tucker and Cisco to Chester Avenue on the other side of town. "Looks like the dealership's about 8 miles up the road." He dropped the phone book on the floor and went out through the broken storefront window. It was getting dark by the time they made it to Van's RV dealership, where they found a pair of used red Bombardier GT300 12-passenger snowcats in the back lot alongside a new orange 15-passenger Tucker 1600. The vehicles were behind the building and out of sight of the road, and thus had not been tampered with. Forrest told Sullivan, Emery, and Marty to take up positions on the roof of the dealership, then asked Kane for an assessment on getting the trucks up and running. "Shouldn't take long," Kane replied. "Unless the batteries are dead, which is possible. Wayne and Linus are in the garage gathering some tools." "Let's make it happen," Forrest said, starting back to the trucks to inform West and Price of their find. Trudging through the hip-deep snowdrifts behind the dealership, he heard the women and children suddenly begin screaming, and he bolted toward the corner, knees high and his weapon at port arms. There were rifle shots, and the screaming reached a crescendo as his legs churned through the snow. Marty bashed his way through a locked glass door to join him at the run. They rounded the corner to see a cluster of the women gathered near the back of a truck, all of them pointing into the dimness at 2 men scurrying away in tattered parkas, where the snow was only knee-deep. Joanne and West were giving chase, but the interlopers were outpacing them, and one carried a screaming child gripped in his arms. Forrest stopped and sighted on the man lagging behind, who was trying to shield the abductor from West's rifle. He fired and hit the man in the small of the back. The abductor, however, was too far off to risk hitting the child. So Forrest continued running for the truck, knowing he'd never catch the man before he disappeared into the night. Marty fired at the interloper's legs and missed. "Marty, no, it's too far. But if he gets to those houses, we'll never catch him before he kills her."
Forrest could see 2 dead men in the snow near the trucks now, where Price was staggering to his feet, holding his head. "The dog!" Forrest screamed. "Price, the dog!" Price whirled drunkenly around and scrabbled onto the running board of the truck, where Laddie was barking savagely to get out. He pulled the handle to open the door and fell away as the dog leapt from the cab and went tearing off through the snow, quickly overtaking Joanne and West as he gave chase into the shadowy neighborhood. "Save my baby!" Joanne shrieked as she stumbled, then fell forward into the dirty fluff. "Laddie, please save my baby!" "Jack, I'm sorry, they came out of nowhere," West shouted, as Forrest and Marty ran past him. Emery and the other men were responding now, but they were still fighting their way through the deep snowdrifts. "That way, Marty. Flank his ass to the right around those houses." The light was fading fast, and there was no time to go back for their night vision goggles. They could still hear Beyoncé screaming for her mother somewhere ahead of them. But they knew it wouldn't be long before her captor put her to death to silence her screams. Running for his life, the Raggedy Man felt his muscles burning, fear and exhilaration gripping his heart. He was nearly home free, but he needed to shut the kid up fast or those bastards with the guns would catch him even in the dark. His stomach twisted as he weaved his way through the yards, feeling the child's plump and tender limbs through her coat and pants. His salivary glands were already working, smelling her soapy scent, already tasting her juicy, fire-roasted meat, salted and sweet in his mouth. He had dropped his knife during the scuffle, having underestimated the tall black broad's strength. What had these people been eating all this time? How were they so healthy? It didn't matter. They had obligingly seen fit to kill his 3 cohorts for him. So if he could just make it to the sewer, he'd be free and clear with enough meat to last him for the next couple of weeks. He decided to jam his thumb deep into the child's eye socket to kill her on the run, but she was struggling and he mistakenly jammed his thumb into her mouth. Beyoncé sank her teeth to the bone, and the Raggedy Man gritted his teeth and swore in anger as he bounded down the alley toward the open manhole, clouding her clumsily about the face and head until she let loose. The path through the snow here was well-traveled and the going was fast. At last he arrived at the manhole, laughing in victory as he held the child by her ankles over the opening, certain the 20-foot fall would shut her up for good. But before he could drop her, he was slammed from behind by a 110-pound German Shepherd moving at top speed. The man and the girl both flew clear of the hole, and the dog sank its teeth deep into his emaciated thigh, thrashing its head back and forth like an angry mako shark, easily separating muscle from bone, severing the femoral artery. The man screamed in agony and beat at the dog's head in the dark, having no earthly idea what sort of beast was killing him. Was it a bear? No, it was a fucking wolf, holy hell. Where the fuck did a wolf come from? And why was it eating him instead of the child? Forrest stumbled onto the well-traveled path and raced along it, following the sound of Beyoncé's continued screams. Marty hurled himself over a backyard fence and fell in behind him, flashlight in hand to light the way. "There!" he shouted, spotting the screaming child ahead of them on the far side of the manhole. Laddie was sitting beside her, licking her face in a desperate effort to give her comfort while she continued to shriek. In a fury, Forrest leapt past the girl to land on the Raggedy Man's body, caving in his skull with the butt of his carbine. Marty snatched the child up, asking her if she was hurt, but all she did was scream. "I think she's okay. Can't tell for sure." "Get back," Forrest ordered, directing Marty and the dog away from the open sewer, slinging his weapon. He stuffed the man's fetid carcass into the hole and dropped a phosphorus grenade in after it. "Fire in the hole!" he shouted, as Kane and Sullivan arrived on the scene, all of them ducking as a white flash of light erupted from the chasm with a muffled bang. "Is she okay?" Sullivan asked, his chest heaving. "I think she's fine," Marty said over her cries. "She's just terrified." "What about you?" Kane asked, shining his own light on Forrest, seeing the dead man's blood on his uniform. Forrest nodded. "Get that child back to the truck before she draws more of these animals." "Let's go, John," Marty said. "This kid needs her mama." Forrest watched them go. "See how fucking close it was?" he shouted at Kane, pointing at the hole, shaking with rage. Jesus fucking Christ, what the fuck were they doing, Marcus? Playing grab-ass? Man, I don't know. They're just doctors. I told them watch the fucking kids, Forrest howled, remembering the blasted bodies of the children in the Afghan desert, the missing arms and legs, the endless pleading for their mothers who had almost always preceded them in death. It's cool, Kane shouted. The dog saved the fucking day, man. That's all that matters. Forrest dropped to his knees and wrapped his arms around his dog, burying his face in its fur and thanking the animal for doing what he and his men had failed to do. West met them on the way back, nearly in tears with shame. Jack, Forrest threw his arms around the doctor and clutched him tight, kissing him on the cheek and speaking into his ear. Let it go. It's not a mistake you'll ever make again. When they got back to the truck, Joanne jumped down from the back to hug the dog, bawling with gratitude in the light of the Hummer's headlamps. Forrest pretended not to notice that Veronica was watching him teary-eyed from the back of the truck. He gave orders for the battered Price to lay down and rest, and for the vehicles to be moved around back while the snowcats were prepped. That guy's still alive over there, Marty said quietly. The one you shot. Is he now? Forrest turned and walked through the snow to where the man lay on his back, with West kneeling alongside him examining the exit wound to his belly. Emery knelt opposite, holding a green Sialoom stick to provide light enough for him to see. That's enough, Sean. That'll be all, Doctor. Sir? West replied, got to his feet and moved off. Make sure Price is okay. Go with him, Shannon. What are you going to do? She asked, rising. He grinned and took a pack of smokes from his breast pocket. You know, for a soldier, you don't take orders for shit. She smiled in the green light. Orders my ass. What are you going to do? He shook another cigarette from the pack, lit it off of the first, and knelt in the snow to put it between the dying man's chapped lips. How's that, partner? It's good, the man croaked, holding the cigarette in the corner of his mouth and feeling the nicotine hit him quickly. Been a long time. He was bearded and his skin was covered in open sores. The eyes were hard and there was no fear in them. How many more of you pricks I got to worry about? We're the last of the... The man shook with a tremor of pain and held his exploded belly. Of the holdouts. No military types about? Not anymore. Moriarty's animals pulled out last year. With all the food. Forrest took a long drag. You'll be happy to hear I shot Moriarty in the face. Smiling crookedly now, the man said, Then this was a good day to die. His eyes glassed over and he was gone. Forrest stood and turned to Emery. You and Marty join Sullivan up on the roof. Keep watch through the infrared in case this prick was lying. Sir? Anything moves out there, anything at all, kill it. An hour later, both of the used bombardiers were running like a pair of tops, but the Tucker didn't want to fire up, and it took another hour of tinkering with the engine to get it running. After they had all three snowcats running, the food, fuel, and equipment were transferred into the larger four-track orange Tucker vehicle. Then the women and children were moved into the heated cabins of the red bombardiers. It was still a snug fit, but far preferable to sitting scrunched and cold in the back of the canvas-covered army trucks. The Tucker was twice as tall as the bombardiers, so it would bring up the rear, with a pair of lookouts to keep watch over the small convoy as it slipped through the outskirts of Denver to the south and headed up into the mountains along Interstate 70. They drove all that night without lights at roughly 30 miles per hour, and by first light it was time to recharge the NVDs. They had crossed over the mountains by then, through spots where the snow was 10 feet deep or more on the highway, and had to drive around the big green highway signs. They did not encounter a single living creature. Much of the forest had burned away, and all that remained for mile upon mile were the blackened trunks of charred trees. By the time they crossed into Utah, the depth of the snow was back down to 3 feet, and it was time to stop and refuel. That's the last of the fuel, Kane said, wiping his hands with the rag as the 7 fighting personnel gathered into a loose group. but it's more than enough to get us to the coast. Who besides me expects trouble once we start getting close to the ocean? Forrest asked. Everyone lifted a hand. Good, he said, lighting a cigarette. Then there shouldn't be any surprises. Price came dragging himself through the snow. Something wrong? Forrest asked. Lynette needs to go number 2, Price said. Do we have time for her to use that porta-john over there? Sure, Forrest said. Might not be a bad idea for everyone to go again before we get moving. They continued talking as Lynette wrestled her way through the now thigh-deep snow to the porta-john, in the center median near an earth mover. She kicked the snow away from the door with her legs, then went inside. A second later, she came back out screaming hysterically. The scream seemed to carry for miles across the barren snowscape. Somebody shut that bitch up, Ulrich hissed. Easy, Forrest said, watching Price running toward her through the snow. Lynette threw herself into his arms and stood blubbering into his shoulder. After he calmed her down, he took a look inside the porta-john, then walked her back to the snowcat. He came over to tell Forrest and the others that there was a woman's head in the frozen slop at the bottom of the toilet. How's your head? Forrest asked, taking a drag from the cigarette and pointing at the goose egg on Price's forehead. I'll live, he said. I'm sorry Lynette's been such a pain. She hasn't been a pain for any of us, Forrest said. She keeps it interesting. Price let out a sardonic chuckle and made his way through the snow back to the snowcat, where his wife sat trembling in Taylor's arms. Forrest got the map out and took a bearing with a compass. From this point, they would no longer be following the interstate. The snow was deep enough for them to drive straight overland toward San Diego, which would save them a great deal of time and mileage as they crossed southern Utah. Forrest also hoped it would decrease their chances of being ambushed by the type of people who chopped off women's heads and dumped them into porta-johns. It had grown dark again when they reached the Nevada border, where it was time to make a decision. Cross the Hoover Dam, or keep heading south to skirt around it. I don't think we want any part of that pass, Marty warned. Suppose the dam's still operation. The crews would have split ages ago, Ulrich said, almost dismissing him. Yeah, but suppose somebody's figured out how to run the place. We're talking about an endless source of heat for that facility. A good place for an army of cannibals to make their home. Tell him, Shannon. He's got a point, Emery said. It's a safe bet that some military unit took it over early on. And what do you suppose they're doing for food 2 years into a global famine? Ulrich asked. I don't know, she snapped. Maybe they're getting fat off the people who are too fucking stupid to stay away. Forrest laughed, holding his red light over the map where he crouched in the snow at their feet, tracing his finger southward. I don't know what they'd be eating, and I've got no interest in finding out. We'll take your advice and cross the river farther down, closer to Needles. By first light, they were crossing into California, and the Tucker began to have engine trouble again, finally stalling completely and refusing to restart. I don't know what the hell it is, Kane said, after trying for half an hour to get the engine running. Damn thing's brand new. If I had to guess, I'd say there's ice in the fuel line. It can't be much over 5 or 6 degrees out here today. Do you recommend we leave it? Forrest asked in the middle of playing fetch with Laddie. Or do you think it's worth trying to fix? If I'm wrong about it being ice in the line, we could spend another 2 or 3 hours and have nothing to show for it. Then screw it, Forrest said, wrestling the stick away from his dog. Pack everybody into the bombardiers, and let's get the hell out of here. By the time it was dark, they had reached the now deserted U.S. Marine Corps training grounds, north of 29 Palms, where Forrest brought them to a halt. Okay, he announced. We're 3 hours from Oceanside, where the USS Boxer is supposed to be anchored just out of sight from the shore. We going in tonight or waiting for first light? Kane asked. I'm open to suggestions, Forrest said, having already made up his mind to press on. I think daylight only increases our chances of being spotted, Emery said. We should keep taking advantage of our NVDs. That's where I come out too, Sullivan said, a glance around telling him that everyone else felt the same. Who needs Benzedrine? Forrest asked. Everyone needed it, so he dumped 3 capsules into everyone's hand. Only one at a time, he reminded them. The other 2 are for emergencies only. If all goes well, you'll be aboard ship long before you ever need them." Then he climbed aboard the first cat with Dr. West. "Okay, ladies, I want you all to listen carefully and not make a sound," Forrest said, taking one of the titanium vials from his pocket and holding it up for them all to see in the light of the cab. "I'm not going to spell out its purpose for obvious reasons, but there is one NASA-approved cyanide capsule inside each one of these vials. Every mom gets one for herself and one for each of her kids. You will keep them in your pants pockets, and you will not take them out unless there's an emergency. Is that understood?" The mothers nodded with fearful looks in their eyes, but said nothing for fear of upsetting the children. "What is that for, Mommy?" one of the little girls asked as Dr. West was doling out the vials. "It's astronaut medicine, honey, in case we get exposed to some really bad germs." Forrest left and gave the same presentation to the mothers aboard the second snowcat, and then they were off. No one realized that it was Christmas Eve. Chapter 65. "Captain to the bridge! Captain to the bridge!" Captain Bisping trotted up the ladder and onto the bridge less than a minute later. "What do you have, Mr. O'Leary?" "Algonquin reports a Chinese sub coming to periscope depth 10 miles off the port bow, sir." "Jesus Christ," Bisping said, stepping to the far window for a look. "Make sure this ship is blacked completely out. How did a sub get so goddamn close without Algonquin hearing it?" "It's a song class, sir. Diesel-electric." "Shit," Bisping said in disgust. "Bridge radar," came the voice of the radar operator. "Periscope out of the water 10 miles off the port bow. She's not moving, sir." "Duncan, I want a pair of Sea Kings armed and in the air yesterday and without lights." "Aye, sir." "Mr. Brooks, find out if Algonquin is disposed to destroy that submarine. I can't see her in this ink." "Sir, Algonquin advises she has loaded war shot into her tubes, but she's not at optimum angle for launch. She's asking if you want her to come about." "Negative," Bisping said. "I don't want anybody doing anything to tip them off. Algonquin isn't even to flood her tubes." "Aye, sir. Algonquin advises she is standing by." "We're a sitting duck," Bisping muttered. "Be sure that Algonquin advises us the second that sub moves or opens its outer tube doors." "Aye, sir." "Duncan, quietly spread the word that I want the crew ready to abandon ship," Bisping ordered. "Aye, skipper." "We can't even run the engines up to full power without them hearing us," Bisping grumbled. He took the phone from the wall and called down to the engine room. "Chief, it's the captain. Listen. There's a Chinese electric resting at periscope depth 10 miles off our port bow. She's got us dead nuts with both bow anchors on the bottom. We can't even slip the chains without tipping them off. I want you to do everything you can down there without making any goddamn noise, so you'll be ready to get those engines up and roaring in full reverse the second I give you the word. Understood?" "I'll have her ready to pull a whole shot, Captain." "That's what I wanted to hear, Chief." Bisping hung up the phone and grabbed the one next to it. "Radar. I want to know if that periscope moves even an inch. Understood?" "Good." He went back to the window, making doubly sure no one was smoking down on the flight deck. "Captain, both Sea Kings report ready for takeoff. Get them into the air. Captain, Algonquin reports the submarine is blowing ballast and coming to the surface, and she's opening her outer tube doors." "Stay those helicopters," Bisping ordered. "That sub-captain so much as hears a rotor blade and he'll launch." Bisping stood trying to figure a way out of the mess. "We can kill them," he thought to himself, "but not before they've killed us." "Maybe they don't want to fight," O'Leary said. "They've had plenty of opportunity to fire. After what we did to their destroyers, I find that very hard to believe." Ensign Alistair Miller cleared his throat. "I don't think she knows we're here, sir." Bisping turned to him in the red dim. "Explain yourself, Mr. Miller." "Well, sir, we've been resting quietly at anchor all day," Miller replied. "Only Algonquin's had her boilers up to steam, so she's the one the bastards are likely homing in on. They're probably hoping she'll lead them to us in the dark. And they can't go on active sonar without tipping their hand any more than we can power up or launch our choppers without tipping ours." Which is why they've come to the surface, Bisping said. To use their eyes and ears. Very good, Mr. Miller. You're Lieutenant JG now. If we get out of this without losing the ship, I'll promote you to first. Thank you, sir. Duncan, get Commander Reese up here on the double. Aye, sir. Reese was the commander of the 10-man SEAL team aboard the Boxer. He was a short, hard-bodied sailor who had been in the Navy since John Paul Jones was a baby, and he was known for getting the job done under very sticky circumstances. He stepped onto the bridge, announcing, Commander Reese reporting as ordered, Captain. Mr. Reese, has your team ever rehearsed the taking of a Chinese submarine resting quietly on the surface? A grin spread across the commander's face. Not exactly, sir, though similar scenarios have come up in conversation once or twice. So you have some ideas on how such a feat of arms might be accomplished? Oh, I've got some very definite ideas, Captain. How close is she? 10 miles at the moment. But I expect that to change as soon as this captain I'm up against begins to grow some balls. If their hatch is open, Captain, I guarantee we'll take the con. What I cannot guarantee is taking it before they fire their torpedoes. What do you need? We've got everything we need in our kit. We can power right out to the boat below the surface on electric motors. This kind of darkness won't be a problem? For the Chinese, yes. Us, no. All we'll need from Boxer is a comm link to find out whether the sub is moving. I'll break the surface every 10 minutes to check in on that. How soon can you be in the water? From this moment, less than 20. How long to the sub? If she stays right where she is, an hour. Let me know when you're ready to get wet, Commander. Aye, aye, Skipper. Bisping noticed the concern on Commander O'Leary's face. Something on your mind, Duncan? No, sir. If we're torpedoed, Duncan, they're going into the water anyhow, only without their wetsuits. Aye, sir. 40 minutes later, Commander Reese carefully broke the surface of the water in total blackness to check in with the Boxer about the position of the Chinese submarine. Be advised, Aqualung. The target has closed to within 5 miles and is sitting still once again. Clear, Reese murmured, raising his infrared scope to see that the sub now lay only a couple of 100 yards ahead of them. I have visual. He then slipped silently back beneath the water. Below the surface, neither Reese nor any of his men were able to see anything that wasn't lighted or glowing. And with the murk of ash and sediment now spoiling the seas, they weren't even able to see that beyond 10 feet or so. He wrote a short message on a diving board in fluorescent chalk, telling his men that the target now lay only a couple 100 yards ahead of them. He then wrote in a kind of shorthand that they would motor past the sub 50 yards off the port side, then circle around to approach her from the stern. Chapter 66. About the same time that Commander Reese and his SEAL team were first getting wet, Forrest and his flock were turning down a side street in the outskirts of Oceanside. They were still running without lights to avoid being spotted as they drew closer to the shore, all of the fighting men wearing NVDs. The snow was only inches deep in Southern California, but the snowcats ran equally well on dry land. The women in the lead transport began to notice a dim glow illuminating the street ahead of them. What's that light? Someone in the lead vehicle said, as they rounded a corner. What light? Forrest answered, reaching to lift his night vision device so he could see what they were talking about. A Molotov cocktail exploded on the roof of the snowcat. Another exploded on the hood of the vehicle behind them, momentarily engulfing both cats in bright orange balls of flame. Laddie started barking furiously, and the women and children screamed in horror as both Forrest and Ulrich applied full throttle in an attempt to get clear of what was obviously an ambush. Ulrich shouted for everyone aboard his cat to get down, even as Sullivan, Emery, and Marty were shooting out the windows and pouring fire into the 3-story apartment building on the left side of the street. "How are they seeing us?" Marty shouted, spotting a man step from a doorway and taking careful aim at the lead snowcat before pulling the trigger on a hunting rifle. Sullivan flipped up his NVD and looked around, now seeing that every building along both sides of the street had been painted with a fluorescent green paint, which even late into the night was casting a dim glow over the entire street. "Wayne, back up," he shouted, realizing that to continue down the street would spell certain death. The street's illuminated.
What?
Ulrich flipped up his own NVD, immediately seeing the paint.
Jesus Christ!
He got on the radio and told Forrest what was going on, but it was too late. Grenades went off beneath the engines of both snowcats and knocked them out. "Everybody out!" Ulrich shouted, seeing their worst nightmare unfolding before his eyes. Bullets struck him in the center of his back, impacting against his armor, but none of the women or children were hit as they jumped from the vehicle. "Sullivan, they're targeting the men!" The fire was coming from the left side of the street, so they were momentarily shielded in the lee of the snowcat. Ulrich could hear Laddie barking down the street as he took a quick head count and saw that he was missing 2 civilians. Ducking quickly back aboard, he found that both Liddy and Natalie had bitten into their cyanide capsules. "God damn it," he muttered, scrambling back to the sidewalk. "We gotta get under better cover," Sullivan said, scanning the darkened street around the corner with the NVD. "Wayne, there's a pharmacy around the block. It looks deserted." "Get the women and children to cover," Ulrich ordered. "I'm going to try to link up with Jack's group." "Sir." Sullivan, Emery, and Marty began to herd Aaron, Taylor, Lynette, Tanya, Maria II, Jenny, Michelle, West, Price, and all of the children around the corner toward the pharmacy. Ulrich didn't make it more than a step down the street before taking a round in the gut just below his armor. He dove behind a stack of trash cans and began crawling down the sidewalk toward Forrest's group, where Laddie was still barking wildly. They were all still trying to work their way back to the corner, moving from parked car to parked car. But then they came to a gap far too wide for them to cross. "You're cut off, Jack," Ulrich told him over the radio. "Any suggestions? Take cover in one of the buildings on this side of the street and escape out the back. We'll try to link up with you on the next street over." "Roger that," Forrest said, signaling for Kane to break into one of the buildings. "Watch your ass, Stumpy. They're only shooting at the men." "I know," Ulrich said, before getting painfully to his feet and scrambling back to the corner and down the block to the pharmacy where Sullivan and the others had taken cover. "We won't last here," Sullivan said. "They're already taking up positions across the street." "We need to get out the back and link up with Jack's group on the next street over," Ulrich said. "Otherwise, we're looking at a complete go-fuck here." The women and children were in the dark again, so the soldiers gave them a couple of red lights, telling them not to shine them unless they were moving and needed to see where they were going. Ulrich and Sullivan went to the back door and opened it to a hail of bullets. "Fuck," Sullivan said, reeling away from the door. "Got my fucking arm." "Well, I'm already gut shot," Ulrich said. "You're shitting me." "Jack," Ulrich said over the net. "We're cut off, stuck inside the pharmacy." "Don't feel bad," Forrest replied. "We're stuck inside a goddamn porn shop. Never seen so many dildos in my goddamn life." Everyone on the net chuckled in spite of the tense situation. "Listen, Stumpy," Forrest said. "You have to get out of there on your own somehow. Work your way to the beach and declare rotten dog." "Why me?" Ulrich said. "You're half a block closer and I'm missing a fucking foot." "The 3 of us are already shot up too bad down here," Forrest said. "And Mike just isn't the man for the job." "Listen, Jack, I'm gut shot. I'll never make the beach. I'll have to send Sullivan." Forrest was silent for a moment, asking finally, "How bad, Stumpy?" "Bad enough. The Navy's our only chance now, Jack. We'll never fight our way to the beach with all these women and children." One of the women screamed from the front of the store. "Gotta go, Jack." Ulrich and Sullivan moved to the front of the store, to find West and Price kneeling behind the counter beside the bodies of Tanya and her son Stephen. "Everyone needs to move into the back now," Sullivan said quickly, herding the others into the storeroom. The baby was crying in Aaron's arms, and Taylor was hovering close by her, keeping her own 2 children close. Marty and Emery covered the front of the store from behind a makeshift barricade of overturned shelving. "What the fuck happened, Sean?" Ulrich asked, painfully taking a knee beside West in the red glow of 2 flashlights. "She used the cyanide," West said quietly. "God damn it," Ulrich swore. "Liddy and Natalie did the same fucking thing. I'm taking it away from the others." "No," West said, grabbing his arm. "It's their right, Wayne. We all agreed." "But god damn it!" "What's going on with Jack's group?"
We're all cut off from the beach. And we're cut off from each other. Sullivan's going to make a run for the beach. No, I'm not, Sullivan said, standing in the doorway. I just lost the use of my right hand. West examined his wounded arm to find that the bullet had shattered his ulna. I guess that leaves Marty, Ulrich said. Unless you want the job, Sean. I can't leave Taylor or the kids, West said. I promised them. Besides, Marty's better with a weapon than I am. We have to send Shannon with him, Sullivan said. Marty won't make it alone. His instincts aren't good enough, but he listens to Shannon. All right then, Ulrich said. You and Sean replace them up front and send them back here. Just how bad are you, Wayne? West asked, pissed that Ulrich hadn't told him he'd been shot. It's bad enough that I'll croak if we don't make it to the ship, Ulrich said. How much Benzedrine have you taken? Enough to see this through one way or another. West asked Price to take his place up front so he could bind Ulrich's belly wound. Emery and Marty came around behind the counter, where a blanket now lay over Tanya and her son. You two have to make a break for the beach, Ulrich said. Find lifeguard station number 6. A SEAL team has buried a radio in the sand beneath it. Our call sign is Halo. Be sure and tell them that our condition is rotten dog. That will tell them to send the Marines in, expecting a fight. Got it, Emery said. Come on, Marty. Let's rock and roll these motherfuckers. She took him into the stockroom to check him over with a flashlight. Nothing rattles and nothing shines. Got it? I'm cocked and locked, he muttered. Let's get the fuck out of here. The back door is no joy, Sullivan said. You'll have to go out the front. But we'll pop smoke both front and back to keep them guessing. Fuck it, Emery said. You can hardly fucking see out there as it is. I think there must be 1 or 2 out there with night vision, Ulrich said, grunting as West bound his middle with a cotton wrap. Aaron came from the stockroom and knelt beside him, crying into his neck. Where's the baby? He asked. With Taylor. Well, get on back there, he said. I've still got work to do out here. And don't worry, I won't be dying in the next 10 minutes. I have O-negative blood, Aaron told West. If he ends up needing it, honey, I'll get some from you, I promise. A pair of smoke grenades were tossed out the front and back of the store a short time later, and gunfire filled the air as the clouds began to grow. Emery grabbed hold of Marty's jacket at the shoulder. When they stop to reload, we move. Right behind you. The firing slacked off and they made their break, running left down the sidewalk into the darkness. A shot rang out and hit the sidewalk, a piece of a bullet ricocheting up into Marty's rump. I just got hit in the ass, he swore, grabbing at the seat of his pants. Better than your balls. Keep moving. They stopped at the end of the street to catch their breath. You know what? He said, panting. We can see better with the night vision now than we could last year. That means there's more ambient light. The sky's beginning to clear. Emery raised her NVD and held her hand up in front of her face, unable to see it. Whatever you say, Marty. Half a block down, they spotted a band of 6 men using a single weak flashlight to make their way toward the porn shop where Forrest and his group were holed up. They were a motley crew, dressed piecemeal in military clothing, but there was no telling whether they had ever been Marines. They were scrawny and wore long, scraggly beards. One of them had a law rocket slung over his shoulder. We have to take them out, she said. That rocket will kill everybody in Jack's building. The 2 of them hustled off through the snow after their prey, and Marty stepped on a soda can beneath the snow, its muffled crunch just loud enough for the men to hear. They spun around as Marty and Emery dove for cover behind a burned-out car. Who's behind us? One of the men asked the others, their flashlight too dim to penetrate into the murk. Any of our people? Maybe Wallace and Cutter, I ain't sure. Wallace? What? Marty shouted. You coming, asshole? Go ahead, sprained my fucking ankle. The men moved on, and Emery punched Marty in his helmet, hissing, You ever do that again, I'll kick the shit out of you. By the time they worked their way to within 50 feet of the man with the rocket was down on one knee, about to fire it into the back door of the porn shop. Emery fired a burst from the hip in a vertical arc, stitching the rocketeer up the spine.
The man folded over backward and the rocket went streaking off into the sky over top of the buildings, detonating 3 or 4 blocks away. "Wallace, you dumb fuck!" shouted the man with the flashlight. Emery shot him next, and the flashlight fell into the snow, leaving the remaining 4 to fire blindly into the black. Emery and Marty lay prone watching their prey make idiots of themselves. They each fired 2 quick bursts and sprang to their feet. More men came running toward the sound of the fight, dim beams of light searching wildly about. But Emery and Marty withdrew to slip away undetected. They quickly covered the half-mile to the beach, meeting no further resistance before reaching the surf and running to the closest lifeguard station. It was number 9. "North or south?" Emery said. "You pick." "North." The next station they came to was number 8, and within a few minutes they arrived at Station 6. They kicked away the snow and Marty began digging in the sand while Emery kept watch. A foot down, he found a sealed black polymer case the size of a large tackle box and pried it from the ground. "You keep an eye out," Emery said, kneeling in front of the case to open it. She turned on the radio and took out the handset, holding it to her head the way you would a regular phone and depressing the button. "This is Halo calling, Boxer. Do you read? Over." There was no reply. "Halo calling, Boxer. Our condition is rotten dog. Repeat, we are rotten dog. Do you read? Over." "Maybe you should try switching channels." "No, Marty, you don't fuck with a preset frequency. It's probably just some squid asleep at the radio. They don't have anything else to do out there." "Halo calling USS Boxer. Do you read? Over. Halo calling Boxer. Do you read?" Chapter 67. Aboard the Boxer, Captain Bisping was quite busy. Or at least he had a hell of a lot on his mind. For one thing, he was still feeling very much like a sitting duck on an open pond. The Boxer had enough ordnance aboard to kill the Chinese vessel dozens of times over. But if he so much as flinched, the submarine's passive sonar would pick up the sound, and the Chinese captain would beat him to the trigger by more than 5 minutes, the approximate time it would take to get an anti-sub warfare helicopter into position to drop a depth charge. Not even the Algonquin could be in position to fire in under a minute, her tubes aimed over 90 degrees in the wrong direction. "Captain, I've got Halo on the emergency band. They're declaring rotten dog." "You've got to be shitting me," Bisping declared. "Now of all goddamn times." He looked to his executive officer. "Who is it, Duncan? Who keeps insisting there are no more wars left to fight?" "I believe that's President Thorne, sir." "Mr. Brooks, get a message off to Pearl." "Yes, sir." "Message to read as follows. Engaged in battle by land and sea. Merry fucking Christmas." "Word for word, sir?" "Yes, Mr. Brooks, word for fucking word." "And somebody call Gunny Beecham to the bridge. Talk about fighting a battle with both hands tied behind your goddamn back." He took the handset from Brooks. "Halo, this is Boxer. Over." "Boxer, be advised we are rotten dog. Our main force is pinned down half a mile inland from lifeguard station number 9. Over." "Halo, say again all after main force. Over." "Pinned down half a mile inland from lifeguard station number 9. Over." Bisping gave O'Leary an ironic grimace and muttered, "That's what I thought she said." "Stand by, Halo. We are presently engaged in a sea battle, but will send Marine detachment ashore ASAP. Over." "What is their ETA? Over." "Stand by, Halo." "Don't keep us waiting too long, Boxer. Our tit's in the ringer." "We read you," Bisping said, giving the handset back to Brooks. "Her tit may be in the ringer, but my balls are on the block." Beecham came onto the bridge and saluted crisply, snapping immediately to attention. "Gunny Sergeant Beecham reporting as—" "At ease, Gunny." "Sir?" "Are your devil dogs ready to go ashore?" "That's affirmative, sir." "Well, be advised, Gunny. You and your men will be going very soon, and your condition will be rotten dog. Our evacuees have apparently gotten themselves pinned down half a mile inland from lifeguard station number 9. "And if we're torpedoed, sir?" "Then you'll be going ashore indefinitely. Either way, Gunny, you're on in less than 10. "Hoorah, sir." 5 miles out to sea, as Commander Reese and his men were creeping toward the sail of the Chinese submarine. They felt the boat lurch forward, its electric motors kicking on to propel the submarine very slowly through the water, barely raising a wake. Through the murk at that distance, Reese was just able to make out the Boxer's silhouette lying some 5 miles distant, but only because he knew exactly where she was and what to look for. In a very short time, however, the Chinese officer watching eastward through his own night vision scope from atop the sail would be making a positive identification and calling below to his captain, who would then, in all likelihood, give the order to launch a full spread of torpedoes at both the Boxer and Algonquin. There were no ladder rungs on the almost 30-foot tall sail of a Song-class submarine, the way there were on old-fashioned subs, which meant that Reese and his men had to form a human ladder in order for him to reach the rear sailplane jutting backward 20 feet above the pressure hull. Even from atop the sailplane, it still took 2 men standing on one another's shoulders for Reese to climb the final 10 feet. Once atop the sail, he moved quickly forward to the observer station, where the Chinese officer was studying the pitch-black shoreline. Reese heard the man draw an excited breath and saw him reach for the phone, obviously having just spotted the Boxer. He dropped down into the observer station and grabbed the officer from behind, gripping him onto the jaw with his left hand to twist his face away, jamming a killing knife up through the base of his skull and giving the blade a sharp twist, leaving Reese holding a veritable rag doll. He laid the man down and signaled over the net for the rest of his men to join him. The next man to reach the top of the sail lowered a knotted rope for 6 others. 2 SEALs would remain down on the hull to kill anyone attempting to escape through the bow or stern hatchways. As expected, the observer's hatch was sealed from inside, so Reese signaled for Chief Petty Officer Chu to do his thing. Chu picked up the phone, saying in a sickly voice to whomever it was that answered, "Man, I just got a real bad case of the shits," or whatever the Cantonese equivalent of that was. The wheel began to turn on the hatch, and the SEALs prepared to do battle. The somewhat bemused Chinese sailor below was standing in a compartment illuminated only in dim red light, and he was opening the hatch into absolute darkness. So he didn't see the silencer of the MP5 submachine gun Reese was aiming down into his face. Reese squeezed off a single round and shot the sailor straight through the forehead, dropping him to the deck with a dull thud. He was down the ladder in a split second, moving rapidly into the next compartment, where he gunned down 2 more unsuspecting sailors standing at the periscope. He waited until the rest of his men were formed up behind him, before sliding down the ladder into the next compartment. From there, half of the team made their way forward toward the control room. The other half remained in position to prevent their line of retreat from being blocked. Reese and the other 3 walked boldly into the con and opened fire. The startled Chinese sailors screamed as they died, but the captain of the boat kept his head, leaping for the launch buttons. Reese fired and killed him, but not before the captain managed to launch a single torpedo. "Captain, Algonquin reports hydrophone effect. 1 torpedo in the water. It's got us dead bang." "Slip both anchors," Bisbing ordered. "All engines full reverse." "Launch helicopters," O'Leary announced simultaneously over the MC. "Launch amphibious craft. All hands rig for impact." Having also been prepared for this eventuality, the Algonquin had long since offloaded the majority of her crew into lifeboats, leaving only the captain, the sonar officer, and a few engineers aboard. The engineers applied full power to the destroyer's propellers, then scrambled up to the weather deck as the Algonquin captain put his ship into full reverse. She had good power but was starting from a dead stop, so she didn't move quickly at first. Even so, her captain was hoping against heaven and hell to get the Algonquin into the torpedo's path before it could detonate beneath the Boxer's hull and break her spine. Bisping stood on the bridge watching the other ship through a pair of NVDs, as the Boxer oh so slowly began to back away. "We're moving as fast as mechanically possible," he thought, "but we'll never make it." "Captain!" Brooks shouted. "Commander Reese reports he and his men have taken the con." Bisping got on the radio immediately, ordering the helicopter pilots not to attack the submarine. "All landing craft away, sir," O'Leary announced. "The Marines should be ashore within 5. But Bisping didn't hear him. He was once again watching to see whether his ship was going to be blown out from under him.
"Captain, Algonquin reports it's going to be close."
In the same moment, the torpedo passed directly beneath the screws of the Algonquin, and sensing her magnetic field, detonated, blowing off the destroyer's stern in a huge white flash of froth and fire. A cheer went up on the Boxer's bridge.
"Knock it off,"
Bisping ordered.
"We just lost half our task force, and this battle's not over. Get me Commander Reese on the radio."
A few seconds later, Bisping was talking to Reese.
"How do you want to play this, Commander? I want that sub sunk." "We can set demolition charges here in the con, sir. The destroyer controls. After that, we can abandon ship, allowing you to sink her at your leisure. One of the helos can lift us out of the water."
"How do you keep the Chinese sailors from killing you after you make it into the water?"
"I intend to leave this boat in flames, Captain. They'll be too busy fighting the fires to bother with us. They haven't even tried to retake the con yet, for Christ's sake."
"Very well," Bisping said. "Get off that boat as quickly and safely as you can, so I can sink the damn thing."
"Roger that."
Bisping then looked at O'Leary. "Launch 2 more ASWs," he ordered. "I want them in position to provide covering fire for Reese and his men as they're being picked out of the water. Then I want that pig sent to the bottom."
"Aye, aye, Captain."
Chapter 68. Forrest, Kane, and Danzig were all pretty badly shot up. Only by the grace of God had the hits missed their vital organs. Their body armor had done its job many times over, but they were all bleeding from multiple limb and shoulder wounds. Forrest was the worst for the wear, one round having penetrated his thigh and another having shattered his right ankle. Kane had bound the joint for him, wrapping an elastic bandage tightly around the canvas boot to help immobilize the foot and to stem the flow of blood. But the pain was intense when he applied any weight to the leg. So far, he had refused morphine, needing his head clear for the ongoing fight. Veronica sat in the back corner behind the counter, with Andy, Joanne, Jessie, Renee, Maria, Karen, and the children. Michael, armed with a carbine, was lying in the hall covering the rear entrance, which they had barricaded with a desk and a filing cabinet. Andy had been nicked in the chest and face by a ricochet, and Maria Vasquez had a bullet wound to her backside. A couple of the children were badly bruised up, and a few of them cried continuously. Melissa sat in the dark beside Veronica, keeping Laddie on a short leash. By now they had received word that Tanya had already taken her own life, as well as that of her son Stephen, and the women were aghast. Kane had remained silent on the issue, but Forrest knew he was blaming himself. "Hey, she had 18 happy months," Forrest said, bumping Kane on the shoulder. "So did the boy. It's more than what they would have had." "I told her not to worry," Kane said quietly, not wanting the others to hear him. "That I'd come for her if anything happened. Maybe we see it differently, partner, but from where I sit, she bailed before you could make good on that promise. Don't make me feel no better. Ain't trying to make you feel better. I'm trying to keep your head in the game. My head's in the game, Captain." Forrest crawled forward to peer up at the top balcony across the street. The building was only coated in fluorescent paint on the first floor level, so he still needed the NVD to see the upper levels. "I haven't seen any movement over there for 10 minutes. They're up to something." "Yeah, but what?" said Danzig, crouching in the opposite corner. They only had to wait a few seconds for the answer. The fuse popped on a grenade right outside the window to the left. Neither Forrest nor the others made a sound. All of them knew from experience that to shout a warning would only prevent them from hearing where the grenade landed. The steel orb hit with a thunk inside the showcase, where they were unable to grab it, but they did dive clear of the blast and were already bringing their weapons up as the first attackers came charging in through the smoke. The women remained surprisingly quiet as Forrest and the others kept up a withering fire, effectively piling bodies up in the showcase window. By the time the enemy realized their surprise assault had failed, they had lost 5 men. The rest retreated around the side of the building. Kane and Danzig moved quickly to strip the dead of weapons and ammo, as Forrest kept an eye on the apartment across the street with Kane's M21 sniper rifle. Kane's shoulder was too badly wounded for precision sniping. The first enemy to sneak a peek from the second-floor balcony took a 308 through the center of his face, and Forrest just missed another the next level down, driving the man back inside. After searching the bodies and stacking them in the window, they retook their positions to either side. "We can't let them keep creeping up on us," Forrest said. "If they come to the well like that enough times, they're going to get in." A Molotov cocktail landed on the sidewalk in front of the window and exploded, setting the clothing of the dead bodies on fire and illuminating the inside of the store. "Everyone stay down! They're trying to see in!" Two men ran up on either side of the window and tossed in another pair of grenades, blasting the showcase apart and filling Danzig's left side with shrapnel. He screamed in agony, and Jesse and Veronica both jumped from cover to drag him to safety. "Stay down!" Danzig shouted, not wanting his wife to get herself killed. But they ignored him and finished pulling him behind the counter where the children were all screaming and the dog was going wild at the end of his leash. "Jack, what the fuck is going on over there?" Sullivan's voice sounded over the radio in Forrest's ear. "They're storming the goddamn castle. Let me talk to Wayne." "He's unconscious. Stand by. I'm coming to assist." "Negative. Hold your position. There's nothing you can do for us." But Sullivan hadn't heard him, having already peeled off the headset and given it to West. He ducked out of the pharmacy and ran to the corner. Scanning the cluttered greenish-black street through the NVD, he saw two men rifling the second snowcat for the MREs and shot them dead, dropping into the snow and taking aim, left-handed, on 7 more men lining up outside the pawn shop window, preparing to make another assault. He opened fire on their legs, knowing many of them wore armor of their own, and the attackers danced about on the sidewalk in an almost comic display, as the bullets tore the meat from their bones. They fell, scrabbling for cover through the snow on their hands and knees. But a grenade was lobbed from the pawn shop window and it exploded in their midst, ripping many of them apart, though only killing 2. The survivors lay in a bloody, screaming tangle on the walk. As Sullivan stood to withdraw to the pharmacy, he was jumped by 2 stinking, hairy men. The NVD was bashed from his helmet and the carbine pried from his grip. Someone kicked him in the groin and he buckled, grabbing a grenade from his harness and pulling the pin with his teeth before stuffing it down the pants of an assailant. The man cried out and let go of him, presumably to pull the grenade from his pants, but it was too dark for Sullivan to know for sure. His other attacker was still struggling to subdue him when the grenade went off. Sullivan felt himself fly through the air. He landed hard on his back, the left side of his face and neck full of shrapnel, his left arm nearly severed at the elbow and his left leg in tatters. He blacked out. He came to in total darkness a short time later, feeling hands probing his wounds, and grabbed ineffectually with his crippled right hand for the knife on his belt. "Easy," West said, gently catching the arm. "You're safe now," Taylor said softly into his one good ear. "Sean brought you back in." "Jack's group," Sullivan murmured. "Are they—" "They're secure for the moment." West was working feverishly beneath a flashlight to stanch the flow of blood from Sullivan's wounds. "Whatever you did seems to have bought them some time." "You have to finish it," Sullivan whispered, feeling the morphine carrying him away. "Finish it now. Too many to hold off. Saw them in the flash." West looked at Price, both of them realizing what that meant, and picked up the headset. "Jack, it's Sean. Over." "Go ahead. Jack, Sullivan says we're about to be overwhelmed. He says we should all finish it now." "How does he know?" "He's unconscious, but his exact words were, 'Finish it now, too many to hold off.'" "Can he make it?" "No." "Go ahead and establish your own protocol there, Sean. We're going to hold out here to the last possible moment. Tell T&E that I did my best, will you?" "They know that, Jack. We all know." "Wish I did, goddammit." "Godspeed, Sean." "What's going on?" Taylor asked, panic in her eyes, her voice trembling. "Go on in the back with the kids, sweetheart. I'll be back to join you in a minute." "What are you going to do?" she asked, starting to cry. "Sean, what are you going to do?" "Price?" "Come on, honey," Price said gently, helping Taylor to her feet.
Don't, Sean. Please.
West took one of the titanium files from his jacket pocket and twisted off the lid, shaking the glass capsule into his hand. God, he said quietly, slipping the capsule between Sullivan's molars. Allow me to commend this man's spirit into your good hands. He pressed upward on Sullivan's jaw to crush the capsule between his teeth. Sullivan's body tensed for an instant and then relaxed. West stood up and went into the back room. Aaron, he said gently, we need to see about Wayne.
No, Sean,
Aaron said, holding the baby in her arms and beginning to cry.
You're not allowed. He's my husband.
I won't do anything without your permission, honey. But it's time to make some decisions. We may only have seconds left. The other mothers were crying as well, their hands trembling as they took the vials from their pockets. By now, the children realized the true purpose of the astronaut medicine, and they were all crying as well.
This is bullshit,
Lynette said in disgust.
To get this close.
Lenny, Price said quietly. West sat down with his kids and took Taylor's hand. There's no reason for us to be afraid. We're in God's hands. Now everyone put a capsule under your tongue and join hands. Everyone did as he said.
Will it hurt?
One of the little ones asked, sobbing. No, baby doll. You'll just go to sleep and wake right back up in heaven with God. I promise. Erin couldn't hold anyone's hand, however. She would need them both for pinching capsules into the mouths of her husband and infant daughter. Jenny offered to help her, but she refused.
Can we all agree to wait until they come into the building?
Taylor asked through her tears.
Can we do that? I love you all so much.
I like that idea, Michelle said, gripping her son's hand.
Okay, baby? We're all going to heaven at the same time, so make sure you wait for Mommy. Okay, Mom,
the little boy said, seemingly unafraid. West began to recite from the 23rd Psalm. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in... Without warning, Lynette let go of her husband's hand and sprang to her feet, dashing for the front of the store, gripping a flashlight. West let go of Taylor's hand and jumped up to chase after her, but Price all but tackled him in the doorway. Price, what the hell are you doing? You can't catch her, Price said, hearing Lynette scampering over the barricade. Your place is here, Sean. She's my wife. Lynette ran down the street and froze at the corner, shining the flashlight on a disbelieving horde of barbarous-looking men, who for a moment might have believed they were seeing an angel with flowing blonde hair, were it not for the grenade she gripped in the opposite hand. Catch, she said, lobbing it into the air over their heads and turning to run back toward the pharmacy. Fucking bitch, one of the men shouted as they scattered in the dark, none of them having any idea where the grenade would land. When it did land, it rolled beneath a car where two men had taken cover, wounding them both upon detonation, and prompting their comrades to move in and finish them off quickly in accordance with the laws of the wild. Lynette stumbled in her dash for the pharmacy and was caught from behind by her hair and shoved into a lamppost, knocking the flashlight from her hand. She struggled to keep her feet, tussling in the blackness with a surprisingly weak and apparently shorter man. Gnashing her teeth lest she accidentally spit out the capsule of cyanide she still kept in her mouth. She slashed with her fingers, found the soft gelatinous orb of the attacker's eyeball and grabbed him close, thrusting her thumb into the socket to claw it out. The man screamed and reeled away, but as she turned to run once more, she was struck by a vicious uppercut from an unseen fist that fractured her jaw, dropping her to her knees. She was not even remotely aware of the broken slivers of glass in her tongue, as she fell forward onto her face. Her body was lifted in the darkness as four men attempted to haul her off across the street, all of them thinking she was merely unconscious. But Price shot them down from behind, then turned the carbine on the rest of the mob, which had reformed and was on the move. He was struck by a hail of bullets, the men trampling his body in their renewed assault on the pharmacy, kicking and pounding at the barricade to get inside. Not yet, West told the women, breaking away from their prayers. his instinct for survival overriding all common sense as he grabbed his carbine and leapt into the doorway, firing into the mob at 40 feet. The attacker screamed and pulled back onto the walk, returning his fire. Outside, the street erupted in a fusillade of automatic weapons fire, and the attackers fell back from the pharmacy in confusion. West stood listening as the gunfire reached a crescendo. Then he slammed the storeroom door and moved to cover the bodies of his wife and children with his own, shouting for everyone to spit out their capsules of cyanide. Seconds later, there was a cacophony of rapid 40mm cannon fire, followed by the roaring sound of an 850-horsepower Motoren und Terminen Union diesel motor as it went rumbling past the building toward the corner. "In here!" they heard Marty shout from the front of the store. "They're in here!" "Who brought the 40 Mike?" Danzig mumbled through a fog of morphine, his head resting in Jesse's lap where they hid behind the counter in the pawn shop. "Jack?" Veronica shouted toward the front of the store. "What's going on?" Forrest climbed painfully up into the showcase and stole a quick glance west toward the corner. "Jesus Christ," he said, jumping back down and landing painfully on his bad ankle. "Everybody spit those fucking capsules out. Melissa?" "I already did." "Is it the goddamn Marines or what?" Kane asked, sticking his head down from a crawl space in the ceiling. He and Forrest had decided that he would be the last one left alive, surviving them all just long enough to rain their last 6 grenades down upon their attackers after the shop had finally fallen and filled up with the enemy, an enemy that might rape the bodies of the women. "Everybody stay ready," Forrest cautioned, girding himself for the next onslaught, an old instinct telling him the fight was not yet over. "Kane, get down here," he said, dropping into a crouch and shouldering his carbine. A mob of men came pouring from 3 different apartments across the street, maybe 20 in all, hurling a grenade at the shop front. Forrest and Kane fired into them even as the grenade exploded on the sidewalk. Laddie broke away from Melissa and bound past them, leaping over the bodies and out into the street, tearing into the first man he saw and ripping him screaming to the ground. The rest of the attackers recoiled in a moment of awe, astonished to see such a large dog, half expecting a pack of hungry wolves to come streaming out of the building. One of them raised his weapon to shoot the animal, but his head instantly exploded as a 230-grain 45 caliber bullet blasted through his brain and slammed into the man behind him, killing them both. Forrest stood defiantly among the many dying men at his feet, firing point-blank into the faces of the savages who would dare try to kill his son's dog. Screaming as he charged into them, he grabbed up an empty carbine, swinging at their heads and splitting skulls as they reeled away in panic, their combat reflexes horribly degraded by starvation and disease. Not all of them had lost their wits. One was returning his fire and scoring hits on Forrest's armor and limbs, tracking him as he pivoted to the right, about to squeeze the trigger to blow out his brains. But suddenly, and to his horror, the dog sank its teeth into his testicles, frenziedly ripping them from side to side. Kane smashed the man's skull with the barrel of his carbine and grabbed the dog's leash to haul him back inside. Glancing over his shoulder to see that Forrest had gone down, he dragged Laddie, snarling over the stacked bodies, and handed the leash to Melissa. He turned to dash out, but an unseen concussion grenade exploded just outside the window and hurled him back across the storefront into the counter, knocking him senseless. He tried to rise but collapsed and fell unconscious. Bleeding badly, Forrest rolled beneath the hull of a pickup truck and blacked out as the Marines came charging up the street, supported by a second EFV, its 40mm cannon blasting away at the apartment building and killing all who ran for cover, killing all who stood to fight. Veronica screamed for Michael and he abandoned his post in the back hall, running to the front and firing into the small group that sought to take cover inside the shop, killing a few and fumbling to reload. The women were about to put the capsules back into their mouths when they heard again the staccato blast of a 40mm cannon and the screaming of Marines as they surged past the shop. They were driving the few remaining killers before them toward the end of the block, where the other EFV and 2 more Marine platoons were waiting to gun them down. When the last barbarian fell, the Marines let out with a roaring,
Hoorah!
And the street fell strangely silent, save for the occasional coup de grace being delivered to a wounded, sneering cannibal. In the light of a magnesium flare held high above her head, Emery came through the Marines with a medical bag over each shoulder, spotting at once the bright red, white, and blue patch of the 82nd Airborne Division on the arm of a dead soldier stuffed beneath the rusted hulk of a pickup truck. She ran toward it, grabbing the wrist and dragging the body out into the light. Forrest's lifeless body was covered in blood, his face lacerated and his uniform torn to tatters. "Oh no," she whispered, taking a knee beside him as the men of the 3rd Marine shuffled around her and into the porn shop, shouting for survivors. She heard the women screaming from within that they were alive, and a surge of excitement swept through the Marines.
"They're alive!" someone shouted. "Get Beecham! Corman!"
"Hey, Emery, they're alive!" With a heavy heart, Emery rose to her feet to go see who had made it.
"Fuck you going?"
She whipped her head around to see Forrest looking up at her through one very swollen eye.
"Oh, Jesus! Can't you see I need a fucking medic?" "Korsman!"
ripped from her throat as she dropped to her knees, then tore into one of the medkits.
"More Korsman up front!" "Who taught you to take a pulse?" Forrest mumbled, head spinning, his body coming alive with pain.
"I didn't bother taking your pulse," she said, digging out the compression bandage she would have to apply to his leg to prevent him from bleeding to death.
"You sure as fuck know how to play possum."
"Good thing.
Else one of those damn jarheads may have shot my ass."
"You're probably going to lose that foot," she said, seeing that it was bent nearly 45 degrees.
"Figures."
Veronica was climbing out through the window of the shop now and screaming his name.
"Jack! Jack!" "Here!"
Emery called.
"Oh, Christ," he murmured. "Knock me out, Shannon. I can't take her right now."
Emery smiled and took a syringe of morphine from the pocket on her upper arm. "See how good I follow orders?" She stuck him in the leg. And he was unconscious by the time Veronica and Melissa and the dog came scrambling around the rear of the truck.
"Oh my God," Veronica shouted. "Is he alive?"
"Just a little banged up."
"A little banged up?"
She dropped to the ground beside them.
"He looks like he's been hit by a truck, Shannon."
Emery looked up to see Melissa gripping Laddie's leash in one hand and covering her mouth in abject terror with the other, the sight of Forrest's wound shattering her. She punched Veronica in the shoulder, pointed up at the girl, and gave her a shove.
"How about trying to help?"
"Oh."
Veronica shook off her own sense of shock and jumped up to grab Melissa into her arms. The girl stood bawling into her bosom as Laddie began to lick the blood from Forrest's face. Gunnery Sergeant Beecham appeared and stood looking down.
"This one gonna make it, Emery?" "He'll make it, Gunny. We need to get him to the ship ASAP." "They got one bad wounded around the corner," Beecham said. "Medevac's loading him up now. 5 dead."
5? The number had startled her.
2 men, 2 women, and a boy, he said,
then walked off shouting orders to his men. As Emery was finishing with Forrest's IV a short time later, Marty squatted beside her on his haunches, face pale, eyes full of dread.
"No," she said,
realizing her fear had come to pass.
"Don't you fucking tell me that, Marty."
"I'm sorry," he said, starting to cry. "Sean said he probably saved a lot of lives. Maybe everyone's." Her eyes filled with tears, making it hard to see what she was doing. A corpsman joined her, and she asked him to finish for her and got to her feet.
"Where is he?"
In a bag on the sidewalk around the corner.
Stay here."
She walked off through the milling Marines and made her way to the front of the pharmacy, where she knelt beside the largest of the 5 dark forms on the sidewalk. Taking out her flashlight, she drew a breath and unzipped Sullivan's bag. She saw his shattered face and for a moment was sick to her stomach, certain she was going to throw up and shame herself. But then a Marine called her name and pulled her back from the brink.
"Emery? What do you want done with your dead?"
I... Can we take them aboard ship? Bury them at sea?
Don't see why not, the Marine said, stepping back from the doorway as they were bringing Ulrich out on a stretcher to load him onto the EFV medevac. Erin and the baby came out right behind him.
"Oh my God, Shannon," she called. "Thank God you made it, honey."
Emery waved and smiled mirthlessly, it never occurring to her that the baby in Erin's arms was her own daughter. She reached into the bag to take hold of Sullivan's hand. It was cold and lifeless, and did not feel anything at all like the soldier's hand it had once been.
"I loved you," she whispered.
"Not the way you wanted, but I loved you." She took one of his dog tags and sat there lost in thought, until she heard the crunching of glass and looked up to see that the other bodies had already been loaded onto the deck of the EFV, and the Marines were waiting for her. She tucked Sullivan's arm back into the bag and zipped it up. Then she got to her feet and stood away.
"Gently, guys, please."
"Sure," one of the Marines said, crouching at the foot of Sullivan's bag, as another grabbed the handles at the head. Marty came up beside her and put his arm around her, and in return she slugged him.
"Not in front of the Marines, you idiot."
"Sorry," he groaned, holding his ribs. They watched until Sullivan was loaded, and then walked around the corner, passing their snowcat on the way.
"The bastards must have taken Liddy and Natalie," Marty said. "Their bodies are gone."
"I hope they try eating them," she muttered,
feeling an emptiness she'd never known.
"See how the bastards like cyanide poisoning."
Chapter 69. The USS Boxer was now 3 days into her 14-day voyage back to Pearl Harbor. Forrest and his 3 wounded compatriots, Ulrich, Kane, and Danzig, all shared the same hospital bay. And though Ulrich had very nearly died of his gut wound, Dr. West and the Navy surgeon managed to repair the damage to his intestine. So far they were keeping septic infection at bay, and West was hopeful about Ulrich's recovery. Forrest had only just managed to keep his foot, and the ankle would need to be operated on again once they arrived in Hawaii. His other many wounds were healing satisfactorily. During the evenings, the curtains were pulled around their beds and their wives or sweethearts were permitted to spend the night at their sides if they so desired. The unmarried women aboard had of course quickly become the belles of the ball, and by the end of their 3rd day at sea, Captain Bisping felt it necessary to call a meeting with them in the pilot's ready room.
"Ladies," Bisping began, pulling the door to the room closed, "I understand that you have all been alone for some time now, and I can appreciate what that must have been like for you. However, I must remind you that this is a warship, and there are certain activities that are forbidden aboard a man of war, and all for very good reason." A few of the women snickered, and Bisping looked to Emery for help. "Am I not making myself clear?"
"In other words, guys, the captain doesn't want anyone getting laid aboard his ship."
The women started to laugh.
"How's that, sir?"
"That's fine, thank you," Bisping said dryly.
"So, if you ladies are unable to restrain yourselves for the remainder of the voyage, I will have to confine you to a smaller area of the ship, forbidding you to mingle with the crew. And this would be as much for your own safety as for any other reason."
"Damn," said Maria too. "All we did was trade one military dictator for another."
Again the women started to laugh.
"Does that mean you cannot be trusted?"
Bisping asked, cocking an authoritative eyebrow.
"They can be trusted," Emery said, looking hard at the others. "He's serious about confining us, you guys."
The others rolled their eyes, but no one made any argument.
"So are we all in agreement?" Bisping asked them.
"Yes," they said in practiced unison.
"Thank you,"
Bisping said with a smile. He left the room but was not far down the passageway before he heard his name called.
"Captain Bisping?"
He turned to see Andy coming toward him.
"Yes, ma'am?"
"We haven't met formally," she said, offering him her hand. "I'm Andy Tatum."
"William Bisping," he said. "Pleasure to meet you."
"Bisping is an English name, isn't it?"
"Yes, ma'am, though my family's lived in the States for generations."
"You've been a Navy man all your life, I assume?"
"Yes, ma'am. Is there something I can do for you?" I don't mean to be rude, but I have a ship to run.
Andy hesitated for a moment, then thought to hell with it. I've noticed you don't wear a wedding band, Captain, and I've been wondering whether there is anyone waiting for you back at Pearl.
Excuse me? He said, startled.
I apologize for being so forward, especially after that, announcement you just made. It's just that I've hesitated before and ended up wishing I hadn't. Being lonely isn't easy, and it makes you do things you wouldn't otherwise. Bisping swallowed.
Yes, I suppose it does. To tell you the truth, Andy, I haven't really... Well, I lost my wife and 2 daughters to the asteroid. So no, there's no one waiting back at Pearl or anywhere else.
I'm very sorry, she said. I lost my husband to the Taliban 5 years ago. Our daughter barely got to know him.
We seem to have some sad things in common.
They may not all be sad.
I'm sure they're not. But I'm afraid I have a ship to run. Now, if you'll excuse me.
He turned and walked off down the passageway, leaving Andy watching after him, feeling like a complete fool, her self-esteem in a sudden tailspin. She thought of what her dead husband might think if he could see her at that moment, and very nearly started to cry.
You know what? Bisping said, turning around and coming back down the passageway.
What? She said, swallowing and attempting to smile prettily.
What's wrong? He said, seeing her eyes.
Nothing. What were you going to say?
I was going to say that I was full of crap just now. There's no reason we can't have dinner in my cabin later if you think you might like to.
I'd love to, she said, a warmth spreading through her.
Perhaps you could bring your daughter, he suggested.
As a chaperone? She asked with a smile.
There are no secrets aboard a ship, Andy, and it's important that I lead by example.
Of course.
I should also warn you, though, in case we find that we do have other things in common, I'm the permanent captain of Boxer now, which means I'll be at sea whenever she's at sea, and I've got no idea how often that's going to be, particularly if there's more trouble with the Chinese. We sank 3 of their vessels on this cruise, and we have no idea how much of their navy is still active or what their intentions may be.
William, as long as this ship is the only woman I'd have to share you with, I'll take my chances.
Very well, then. I'll send someone for you after a while.
Looking forward to it, she said with a smile.
Forrest sat holding Melissa's hand, his head resting against the pillow, the curtain drawn around his bed. So are you going to tell me what's wrong? He asked, giving her fingers a squeeze.
Nothing's wrong, she said, lowering her eyes.
Do you think I'm stupid? She shook her head. Well, tell me what it is. You and I don't have secrets from one another.
Her eyes filled with tears, and she turned her face toward the foot of the bed.
Don't hide your face. Talk to me.
I can't, she whispered.
Since when?
She shook her head again, saying, You'll think
I'll think you're what?
Bad?
Oh, bullshit. Look at me. Look at me. There's nothing you can do to make me think you're bad. If you took a shit in church, I'd find a way to excuse it. And what's worse than shitting in church?
Lots of things.
Well, nothing having to do with you.
So tell me. I'm jealous, she said softly, almost ashamedly, tears running down her face.
Of Veronica?
She closed her eyes and nodded, lowering her face to the mattress, and he let go of her hand, running his fingers through her curls, petting her. Melissa felt the heat spread through her, the body ache that she had never known until her feelings for him first began to change, making her feel dirty and ashamed.
Why? He asked her gently.
Because I love you, she said in a barely audible whisper.
I love you too.
But she shook her head, whispering into the sheet that it was not the same.
How do you know?
He said softly, touching her face. She sat up and looked at him. I don't think you understand what I mean. She wiped her nose with her fingers.
I understand exactly what you mean. Want to run off and get married as soon as we get to Hawaii?
No, she said, shaking her head. It's not like that. I can't explain it.
Can I be honest with you? He said, giving her hand another squeeze. She nodded. You're conflicted because there aren't any young men around. When we get to Hawaii, that will change, and that feeling you have won't confuse you anymore. Her eyes grew big, and she felt her face grow hot. See, he said with a smile. I know what you're going through, and I've never pulled any punches with you, so I won't start now. It's completely natural what you're feeling. We just have to find you someone your own age to feel it for, that's all.
And what if I don't? She said quietly,
worried that Ulrich or one of the others might hear. Then I'll dump Veronica, he whispered, and we'll run away together up into the mountains and live in a hut. She snickered. Nuh-uh. Oh, don't be too sure. She'll be old and ugly pretty soon, and you'll still be young and beautiful.
Shut up, she said, laughing softly. You're not going to tell her we had this talk, are you?
Nope.
Promise me.
I swear on my hope of being reborn a cat that I will never tell her we had this conversation.
You don't want to come back as a cat.
I never told you that?
No, she said. Why the hell would you want to be a cat?
Have you ever seen a cat take any shit from anybody?
No, she laughed.
Well, next time around, I ain't taking no shit from nobody. She stood and slid her arms around his neck, then blushed and leaned over to kiss him chastely on the lips.
I love you, Jack.
Love you too, honey. When she was sure Melissa was gone, Veronica stepped out from behind Kane's curtain and stood looking at Forrest. It scares me how easily you handled that. What was hard about it? He said. All I had to do was tell her the truth. And you know what they say about the truth.
Well, you're committed to living in a hut if this doesn't work.
Oh, stop it. She'll have 10 boyfriends by this time next month. Captain Bisbing entered the sick bay a few moments later and stood outside Forrest's curtain. Knock, knock. Come on in, Forrest said. Bisping pulled the curtain aside to see Veronica sitting on the edge of his bed. I had to have a little talk with the single women in your crew. Forrest chuckled. And how did that work out for you, Captain? Bisping, feeling a little lightheaded over Andy, smiled and said, I'm guessing you've had your hands full these past 18 months. Women respond to kindness, Captain. Remember that. Veronica hit him in the head. Hey, I'm wounded, you know.
Not as bad as you're gonna be.
Bisping shook his head. I've received word from Pearl. Our leadership is particularly concerned about the health of you and your men. Well, that's awfully nice of them, Captain. Turns out, Bisping went on, that the 4 of you are going to be the only Green Berets of fighting age in all the Hawaiis. Well, we're retired. No, Bisping said. I'm afraid you were retired. You see, everybody's got a job to do in Hawaii these days, Captain. And President Thorne is going to be asking for your assistance with a little piracy problem we've been having. Our settlements along the coasts are being raided. Most people live in Honolulu now, but the settlements are important for protecting the infrastructure of the islands for future repopulation. So the settlers are actually caretakers, and we need someone qualified to teach them how to defend themselves. And since the training of indigenous troops is a big part of what the Special Forces were all about, well, it speaks for itself, doesn't it? Forrest looked up at Veronica. First cannibals, and now pirates. Jesus Christ, you'd think I was a goddamn sailor.
Epilogue. There were dozens of gulls in the sky as Marty Chittenden and Shannon Emery disembarked from the Boxer, walking the ladder leading down the pier. They stood off to the side watching the birds for a long time, unable to take their eyes off them. The only other wild creatures they had seen in the last year were rats, and the sounds of the gulls were like sweet music. "Nobody knows where the damn things came from," said a voice from behind. "They just showed up one day." They turned around, and there was Esther Thorne, bundled up in her coat and leaning against her cane. "Holy shit," Marty muttered, a grin coming to his face. "It's really you!" "Who is she?" Emery asked. "It's Esther," he said, walking over to the old woman and giving her a hug. "You look 10 years older, boy. Turned you into a man, hasn't it?" "Not the kind of man I ever wanted to be," he said, turning toward Emery. "Esther, this is someone I'd like you to meet. Shannon Emery. She's the best friend I've ever had. We've been taking turns saving one another's lives." "Pleased to meet you," Esther said, taking her hand. "Pretty thing." Then she turned and gestured with her cane at all of the construction taking place around the harbor. "Take a look at the new power grid we're building. It'll be the most efficient grid there's ever been. Of course, for now, we remain largely dependent on the Navy's nuclear reactors to pick up where the wind farms leave off. But it won't always be that way. We're harnessing the tide, Marty. Our engineers believe we'll be drawing up to 80% of our power from the sea within the next 5 years. After that, who knows? Of course, I won't be here to see it," she added. "But you will, Marty. And don't worry about a thing. Everyone in these islands knows who you are now, and they know they've got you to thank. I've made sure of it." "Esther, all I did was spot the rock." "No, son. You did a lot more than that. You got this grumpy old woman up off her ass and sent her to Hawaii to carry out your vision. Your vision, Marty. This sure as hell wasn't mine. I would have said to hell with it all. And now with a little honey here and a little honey there, you'll keep the naturalist party in power for the next 20 or 30 years.
The Federalists are growing weaker every day now.
Marty laughed. I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
You will, son, you will. There's a lot to do. A lot for you to live up to. This is your baby as much as it is mine. And now you'll have to help me raise the damn thing. I didn't turn the Navy around and give up one of my destroyers for you to sit on the beach and watch the lava cool.
Emery chuckled and bumped Marty with her shoulder.
Told you, she said. There's still a need for your skinny ass. Captain Bisping, Esther said suddenly, a scowl coming to her face the moment she spotted him coming through the crowd.
Bisping touched Andy's arm and asked for her and Trinity to wait for him.
Madam President? Captain Bisping, I'd like to know just who exactly that goddamn Christmas greeting was intended for.
Well, it was intended for you, Madam President, he replied equably. Esther laughed aloud and clapped him on the shoulder.
Old Longbottom thought it was meant for him, she cackled, leaning heavily into her cane. Boy, you should have seen the look on his face. He got so red I thought he was going to have himself an apoplexy. Honest to God, I told him, though, I said, Oh, Admiral, don't think so damn much of yourself. That message is meant as an affront to me. I'm the fool who sent him out there with only one escort, not you. I've apparently got a lot to learn about military matters, Captain. But you and we know how to talk to one another. There's no messing about with you. We'll get this fleet allocation business worked out in a way that we can all live with. Don't you worry. You're hugely popular now, Captain. A bona fide hero of the deep.
By now, Bisping was grinning, seeing easily into Esther's political stratagem. Yes, ma'am.
I don't suppose I can talk you into giving up the boxer for a cabinet position, can I?
Madam President, I'd rather be keel-hauled. She cackled some more, saying,
Well, then, I'll get as much mileage out of you as I can whenever you're ashore. How's that?
Then she took him aside, saying in a low voice for only him to hear,
Maybe you could suggest to the Admiral that he send his requests through you in the future. It might keep things running a little more smoothly, provided he thinks it's your idea.
Esther, Bisping said, suppose we let him think it's his idea. She laughed and squeezed his hand.
We're going to get along fine, Captain, you and me. Be sure to come by the hotel in the morning, will you? I've got a meeting with Longbottom about this supposed Chinese threat, and I want you there for it. I'm half worried he thinks we should invade.
The Admiral may have some extreme ideas, Bisping said. But he knows the sea.
The sea, Esther said, pointing at him. He knows the sea, sure enough, but the man's got no vision. We need people of vision in these islands. I keep saying it.
She turned around and put her hand on Marty's shoulder, dismissing Bisping almost out of hand.
Marty, I haven't felt this good in years, she said,
taking his arm and leading him up the pier toward a waiting black limousine.
Now I want you to come along with me. We're meeting Harold Shipman over a late lunch. He's the man who put me into office. And I don't want you to worry about your friends. They'll be fine. You're all staying in my hotel for the first few weeks until we get